Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The atmosphere is tense, and it is hard to tell who is better, two in one. After discussing with Sakuramiya Hitomi, Huan decided to take her to the entertainment area to play for a while, starting from the basics and gradually gaining some knowledge since she didn't know much about the two-dimensional culture. Anyway, it's just after 9 o'clock now, so Baiyi's activities will have to be considered afternoon. Before that, it would be a good idea to take a walk around the venue with Sakuramiya. There are not many such opportunities. Although several members of the student union usually stay together, there are not many times when it comes to team building. Today is the first time I came to the comic convention. The last time was last semester when I went to Sakuramiya's house to see the kittens. Hello, both of you. Before entering the entertainment area, each of you can draw a prize and have a chance to win dolls, free tickets to facilities, and other rewards. As a result, at the entrance of the entertainment area, I was stopped by a staff member holding a lottery box. Is there such a good thing? Huan glanced at the entertainment facilities inside. Some of them were free, but most of them required additional tickets to enter. Well, it's good to try your luck. Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded, took the initiative to walk forward, and reached into the box. While groping, she turned back to look at Huan and asked, "President, if you don't mind, I can help you draw some too." Okay, so Sakuramiya Hitomi took out 2 pieces of paper, spread them out, and saw 3 different rewards written on each piece. It's like I won the lottery. Huan took a look and muttered, "We both get to go to the haunted house for free once, and the rest are 1 for free fortune-telling and 10 claw machine coins, and 1 for shooting bullets and 5 claw machine coins. You're lucky, President." Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her mouth and chuckled, saying so. Scheming. In fact, Nara had already attached the 2 pieces of paper to the inner wall of the prize box, and he could just reach upwards to remove them. In order to avoid revealing any flaws, Sakuramiya Hitomi also specially set up different prizes to make the lottery look more realistic. After all, they are both traveling together and will go together in the end, so there's no need to worry at all. That's true. Then let's go and have a look at this so-called divination. No problem. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled appropriately, but her inner expression was completely different from what she showed on her face. I guess the president will be able to see it soon, right? She had made all the preparations. Whether it was fortune-telling, shooting, or games like catching dolls, she had arranged all kinds of psychological hints. Emphasize the divination result that the right person is right beside you, and then let Nara interpret the fortune and say something like, "If you work hard, you will eventually get married." It's easy to grab the couple's grand prize by grabbing the dolls, which are 2 matching kitten dolls. When you put their tails together, they will form a heart shape. All these things, as long as they are hinted at silently, will plant the seeds of love in the president's heart. Then, it completely broke out in the haunted house. The dark and cramped school space, the ghostly NPCs that follow you everywhere, and the depressing and tense atmosphere. At this time, you only need to make physical contact with the president, and when the president is slightly stunned and looks at you, "President, I'm a little scared. Can I hold you for a while?" Sakuramiya Hitomi followed behind Huan, but the smile of the plan is complete, and her heart had gradually become distorted. The president will be with me soon, so it will be natural for him to invite me to his rental house then, right? In this way, I will place the second-room barrier in the president's house and completely fill in the last piece of the puzzle of the president's life. What a bright future! Just when Sakuramiya Hitomi was already imagining what name to give to her first child, Huan in front of her suddenly stopped and took out her cell phone. It seems that Yahashi and the others have already taken care of it. Let's go to the Dojin area now to meet up. Duh. Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi still kept a smile on her face. But that smile seemed like rust so stiff. "Ha ha ha, Yatsuhashi-kun, you really know how to pick the right time. Could it be that growing those electronic potted plants has ruined your sense of time? Just wait. I will definitely steal your game account and melt all the weapons and materials you earned for your wife. That's it. The movement of the clouds above blocked the sun from looking at the glass ceiling of the exhibition center, thus casting shadows of cloud outlines in the venue. In the shadows, Sakuramiya Hitomi turned around with understanding and said to Huan, "Then let's go meet up with Yatsuhashi and the others now." Hearing this, Nara, who was standing in the dark, sighed silently. Sure enough, it still happens. As long as you wear a mask and don't take it off, no matter what your real expression is, others will only see the mask. But perhaps the eldest lady understood this truth, but her expression under the mask was really unacceptable to the world, so she had to hide it. There's no way around it. Unless the outside world tolerates that ugliness, or even allows that ugliness to become common sense. But that is impossible. It's all in vain. Nara blinked and picked up the intercom, wanting to give the retreat order to the employees who were secretly preparing. But in the venue, Huan, holding the mobile phone, looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was standing in the shadows in front of him with a smile. After thinking for a second, he suddenly said, "Anyway, we've come all this way. It would be a shame not to play anything, especially since we won a prize." But Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was maintaining a decent smile, was slightly stunned. Nara, who was standing in the dark and pressing the intercom, also looked over there. One bright and one dark, two silent gazes fell on Huan. "Young man Huan, it is because you have always been like this that the young lady stares at you so obsessively. If you are eaten up by the miss, it will be your own fault." Well, even though he knew nothing about it, Nara sighed and let go of the intercom. Sakuramiya Hitomi blinked and reached out to tuck a strand of black hair behind her head. This is a small movement she would make when her mood was agitated. Even with a hypocritical mask, such body movements were inevitable. In front of Huan, such actions were especially frequent. Will it keep them waiting? It's okay. We've been waiting for them for so long. Now it's their turn to wait for us. Huan turned around and glanced at the surrounding entertainment facilities and found that the haunted house was the most expensive, $99 per person, and they happened to have one a free ticket. Just pick one or two to play with. It won't take too long. Sakura, have you ever played in a haunted house? No, but you can try. Okay, let's go take a look. Huan sent a message to Yahashimu, telling him that he would have to wait for a moment. There came an okay 2D beautiful girl emoticon, and she also replied with a message. "It's okay, President, we'll just walk around the area." Nara, who was standing in the dark, smiled slightly when she saw this. She picked up the intercom again and said, "Haunted house personnel, please get ready and check the mechanisms. The operation will begin immediately." Okay. The clouds moved little by little, and the sun set again, covering the queue entrance to the haunted house. It seems like it will take a while. Sakuramiya Hitomi followed behind Huan. The sunlight fell on them, making Huan's back shine brightly. But she just felt a little too hot, so she opened her umbrella again and blocked out the sunlight completely. "Please wait here for a moment. The venue has limited space and can only accommodate 2 groups of 8 guests at a time. Once you have gathered, a staff member will take you in." At the entrance of the first floor of the haunted house, a female staff member handed a pair of eye masks to Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi with a smile on her face and introduced them. Then, for the sake of the gameplay effect, please both guests wear blindfolds. We will start the background introduction soon. Huan had played escape room games in his previous life, so the process was very similar, so he was quite familiar with it. Turning around, I found that Sakuramiya Hitomi had already put on the eye patch. She adjusted the position of the eye mask and asked curiously, "President, if we can't see anything like this, how are we going to get in later? There should be staff to take us in." That's it. As he spoke, the lights in the waiting room suddenly dimmed. Then, eerie music and a female voice sounded. "I'm Saito Rina from Class A, Grade 1 at Kyoto High School. The story I want to tell is about Kyoto High School and my good friend Monako." The atmosphere was just right. The first-person narration, which was completely emotionless and as if written by a dead person, made Sakuramiya Hitomi nervous even though she knew the arrangement. Looking at Sakuramiya Hitomi's pink lips subconsciously pursed while wearing an eye mask, Huan smiled slightly and put on the eye mask as well. The temperature around seemed to drop by more than 1 degree until the last line was finished and Saito, Rina's voice sounded again. But this time, it seemed to be behind Sakuramiya Hitomi. You two, please hold hands and enter Shiong Tung High School together. Sakuramiya Hitomi swallowed and dared not move. But in front of her, a big warm hand reached out and grasped her icy little hand in its palm. Let's go, Sakura. Okay, President. The President's hands feel so big. It's hot and feels very comfortable to the touch. He subconsciously rubbed the other person's palm, but quickly froze and dared not move for fear that the other person would discover his little action. Slow down, Sakura. I feel the door in front open and there's wind blowing out. I should just move forward a little bit at a time. Yes, President. But Huan obviously didn't notice Sakuramiya Hitomi's little movements and just pulled her forward to officially start today's trip to the haunted house. And behind the night vision surveillance, Nara was watching the situation. She held a walkie-talkie in her hand, ready to communicate with employees in charge of various links at any time. But before he could even start giving orders, an anxious female voice came from the intercom. Nara's sister, something bad has happened. There are 2 girls at the door trying to break in. They said they don't want to wait in line and want to go in directly. What? Nara was slightly stunned. Then he quickly sat up and said with a frown, We finally cleared the area. We can't let anyone in. You have to hold them down. I've tried to hold her down, but I can't hold her down. That blonde girl is as strong as a bull. Not to mention holding her down. Even if I pull her, Chio will pull her down. Hearing this, Nara blinked in disbelief and cursed. What do you guys do for a living? With so many people, you can't even stop a little girl? No, Nara's sister, it's mainly. Nara was too lazy to listen to the other party's explanation. He just turned the monitor to look at the door and also heard the sound coming from the monitor. But I only saw 2 staff members half crouching on the ground, holding their own hands, and the wrists where they had tried to hold each other seemed to be in great pain. Ouch! In front of the surveillance camera, a blonde girl and a few other girls carrying black bags were heading towards the haunted house. I also scanned the code at the ticket office next to it and bought 2 tickets for the haunted house. 2 tickets, quick. Hey, Spencer, how about you go into the haunted house and I'll wait for you outside? Are you afraid? The blonde girl called Spencer, smiled wickedly, and looked at the timid girl next to her. But I refuse. Woo. Nara originally suspected that some scoundrel was coming for Sakuramiya Hitomi, as even the bodyguard was knocked down, so he was afraid that the person had bad intentions. But watching the scene on the surveillance camera, she felt that this was not the case. I can't criticize him. He really wants to play in a haunted house. What should I do? Nara turned his head and looked at the other side of the surveillance camera to see the situation of Sakuramiya Hitomi and Huan. Because she was wearing a blindfold, Sakuramiya Hitomi was a little scared, so Huan, who was holding her hand, moved forward little by little. This meant that when Spencer opened the door of the waiting room behind them, they had not walked very far and had not entered the haunted house. Wow, this is a ghost. Huh? Spencer put his hands on his hips and was about to make a 2-arm declaration like pigs rush. But as soon as he came in, he saw 2 people holding hands. Even with the blindfold on, Spencer still noticed the faint ambiguity between the handsome man and the beautiful woman. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the expression on her face instantly became more than 10,000 times more excited. Spencer had a meaningful smirk on his face. Annel behind him was not as healthy as Spencer. She had been following Spencer from the Inner World fan exhibition to the entertainment area. She was wearing a mask and had been out of breath with her head down. That span. Therefore, she would see the 2 people inside later than Spencer. It was only a few seconds late, and when she raised her eyes, she was also attracted by the handsome boy wearing an eye mask in front of her. In just a moment, she couldn't look away, and she obviously recognized who that person was. Small. Huan. Excitement, joy, excitement, anxiety, fear, worry. All these emotions exploded like bombs in Annel's heart. The little finger on her shoulder, which had been listless, also emitted a strange light in her eyes, as if she had seen the Chinese national football team win with a 2:1 lead. Oh my God, I can even meet someone like this. Anil, hurry up. Here's your chance. Ah. Anil's little heart was beating fast. She had never expected that the reunion and recognition plot that had been laid out by Little Finger for so long would suddenly appear in her mind and become reality so quickly. That emotion drove her to speak, to reveal her identity to Huan. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi holding hands tightly together. Hand. Huan's hand has been taken by that Sakuramiya Hitomi. Anil was stunned for a moment, and his brain suddenly froze. Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi also heard the voice behind them at this moment, especially that voice that sounded so familiar. They both frowned at the same time, like two pilots driving a mecha 100% in sync, and took off their blindfolds at the same time. What caught my eye was a terrifying monster that seemed to have invaded this world from a crack at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Codename, Nyo. It's you. The two spoke in unison. Huan knew that the other party was the owner of an extremely dangerous modifier, and Sakuramiya Hitomi was also very wary of this god, who could shatter her barrier with one kick. As a result, the temperaments of the two people in front of them were as solid as iron, and they jointly resisted Spencer, the uninvited guest. This feeling made Spencer unhappy and excited. She folded her hands, raised her head, and said, "What a coincidence! I didn't expect to see you here, President." Once again, a meaningful sound was made on the word President, which made Sakuramiya Hitomi feel a chill out of nowhere. Huan was about to speak when the staff at the door came in and said with a forced smile, "Well, if you want to enter the haunted house, you have to wear a blindfold, and then go in holding hands after listening to the background story." Hearing this, Little Finger quickly stretched out his tail and patted Anil's face, scolding, "Don't just stand there like an idiot. We're holding hands because we're going to enter the haunted house. That Sakuramiya Hitomi hasn't succeeded yet. You still have a chance." Really? Anil finally came back to her senses from the crash. She blinked and looked in front of her, finally seeming to realize that the atmosphere at the door of the haunted house was a little tense. Even the staff came in and said a few words and then left. Why do Huan and Spencer always seem to be so at odds with each other? I remember. Because of my previous participation in the study group. They almost got into a quarrel at that time, and he did something bad with good intentions, injecting Huan with excessive pleasure. "I'm sorry, Huan, it's all my fault." You guys. At this moment, Anil spoke softly like a little animal, as if trying to dissuade the two parties who were in confrontation. It was not until Anil spoke that Huan realized that there was a girl standing behind Spencer. He looked over at him. After all, Huan was also very curious about who could play with a guy like Spencer. As a result, Enlu, who was about to say something, was instantly silenced by Huan's eyes. Woo! Her face flushed, and she immediately lowered her head, shrinking behind Spencer. Therefore, Huan only vaguely saw her wearing a mask and holding several black bags on her chest, and knew nothing else. "Useless! What are you doing? Why are you hiding? Get out there! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The little finger is about to turn red again. In the past, such words would probably have been ignored by the timid Anil, right? But this time, I don't know if it was the first time that he stood in front of Huan so openly, which gave her courage out of nowhere. So, she quietly stood next to Spencer again, instead of behind him. Spencer, right? It seems that the students of our Tatsuki Academy are not so uncultured, right? Disturbing others' games that were about to start and barging in to ruin the atmosphere is not something a normal person would do. Sakuramiya Hitomi's expression turned cold, and she looked at Spencer. As he was talking, he suddenly seemed to remember something and covered his lips to sneer. I forgot. You were a transfer student, and you didn't seem to have participated in the quality test of Tatsuki Academy? I guess you didn't take the IQ test seriously either." Spencer frowned and sneered as well. She doesn't care what other people say about her. but she seems to hate being called stupid. As a result, just as he was about to say something, Anil beside him apologized with a red face. Sorry, we didn't mean it, sorry. As he said this, he pulled Raspencer's sleeve, trying to dissuade her from arguing with Huan and the others. What? But this time Spencer refused to accept it. She looked at Anil in front of her with disbelief. You obviously like Huan too, right? In the end, you dare not say anything in front of Sakuramiya Hitomi? What else is there to do? And you dared to betray me and speak for others. This was the first time in such a long time that Spencer tasted the feeling of being betrayed, even if it was just a little bit, because this was not what Anil originally intended. But Spencer still looked unhappy and on the verge of exploding. The golden hair seemed to become brighter, and an invisible ripple spread out, imperceptibly covering the people waiting in the room. No one realized what was happening, but they just felt a chill out of nowhere. Huh, Vice President, what do you mean by disturbing you? You haven't entered yet. Each group usually has several people entering. What's wrong with me coming in? Huan, who knew everything about the modifier, was the first to notice that something was wrong. Although he didn't know that Spencer's ability had been activated, seeing that the host of the modifier was in a bad mood, he could guess with his toes that this guy would not give up. The most important thing is that the innocent Sakuramiya Hitomi is still here, and he can't let Sakuramiya Hitomi get involved. Sakura, don't bother with her, let's go. Huan pulled Sakuramiya Hitomi's hand, trying to pull her behind him. This was a subconscious action to protect others, but he didn't expect that Sakuramiya Hitomi was also exerting the same force. She also wanted to pull Huan behind her to protect her, away from Spencer in front of her. Both of them privately knew that Spencer was very dangerous, and both assumed that the other was innocent and in need of protection. So, at this moment, they actually made synchronized movements again. Moreover, because of this sudden change, both of them were so nervous that they didn't notice that they were still holding hands. Spencer narrowed his eyes, looked at Huan, who suddenly spoke, and said with a wicked smile, President, don't forget what you said to me before. Yes, I promised her a condition. If I continue like this now, it might affect Sakuramiya. Why not let her come with us? Huan was slightly stunned, and this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. When Sakuramiya Hitomi heard this, she was shocked at first, but then she thought, what did you say before? Is it a study group thing? Or maybe the president is hiding something from me and is secretly talking to this Spencer. No, that's not right. You have to believe the president. Spencer probably won't. Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned. For some reason, such an idea suddenly popped up in her heart. Then, the same roar of anger suddenly emerged from the hearts of the two of them. How could I have such an idea, this guy? Sakuramiya Hitomi, who sensed the smell of beef, became more alert, and her eyes slashed at Spencer like a knife. No matter what you said to the president, you did something wrong, and there were so many people queuing behind us. Even if they wanted to add more people, they wouldn't add you. Please get out immediately. But Spencer was completely unmoved and even ignored Sakuramiya Hitomi, just looking at Huan with a wicked smile in his eyes. That direct covetousness and greed made Sakuramiya Hitomi feel sick. Anil, on the other hand, kept looking at Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi's hands, which were holding each other tighter and tighter, and he was completely unable to move his eyes away. Is that okay? Huan, Vice President of Sakura Palace. We are having a quarrel now, and there is no need to enter the haunted house for the time being. So there is no need to hold hands anymore. Why did he hold it tighter? Because of the fight with Spencer. Are your fingers intertwined? Is it the feeling of being of one mind as a couple? Anil's eyes suddenly lost their luster. Happy memories from my childhood came flooding back to my mind. She still remembers that they went to the park in the South District together to catch cicadas. She fell and cried, and it was Huan who made faces to make her laugh. She still remembered that they slept in the same bed together. The next day, when her mother called them to get up, she hugged Huan because she was too lazy to get up and refused to let him get up no matter what. But these memories are like a piece of paper which was crumpled into a ball by Sakuramiya Hitomi's invisible hands and thrown into the trash can. Anil seemed to see it. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at him with a sneer and hugged Xiao Huan in her arms. From then on, Xiao Huan's gaze could no longer return to him, and, looking at his new love with all his heart, an outstanding vice president who appeared out of nowhere and whom I have only known for more than half a year. Yes, at this moment Anil also felt the pain of being bullied by Sakuramiya Hitomi. Her heart ached, and she almost wanted to cry. But at this moment, Yin Huan's voice sounded again. "That's enough, Spencer, you idiot. Have you forgotten what I said?" Hearing this, Spencer was slightly stunned. Then she suddenly remembered that she had promised Yin Huan. She must not let Sakuramiya Hitomi know all this. But just now, she said this in a fit of excitement. Although it is obscure, it has already crossed the red line. Spencer clasped his hands with a guilty conscience, but Yin Huan's pressure overwhelmed him. "It's our break time now. We don't have time to argue with you. We have other things to do." At this moment, Yin Huan was clearly talking to Spencer, but that resolute voice still hurt Anil and made her feel aggrieved. Because since that day, she has regarded Spencer as her only friend. "I clearly don't want this. Be it cutting in line or quarreling with Xiao Huan Sakuramiya Hitomi. Obviously, he just wanted to get to know Xiao Huan, but doing this would only make Xiao Huan drift further away from him." Thinking of this, Anil gently reached out and pulled Spencer. "Spencer, please stop arguing. We were the ones who cut in line. We were wrong. Let's go. If you want to play, I'll queue up with you again, at least not." He lowered his head, but for the first time ever uttered a series of words, which made Spencer, who was about to say something, open his mouth. "You guy." Spencer gritted his teeth, the irritation in his heart becoming more and more uncontrollable. "It is obvious that I chose to help you because I saw that you had nothing, whether it was buying tickets or taking you to play. I would not have done this if I didn't sympathize with you. And you also like Yin Huan, don't you? But you end up going against yourself everywhere and speaking for others, but they don't want to pay attention to you at all. You are just trying to please yourself. It doesn't matter if she is not liked by anyone in the class, because no one has ever liked her since she was a child. But you, this guy, clearly want to have friendship with others, and clearly hate being bullied. It's because of you being like this that I become nosy." Looking at Anil, who was trying to stop her, Spencer felt the pain of being betrayed by her friend, which made her look ugly, but she was speechless. At this moment, at the door of the haunted house, Sakuramiya Hitomi was angry that Spencer's aggressiveness would take away the president. Unlu was afraid that everything they had as childhood sweethearts would go to waste because of the hand-holding of Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yin Huan. Spencer was sad about being betrayed by his friends because Anil stood on the side of Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yin Huan instead of his own side. For a moment, I didn't know who was more powerful than whom. Maybe she was the one who made her awesome, or maybe she was the one who was made awesome by her. Maybe everyone has been impressed, or maybe no one has ever been impressed. This is a philosophical question, at least in the current tense atmosphere. It's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. But no matter how tense it is, after it reaches a climax, there must be an end. The person who took action to end it was Yin Huan. "Spencer, stay away from us today." After saying this, Yin Huan pulled Sakuramiya Hitomi and turned to enter the haunted house, no longer looking at Spencer and the unidentified friend behind him. Spencer saw that Yin Huan seemed to have a deeper relationship with Sakuramiya Hitomi, and he felt depressed and dissatisfied with the modifier. It would be nice if this so-called modifier became more powerful. Spencer turned to look at Anil beside him, frowned, and was about to express his dissatisfaction, but suddenly he realized that her hands holding her clothes were shaking. She opened her mouth and looked at Anil, only to see that her eyes were filled with tears. "I'm sorry, Spencer. I've tried my best to agree with you, whether it's cutting in line or getting in a conflict with others. I know clearly that this is wrong, but I still want to stand with you as much as possible. I don't want to let you down for helping me." But, as she spoke, she raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but she could not say the next words. Spencer looked at Anil in front of him, seeing her crying but still looking at him. The depression in his heart that was about to explode could not erupt. The foolish girl then realized that maybe Anil was not on Yin Huan's side, just because she liked her. The real reason was that she herself was unable to stand on her own side. Because she has nothing, because she follows the rules, because she can't bear to hurt others' kindness, because she is good at putting herself in a difficult position. Everything is completely different from what I'm used to. This is the reason why Annel has been bullied all along. This was also the reason why Spencer couldn't just sit back and do nothing when he saw her being bullied. Tisk. Spencer scratched the back of his head irritably, turned to look in the direction of the haunted house, and then looked at Annel, who was wiping away tears in front of him. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to comfort her, but no words came out. Even if it can be exported, it is not a good thing. Finally, she gritted her teeth, folded her hands, and said, "Okay, stop crying. I know, I was wrong." Annel held the bag and looked at Spencer in front of him with grievance. But I watched her turn her head away, opening and closing her mouth very reluctantly. Finally, as if he had been holding it all out, he spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Yes, I'm sorry." Annel blinked and looked at Spencer, who turned his head again. "All right, that's it." After saying this with a blushing face, Spencer walked ahead with his hands folded. That was the direction to the haunted house, leaving only Annel's back. "Anyway, I've already cut in line. I'll just leave it at that this time, and I'll go in first, and I won't cut in line again. And then, don't you like Huan? What happened just now was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with you. Just do whatever you want to do. Just tell me if you need help." Annel blinked, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she walked to Spencer's side and whispered to her, "Then let's go in together. Spencer, I'm sorry I didn't speak up for you earlier." Spencer didn't seem to care at all and just said, "I'm used to it anyway." "I'm sorry, Spencer." "Spencer, can you help me distract Vice President Sakuramiya from inside? I want to say something to Huan." Spencer didn't say whether he agreed or not. He just walked in first and said to Annel, "Let me make it clear first. I wanted just to play in the haunted house. Helping you is just a side job." "Well, thank you, Spencer." Then, as if he had mustered up the courage, he followed Spencer into the haunted house. The two sides stopped their work for a while, except for Littlefinger and Nara, who witnessed the whole process and were deeply shocked. "No, what were we originally going to do here? Is this aimed at Huan? Why did he suddenly start talking about friendship, friends, and other incomprehensible words, and then walked into the haunted house? I don't understand." But in the end, both Littlefinger and Nara thought that this was just a minor episode, and there was still room for maneuver. From Nara's perspective, the eldest lady finally entered the haunted house successfully, and Huan and the eldest lady became more united because of this episode. All they have to do is order the assigned staff and operate the mechanisms of the haunted house to keep Spencer and the others away from Huan and the eldest lady. From Littlefinger's perspective, at least he met Huan, and he also had Spencer, a friend who was stupid but strong. Wouldn't it be easy to create a situation where he could be alone with Huan? As long as you rush forward with the editor and then sing and recite the past slowly, won't you be very tempted? Although Pinky and Nara had never met, they both showed expressions that their conspiracy was about to succeed. No matter what, the opportunity to be alone has come, and the advantage is mine. Next, all you have to do is make proper arrangements in the haunted house, and you will definitely win. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. After entering the door of the haunted house, there is a complicated school corridor. Both Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi wanted to stay away from Spencer as much as possible with the mentality of protecting each other. As a result, the two of them walked forward hand in hand. After walking for a while, they realized that they didn't know which old classroom they had walked to. It was pitch black all around, with ghostly noises everywhere coming from nowhere, and the cold air was blowing in my face, making me shudder. Sakuramiya Hitomi subconsciously wanted to gain heat, so she tightened her grip on Huan's hand. "Sakuramiya, that hand." Then, she belatedly realized something. Exclamation point. She almost lost the persona she was maintaining on her face and quickly let go of Huan's hand and apologized to him. "President, I'm sorry, because of what happened with Spencer just now." "Fine." Huan smiled slightly, but the expression hidden under the perfect expression management was not good looking. He really didn't expect Spencer to suddenly appear here. He originally came here to see if he could push the progress on body.I's modifier, but he ended up running into a very difficult Spencer, which gave him a headache. It's like preparing a meal, but 2 tables of guests come. How can you eat the meal? Moreover, if body and Spencer were allowed to meet in advance, I wonder if the Linmin Holy Grail War would start in advance. Hard to top. Seeing that Huan had no strange expression on her face, Sakuramiya Hitomi breathed a sigh of relief, looked around at the abandoned school building with a strange atmosphere, and took the initiative to change the subject. This haunted house looks huge, and there are no directions or anything like that. I heard that we need to find the exit and the key to the exit, and as long as we walk out, we will be successful. Huan also came back to his senses, temporarily put aside the matter of body and Spencer, and focused on. But it shouldn't be too difficult. There will be some weak guidance signs. Look over there, Sakuramiya. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked in the direction of Huan's finger and saw a line of bloody words written on the blackboard of the classroom, where they were. She's hiding in the equipment room. Kill her. Don't let her out. Sakuramiya Hitomi retracted her gaze and smiled at Huan. It seems we need to find the equipment room first. Well, let's go out and find a way, and try not to hit that nerve. It's Spencer. Okay, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and nodded, then walked out with Huan. While looking at the door number on the classroom, Sakuramiya Hitomi took the initiative to bring up the topic, as if to relieve the depressing atmosphere in the haunted house. By the way, President, I have something to ask you. Just now, President, it seems that you and Spencer talked to each other privately, right? Huan was slightly stunned and turned to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was following behind her, her eyes full of worry. This concern is not false. When she was confronting Spencer just now, that thought strangely appeared in her mind again. That feeling of unconditionally trusting Spencer and the President, and letting down one's guard and resistance. After this happened again and again, Sakuramiya Hitomi became more and more certain that Spencer really had some special superpowers like herself. Moreover, through the faint thought that suddenly popped up in her mind, she speculated that the incompetent president would definitely be affected in this way. If this continues without any care, he will grow old. For some reason, Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly imagined the image of Spencer holding the president in his arms with a hesitant expression and evasive eyes. She held her head high, looking down at herself with a haughty manner, and laughed wantonly, revealing her iconic canine teeth. Ah ha 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 ha! The president is mine. Then, when I looked at the president, his expression became even darker, and a tear rolled down his cheek. I'm sorry, Sakura. I can't go back anymore. Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly shuddered and felt even more disgusted with Spencer, to the extreme. No, Spencer must be dealt with without letting the president know. Ah, sorry, Sakura. I hid it from you earlier. Didn't she secretly take pictures of us before? I took some trouble to get her to delete them. Careful. Yes. Huan smiled slightly, turned around and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, and said, in return for her returning the photos, I agreed to one condition. Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes narrowed little by little. End of this chapter. In return for her returning the photos, I agreed to one condition. After hearing what Huan said, Sakuramiya Hitomi's brain went blank for a moment. It seemed as if something disgusting had entered my mind uncontrollably. President, you promised her one condition. What does that mean? You need a perfect answer almost naturally. Huan blinked, paused for a few seconds, and finally said, Sakuramiya, you should know that her grades are very poor, right? I know. 66 points. It's hard to imagine that this is a score a human can get. But if it's her, it's reasonable. This is a conservative statement, thanks to Miss Sakuramiya Hitomi's good manners. For example, Huan would only say, the poet holds it. That girl seemed to know that she would be forced to join the study group, and she didn't want to study, so she threatened me with a photo to help her quit the study group. Huan spread his hands and explained. But Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned when she heard this and questioned. But President, she took the photo on Monday, and the results came out on Tuesday. Could it be predicted at that time that she would join the study group? Her family background is not simple. Sakuramiya should have noticed it, right? In the end, Huan still didn't want to involve Sakuramiya Hitomi. Normally, this reason is difficult to refute, because that idiot Spencer really intended to use that condition in that way. So it can't be said that Huan was lying. But the problem is that Huan didn't know that Sakuramiya Hitomi was always wearing a mask. The information she knew and the reasoning ability she possessed were all unknown to Huan. Indeed, as the president said, the last name, Spencer, suggests that he has a close connection with the Golden Lion Group, and it is possible that he knew about the principal's arrangements in advance. But that couldn't explain the strange look on the president's face when he saw the other person's name in the principal's office on Tuesday. And on Thursday, too, the president's expression and movements were very strange after returning from Spencer. It was just because I was distracted by the president's words at the time that I temporarily ignored it. As Nara said, when it comes to Huan's affairs, her IQ drops sharply. But now he is facing Nyo in the confrontation, and Sakuramiya Hitomi is in her prime. Looking back, we can quickly find clues. That is to say, the matter between the president and Spencer is not as simple as he said. But why would the president lie? He was so gentle to me before, and he collected stamps with me and took care of my feelings. Was all this just a fling between him and Spencer? Am I just a part of their flirting game? No, it's impossible. Because Sakuramiya Hitomi could sense that the disgust in Huan's eyes when she looked at Spencer was real. So, now the situation is very intriguing. But Sakuramiya Hitomi is indeed a genius. CFO President, your thoughts have been influenced by Spencer's superpowers. I still remember that a few times before, I had some strange thoughts in my mind. I became less wary of Spencer and felt that whatever she did was justified. This may be related to the superpowers she possesses, and it can also explain why she can kick her own barrier to pieces with one kick. The thought that came to my mind was very weak and would soon disappear. Therefore, Sakuramiya Hitomi speculated that the existence of such strange superpowers would weaken the effect of each other's superpowers. The fact that his barrier could be shattered by Spencer could explain this to a certain extent. However, in comparison, the effect of his barrier on her is far less than the effect of her superpowers on him. Is it because of the so-called level? My current barrier level is 2, so is it possible that Spencer's superpower level is higher, which led to this situation? Can't the level be made higher? So that guy can't break his barrier. Click. But when this thought came to her mind, something sticky and dark seemed to be nourished around Hitomi, Sakuramiya, and began to move. And the president doesn't have superpowers. He is very likely to have benefited from Spencer's superpowers. Even within the barrier, he himself was reluctant to change the common sense and tamper with the rules against the president. I was so careful with the president, but that guy... Thinking of this, looking at Huan in front of her, Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly felt frightened. If this continues, the president's mind will probably be polluted to an unknown extent by the other party. She was really afraid that one day in the future, the president would become what she had just imagined. I'm sorry, Sakura, I can't go back anymore. No, we must protect the president from that guy. We can't let the president have any contact with that guy anymore. Even though the horrible desire in her heart was surging, Sakuramiya Hitomi just blinked and said to Huan, I see. I understand, President. Once again in sync with Huan's thoughts, she chose to pretend to believe it in front of the other party, but her real intention was to keep the president away from Spencer. Turning around and looking around, Sakuramiya Hitomi continued, Then let's go to the infirmary now. Okay, I'll see how to go. It seems to be over there. Sakuramiya Hitomi was already familiar with this place. After all, she had spent a long time preparing it before coming here. Originally, I planned to pretend I knew nothing after entering and follow the president, and then have the NPC scare the president and get close to him to increase the atmosphere of ambiguity. But now, because of Spencer's terrifying opponent, the purpose has completely changed. Is it? Huan looked in the direction that Sakuramiya Hitomi pointed, and sure enough, she saw the scratched and worn sign on the wall. Go upstairs from that side. The health room is on the second floor. Oh, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. At this moment, an NPC with messy black hair and blood on his face lay on the window of the closed classroom next to him and screamed hideously. Huan took a step back, not afraid, but just looked back at Sakura Palace. But her eyes narrowed slightly, obviously frightened by the sudden jump in his face. Are you okay, Sakura? It's okay. Even though she knew that the NPCs were played by the company's own employees, she still didn't dare to even look at them. He wanted to pass by quickly and caught up with Huan, who was leading the way. Just as she was about to walk away, a cold hand tugged at her clothes from behind. Yes, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi subconsciously wanted to call for help, but the pale hand holding a Bluetooth headset was brought to her eyes. Sakuramiya Hitomi was stunned. He turned to look at the female ghost, only to see her blinking at him with blood all over her face. Sakuramiya Hitomi glanced at Huan in front of her, and while he wasn't paying attention, she quietly took the Bluetooth headset and put it on. Miss, can you hear me? It was Nara's voice. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at the hidden camera above the corridor, said nothing, and just nodded. That's good, Mississippi. The two girls have also entered the haunted house. Should we follow the original plan, or... Sakuramiya Hitomi immediately shook her head, followed Huan, and lip-synced to the camera. Nara was silent for a moment and said, Golden-haired idiot. You mean the blonde girl, right, miss? Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded, first pointed at Huan, pushed her away a little, and then made a gesture as if cutting with a knife. Nara understood immediately and said, I see, Mississippi. The focus now is to keep the other party away from Huan, right? Sakuramiya Hitomi gave a thumbs up. Well, miss, you can go to the health room on the second floor, where there is a dark room that leads directly to the exit. If you don't want to go into the dark room, you have to go around from the second floor to the third floor, and then go down to the first floor exit from exit C on the other side of the third floor. The health room has two entrances, A and B, and you can get there no matter which corridor you go up on the first floor. You are now in corridor A. You have to walk a distance to get to the health room after going up. They are in corridor B, and they are very close to the health room after going upstairs. The people in the venue will do their best to stop that golden-haired idiot. Miss, take Huan Kai to the health room on the second floor and get out early. Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded, no longer looking at the camera, but followed Huan more closely and reminded, President, let's go quickly. We're always worried about running into that guy. Huan in front obviously felt the same way, so he quickened his pace. At the same time, he was not idle, but called out in his mind. Nyan-chan, meow. An illusory black cat appeared on his shoulder like a ghost, with its long tail wrapped around his neck. What's wrong, meow? Can you help me run out and see where Spencer is? I don't want to run into her with Sakuramiya. Today is not the time to deal with her modifier. But Miao Jiang shook his head and said, Huan, I can't leave you too far. Huan raised his eyebrows and looked at Miao Jiang. Why? I appear in this world as the incarnation of a modifier, meow. The modifier is in you, so I can only appear next to you. After saying that, it jumped up from Huan's shoulder and ran forward. The black cat wearing a yellow scarf kept moving forward. When it was about 15 meters away from Huan, it seemed to break into pieces and turn into points of light that dissipated. Based on the current level of the modifier, the range is about 15 meters in radius, meow. Then, Miaojiang gathered on Huan's shoulders little by little. If possible, I would also like to help you monitor the confirmed modifier hosts every day and help you determine their progress in using the modifiers, but... it's okay. Huan has already gotten used to Miaojiang's uselessness. Just as Huan looked away in disappointment, Miaojiang called out, drawing his attention back. But I can smell her, and they're on the other side of the hallway right now. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Miao-chan, you're a cute little kitty. Meow. Miaojiang stretched out her paw pads and patted the guy, who changed his expression very quickly. But she did not forget to remind him. Huan, you have to hurry up and get upstairs, or they will be around soon. Huan nodded imperceptibly. They had already reached the stairs, which were stained with blood. Looking back at Sakuramiya Hitomi, Huan said, "Sakura, this way." "Yes, President." Sakuramiya Hitomi walked up the stairs, but Huan felt a little confused when looking at the complex corridor on the first floor. The terrain here is complicated, and the only way to get to the health room on the second floor is by passing through several classrooms and seeing the soft guide. With Spencer's brain, how could he catch up so quickly? Spencer, it seems we are going to the health room. That should be the exit, and Xiao Huan and the others will definitely go there. What? In the abandoned classroom, Spencer squatted on the ground, playing with the scattered pieces of tables and chairs. Only after hearing Annel's words behind her did she turn around. Then he saw Annel, who was trembling with fear, looking at the soft guidance on the wall that seemed to be written in blood, and said so. Spencer tilted his head, clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "Where is the health room?" "It should be upstairs. This is corridor B. There is a staircase from this side." "Ugh, there is a ghost." Just as Annel was looking outside the classroom, a ghost figure slowly walked by, scaring her so much that her face turned pale. On her shoulder, Little Finger slapped her face with his tail and scolded. "Where did the ghost come from? If there really is a ghost, don't you think I'm the ghost because no one else can see me? What are you afraid of? Go. Huan is waiting for you." This guy was just a little emotional because of the quarrel. For such a coward, this is the best medicine. She must be stimulated to do things that she would never dare to think of in this state. Reveal your identity as childhood sweetheart to Huan. Yes, yes. Annel slapped his little face, covered by the mask, and mustered up his courage. What the hell? Let me check. Spencer was so brave that he ran out, but he only saw an empty corridor. There's nothing. Even if it's a ghost, it's just a coward. Woo. Annel always felt that Spencer was talking about him. She quickly caught up with Spencer. With a companion by her side, the fear in her heart was much alleviated. Spencer should be going upstairs over there. Xiao Huan and Vice President Sakuramiya should also be going to the health room. If we hurry up. Just as I was about to move forward, a cool breeze seemed to blow behind me. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Woo. Annel's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to turn his head. However, because of the reflection of the window next to him, he saw the door behind him pushed open. Student Spencer. What? Spencer folded his hands and turned his head to look behind him. But there was nothing over there except the door that was pushed open. What? Did you see it wrong? Annel panted, looked away, and looked forward. But at this moment, she saw a hideous female ghost with disheveled hair and blood on her face appear behind Spencer. Alas! Annel was so frightened that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, lowering his head and covering his face like an ostrich. Student Spencer, you behind me. Woohoo! Looking at Annel's embarrassing appearance, the hideous female ghost showed a sinister smile. Although it's only a part-time job, it's my first time playing a female ghost. But personally scaring a customer so much that he screamed and fell to the ground gave her a sense of accomplishment. This is probably what is called love what you do, right? Then the remaining. The female ghost raised her head with joy, but she only saw the blonde girl quickly turning her head and her face had turned into a shadow. Afterimage? Why is there an afterimage? At this moment, the ghost girl's brain was a little out of order, but soon she realized something. Because her right cheek felt the sudden strong wind at the same time. Ho. It turned out that Spencer turned around and brought her fist back with her. The ghost girl's mind went blank, and her body's risk avoidance mechanism was triggered, causing her to subconsciously step back, and she lost control and sat down on the ground. As a result, the fist wrapped in the sound of breaking wind suddenly hit the air and hit the wall beside. Boom! With a dull thud, Spencer punched a hole in the poor quality hollow wall of the haunted house. Crash! Some dust also fell from the ceiling of the corridor because of Spencer's horrific punch. The female ghost, sitting on the ground in the same posture as Annel, stared blankly at Spencer, who was covered in black air, and swallowed. Spencer took a deep breath and looked at the female ghost sitting in front of him. After carefully examining her dazed look, Spencer let out the breath he had been holding. I was so scared, I thought there was a real ghost, but it turned out to be a fake one. Duh. But since the option of there really is a ghost was ruled out, Spencer's face showed an extremely excited smile again. Hee hee. Come to think of it, your outfit is quite interesting. Let me take a look. The look he gave the female ghost on the ground was like seeing some new toy, which made the other person shudder. Tonic medicine. Watching Spencer pull his fist out of the wall, the female ghost screamed and turned and ran away. Spencer yelled and ran after him. Don't run. Spencer, wait a minute. Anil also quickly got up and forced himself to keep up with Spencer's pace. The female ghost ran in one direction in panic. The sound of the girl's running shoes hitting the ground behind her hit her heart like drum beats, making her even more panicked. This panic made her run straight to the second floor. In the Bluetooth headset, Nara's voice suddenly cursed. What are you doing? Why did you take them upstairs? I'm sorry, Narane is so scary. Come and save me. TSK. Well, let her continue chasing you, and you lead the way. Don't let her get close to the health room. Tonic Nara's sister. At the same time, Nara instructed the others. All NPCs on standby on the second floor. Stop that blonde girl. Don't let her get close to the infirmary. Yes. After reaching the second floor, Anil was out of breath and had insufficient strength to continue running. She could only helplessly look ahead at Spencer, who was chasing the NPC all the way away, and shouted, Student Spencer, take the fork in the road, and you will reach the health center. Don't chase after him. But Spencer didn't hear Anil's cries like a little animal, and just chased forward without looking back. Anil tried hard to catch up, but was slapped on the face by a little finger. You're so stupid. Don't you remember what she said before she came in? She said she would help you lure Sakuramiya Hitomi away, so you should go directly to the health room and see if you can find Huan. Yes, that's right. Hurry up. Let Spencer fight with Sakuramiya Hitomi. We will sneak through here and go straight to Huan. Marry? Even if you want to marry, it should be Xiao Huan who marries me. Your mother. Stop talking and leave. Anil looked again at the direction Spencer ran, finally pursed her lips, and walked towards the health room alone. The surrounding environment was gloomy, and she carefully held the black bags in her arms after leaving her companions, trying to enhance her sense of security in this way. Miss, we can't stop that blonde. The guy will be here soon. Tisk. Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was almost reaching the door of the health room, frowned. She didn't blame Nara. If the other party had that kind of superpower, it would be normal that they couldn't stop him. And isn't that guy's physical strength a little too good? Did the nutrients that were supposed to supply her brain go to her body? No wonder he has such a good figure and strong physique. But his brain seems to have shrunk. Sakura, we're here. Huan had also walked to the door of the health room and was looking at the blood-stained white cloth separating the beds inside. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, probably from a scene faked using animal plasma. The inside was filled with Monako written in blood, which is the name of the NPC mentioned in the background story. Those names all pointed in one direction of the health room, but Huan took a glance and didn't see any passage. Want to solve a puzzle? Sakura, is there really an exit here? Huan turned around to look at the door and saw Sakuramiya Hitomi standing outside the door with her nose covered, as if she was not used to the smell of blood inside. There should be. After all the clues point to this place. Well, I didn't see any NPCs along the way. This is a haunted house. Yes, blame it on Spencer. All the preparations I had made were used to stop her. Miss, she'll be here soon. Nara's voice came from the headphones, and Sakuramiya Hitomi's expression turned completely cold. This guy's been pushing himself too far. Does he really think he is a pushover? How dare you use that kind of power to tarnish and influence the president? I have never done this before. How dare you? Thinking of this, she turned to look at Huan in the room, and an idea came to her mind. Last time, that guy kicked the barrier into pieces outside the barrier's range and was not affected by the barrier at all. This time, what if we bring her into the barrier? However, the range is not enough to accommodate the entire haunted house. The range of the barrier is only 75 square meters, which is only enough to cover the corridor on this floor. Coincidentally, The president was also in the room, and Spencer was about to enter the corridor. Sakuramiya, come in quickly and close the door of the infirmary. I think I found a clue. In fact, Huan didn't find it, but he still turned around and spoke to Sakuramiya. Because at this time, he also heard the reminder from Miaojiang on his shoulder. That Spencer's smell is getting strong, meow. She'll be outside in the hallway by the door soon. He planned to let Sakuramiya come in first, and if that didn't work, he would find a chance to go out and solo with Spencer. At least we can't let Sakuramiya Hitomi be affected by the modifier. But Huan didn't know that Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was standing at the door, had the same idea. At least we can't let the president be affected by superpowers. Damn Spencer. The sticky darkness around was driven by Sakuramiya Hitomi's inner anger and desire. As the smile on her face as she looked at Huan became more and more charming, some hidden power burst out like a floodgate opened. The sign that appeared was that a line of illusory words suddenly appeared in front of Sakuramiya Hitomi. Congratulations, the barrier level has been upgraded. Boundary level 2-3. You can use the barrier twice a week. The maximum range of the barrier is 2 square meters, and the maximum number of barriers that can exist is 100. You now have the ability to further change the rules within the barrier. You can now add 2 pieces of common sense. When seeing this line of illusory text, Sakuramiya Hitomi's bare hand had already slowly placed on the door of the corridor. She pretended to come in and replied to Huan. Okay, President. But the next moment, the door closed uncontrollably. She was slightly stunned, as if she had not expected this. Sakuramiya, be careful with your hands. Huan's pupils shrank slightly, and she looked at her hand that was holding the door frame. Upon hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi hurriedly let go, but was inevitably locked outside the door. Boom! Huan hurried to the door and wanted to open it. But no matter how hard he tried, the door seemed to be frozen in time and could not move at all. This situation was almost exactly the same as the last time, and Huan quickly realized what had happened. It's a modifier. Spencer. Huan's expression turned ugly, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel relieved, because Huan thought that Spencer's operation would be the same this time. Since she was coming towards him, the barrier must be inside the room where he was. This is equivalent to isolating Sakuramiya Hitomi from the outside world, so she is not affected by the modifier. But does this make sense? Spencer's ability is related to plundering. What's the point of locking himself up alone? The last time I locked myself up with Sakuramiya, it triggered the classic scene of, you don't want this photo to spread. But what can one person do? In other words, the current situation may have nothing to do with Spencer, but something else. Woo! Just as Huan was looking at the frozen door and thinking, a sound like that of a small animal suddenly came from behind him. He was slightly startled, then turned around and saw a girl with her head lowered standing at the door of a closed room. The girl wore a white mask and a t-shirt similar to Yahashiki's, which showed her exceptionally broad mind. The girl lowered her head, with her legs hidden and her black trousers pressed together, making her look as cute as a shivering little deer. The girl was holding several black bags, with her black hair scattered. Huan saw half of her face flushed, and her bright eyes that were secretly looking at him. It's peace and happiness. But in Huan's eyes, Anna was just the strange girl who followed Spencer for some unknown reason. Duh. Huan opened his mouth and seemed to understand everything. He had previously doubted whether Spencer, with his temper, could have friends, or that other people would actually play with that guy. Now, Huan finally knew why Spencer brought this girl to the comic convention, right? It all makes sense. The power of this space definitely belongs to Spencer. That damned yellow-haired girl just likes to do these kinds of things, right? On the shoulder of the shy girl, a phantom white figure that neither Huan nor Miaojiang could detect raised its head, obviously extremely excited. See, I told you to listen to me, didn't I? Spencer was alone with that Sakuramiya Hitomi outside, so you successfully stole their house, didn't you? Anil blushed and glanced at Huan shyly. Like Xiaoji, he didn't see Miaojiang on his shoulder, so he asked in his mind, but little finger, how do you know that Vice President Sakuramiya will definitely be lured away? Ah, of course, because I'm the smartest little finger, so I can calculate everything. In fact, how could it possibly know why Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't appear here? After all, that guy Spencer doesn't look like he can be trusted. Do you believe that she can successfully lure away Sakuramiya Hitomi, or do you believe that Anna will be able to compete with Huan tomorrow? I can only say, God help my little finger. I will reveal my identity to you today, and we will start to show my affection tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I will use pleasure manipulation to make Huan yours exclusively. Little Finger raised his nose, as if he was already thinking about the wonderful day after he successfully ate the chicken. So, it patted Annel's shoulder and encouraged him. Hurry up, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say something to Xiao Huan, whom you've been thinking about day and night. Annel pursed her lips and clenched her fists, as if she had made up her mind. The next second, she raised her head and looked at Huan in front of her. Outside the health room, Spencer chased the female ghost all the way, but she disappeared after turning a corner. She stopped where she was, opened her mouth, and looked back, only to find that Annel was no longer there. Duh. Spencer patted his head and said belatedly, "It's over. Did I leave Annel behind?" Pinky guessed the wrong answer. In fact, after entering the haunted house, Spencer quickly forgot what he said at the door. "I'll help you lure away Sakuramiya Hitomi." She thought the female ghost costume was interesting and became addicted to chasing her. When she turned around, she could no longer see and learn. The key is, Spencer is a person with poor sense of direction. With Annel leading the way, they quickly caught up with Sakuramiya Hitomi and Huan, who had entered ahead of them. But now, Spencer folded his hands, looked around guiltily, and muttered, "It seems like I'm going to the health room, but it's so dark here. How am I supposed to know where is?" She turned around and tried to look at an abandoned classroom next to her, but the door was completely immobile, as if space had frozen. Spencer refused to believe it, and tried his best, but still couldn't open the door. Duh. Spencer pouted, letting go of the doorknob and scratching the back of his head. Sakuramiya Hitomi hid in the dark, using the power of the barrier to keep an eye on Spencer, who was inside the barrier. She didn't intend to expose herself, nor did she intend to attack the other party directly here, but she just couldn't let her get close to Huan. There are two reasons. One is that she can't maintain the barrier for too long. Nara has surveillance cameras from top to bottom here, and there are also many NPCs. Although she used the barrier to make the surveillance on the second floor temporarily out of order, Nara and others will notice something is wrong after a while. Second, she didn't know what the other person's specific superpowers were. It is currently known that the other party's ability is related to tampering with thoughts, but her physical strength that makes the bodyguards unable to stop her also makes Sakuramiya very concerned. Since her own superpowers are so complicated, she always feels that the other party's superpowers will not be so simple. Therefore, the subsequent battle plan is protect the president and find out what her specific superpowers are. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Spencer's back with a cold gaze, while clasping her hands together and trying her ability to modify common sense for the first time. It is common sense not to use violence. From Hitomi Sakuramiya's perspective, Spencer paused slightly and then scratched his head. Then he kicked the door next to him, making a loud bang. Sakuramiya Hitomi blinked and froze in place for a moment. Without. Useless? In fact, Spencer in the corridor showed a relieved expression after kicking. It feels so good to go against common sense. Outside the corridor, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was hiding in the dark and thinking carefully, and Spencer, who was standing in the light and knew nothing, began to wrestle in secret. It was as if two illusory objects containing terrifying power were fighting in the air. Sakuramiya Hitomi was not discouraged. Instead, she quickly changed her mind and thought of other ways to deal with Spencer. At the same time, it is inevitable to think, the president must be worried about me now that he's alone in the infirmary, right? After all, the last time we were alone, the president took good care of himself. Sakuramiya Hitomi knew very well what she was doing. All of this is to protect the president. She had to keep Spencer away from the president, so she regarded the health room next to her as more important than the crystal in the MOBA game. Spencer must not be allowed to get close to Crystal. Into this chapter. Roan was 4 years old and could give away pairs. Enel, you are the master of the house. Since your cousin has come all the way home, please let your toys play with your sister. Enel, you are the elder sister. You should give in to your younger brother. Enel, I don't know what the families of those kids in the South District do, and there's chaos outside, so don't bother with them. Enel, you transfer back to China from Linmen. You're unfamiliar with the place. Don't worry about others. Just study hard. Enel, the students in Huan US school all come from wealthy families. If something happens, their families can't afford to pay for it. So, Enel, as long as you do your own thing and don't mess with others, that's all. Enel has heard such advice from his teachers and parents more than once. Since childhood, they taught Enel to be kind and humble. Discipline tells Enel, as long as you consider others, others will definitely reward you. Therefore, Enel never says anything that makes others sad, never does anything that would hurt others, never conflicts with others, and never takes the initiative to fight for things. The kids in the South District are playing pranks and stealing other people's things. If I don't stop them, will those who have been stolen from feel sad? Even if those kids no longer play with me, and I no longer have friends, it doesn't matter. Park Shuan's family is very rich. If I rebel against her, will it cause trouble for my parents who work hard every day? It doesn't matter, even if you are treated sarcastic and ridiculed by your classmates every day. Xiao Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi seem to have a good relationship. If I confess my feelings to him, will it make Xiao Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi feel distressed? Even if Xiao Huan and that Sakura Palace are together forever. Is this wrong? But why is it that every time Enel does this, she never gets any reward from others? In the past, when she felt wrong because of putting others first, she would always have an excuse. At least others are happy, and their happiness is your own happiness. But at this moment, Crystal, no, it's in the health room. Xiao, Wu, president of the meeting. After Enel hesitated for a long time, he called Xiao Huan like this. But in her heart, she seemed to no longer believe such an excuse, and she felt an intense pain. Buzz. The tinnitus became louder and louder, and even the reaction of the little finger next to me could no longer be heard. President? Are you also a student of Tatsuki Academy? Classmate? Classmate. It was not until the next second that Yin Huan's face moved closer, completely occupying her empty gaze, that she came back to her senses. She quickly stood up a little, like a student being called out by the instructor during military training. Yes. Are you feeling unwell? Yin Huan smiled helplessly and asked. No, it's just that I've never been to a haunted house before, so I'm a little scared. Yin Huan glanced at the drops of cold sweat on her forehead, but did not investigate further. So, Yin Huan withdrew his gaze from the other person and looked at the surrounding space with confusion. This time, there was no note in the sealed room with instructions on how to get out, which made him feel a little confused. What do you mean this allows us to play freely? Yes, this is a haunted house. As analyzed before, there is a high possibility that there is an exit or something like that. I don't know how far Spencer's abilities can cover. Let's try to find the exit first. This should be similar to the structure of an escape room. We should be able to get out if we look for clues. Okay. Enel pursed her lips and quickly followed Yin Huan's instructions to look for any possible clues around her. I turned my head to look at the little finger on my shoulder and found that its eyes had rolled back and it looked angry. Classmate, are you and Spencer in the same class? Yin Huan suddenly asked this as he squatted in front of the blood-stained white bedsheet and looked at the words written on it. Lu, who was standing behind him, secretly glanced at his handsome profile in the dim light. Even though the other party couldn't see it, she still nodded. Well, I'm sorry about what happened to Spencer. Why should you apologize for the mistake she made? Because Spencer is my only friend. Yin Huan raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked back at Lu. You actually want to be friends with her? Enel pursed her lips in embarrassment and began to think about Spencer first, explaining for her. Although Spencer is a bit reckless, I don't think she's a bad person. Not bad. Joke of the year. Spencer isn't bad. She's not bad for me to eat. From Yin Huan's current perspective, Spencer is definitely the most difficult to deal with among the three known modifier hosts. Her behavior is very unpredictable and aggressive. The guilt that made Yishiyu suppress her desire to use the hypnosis app, and the sense of identification with body.I that it had a miraculous effect, probably had no effect on Spencer. The scariest thing is that other people's modifiers seem to have a cooldown time and won't be used all the time. But for some reason, whenever I encounter Spencer, the effect of the modifier will appear. No cooling? She was like a berserker throughout the whole process. She was not affected by control at all, and was just reckless from beginning to end. Apart from his somewhat slow brain, he is truly a pentagonal warrior. Really, Spencer helped me when I was most helpless. I'm very grateful to her. I don't want to lose this only friend, so. Yin Huan didn't turn around, but just asked. So, no matter what she says or does, you follow her unconditionally? You even want to apologize for her mistakes now. Is it possible that Spencer is just using you to get to this point? She might pop up from nowhere and start taking pictures later. However, is this really possible given her IQ? While Yin Huan was thinking, he successfully found a severed plastic hand under the blood-stained bed. The severed finger pointed to the other side of the bed. Yin Huan took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it over there. He saw a button with a blood-red talisman painted on it. Found it. Yin Huan pressed the button lightly, and the bed at the end of the health room slowly moved away, revealing a half-person high passage. It's really an escape room. Without turning off the flashlight on his phone, Yin Huan shone it into the short passage and said to Enlu, even if you're friends, you should not pay for the wrong she did. Apologizing on her behalf is the minimum you can do to pay for her. In other words, classmate, if she does something very wrong later, can you still pay for her with even more serious consequences? Anil held the bag in his arms, looked at Yin Huan stupidly, and said, I'll try my best to repay you. Yin Huan stared blankly at Enlu, who was squatting there with a mask on, and couldn't help but say, Are you serious? Could it be that this guy has been influenced by Spencer's stupid aura because he has been with her for a long time? Nothing. Although I shouldn't interfere with other people's behavior. As the president of Tatsuki Student Council, I still suggest that you stay away from Spencer. Besides, if you keep thinking about others like this, nothing good will come of you. It's not just about Spencer's personality, but more importantly, the problem is the modifier. Staying with the modifier host, without resistance, you are really no different from a toy. But Anil, who was in the darkness behind him, seemed to be touched after hearing Yin Huan's words. She seemed to have heard these words somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where it was. Without waiting for Anil to respond, Yin Huan shook Meow off his shoulder and said to it in his mind, Nyan, please scout the way ahead. If you find anything, let me know. Meow. Meowjiang ran in with a thump-thump-thump sound. Yin Huan held onto the passage that required bending over and tilting the head to enter, and turned back to Enlu and said, Let's go. The doors next to it are all locked. Let's go over here and take a look. Okay, President. Anil slowly approached the figure she had been thinking about day and night, and the pain in her heart caused by calling him President was tearing her apart further. In the darkness, she held the black paper bag without taking her cell phone and followed behind Yin Huan's bent figure. In the corridor, an eerie wind howled, but was completely blocked by Yin Huan's back in front of him. Anil looked at the other person's back in the dark, his lips trembling, but he couldn't help asking, President, you are thinking about others. Isn't that right? Why are there no good results? Yin Huan, who was walking in front, paused for a moment. He didn't want to say much, but considering Spencer's modifier problem, forget it. If you can save as many as you can, then that's it. Who calls him a model youth? Especially good moral character. With a sigh, Yin Huan continued to move forward a little bit and took the initiative to mention some personal information. When I was very young, I lived in the South District where I had a very close childhood sweetheart. Behind him, Enlu, who had been lowering his head, had his pupils narrowed a little after hearing Yin Huan's words. He looked in front of him in disbelief. Childhood sweetheart. Xiao Huan knew it when he was little. He only played with himself. According to him, It was because he thought the other kids were childish. Although looking back now, I was probably not as mature as other kids back then. After all, I want to play house with him every day, and he plays the father, and I play the mother. But this does not mean. Xiao Huan him. Do you still remember yourself? Plop, plop, plop. In the darkness, her head, which was usually lowered, gradually raised up, and her eyes, staring at Yin Huan's back, seemed to brighten. It was a pity that Miao Jiang had already run to the front to explore the way. Yin Huan had no eyes behind him, so he couldn't see Annel's gaze at this moment. Well, then, she is very similar to you. She likes to consider others, but she is afraid of rejection, afraid of others showing her disappointment, and afraid of conflicts with others. Isn't it right to think about others? There is nothing wrong with considering others, but you also have to know that considering others may sometimes inevitably go against your own wishes. Originally, he just wanted to persuade the girl behind him to stay away from Spencer, but as he spoke, he couldn't help but think of the girl who always followed him when he was a child. He still remembered that her name was Annel. Yin Huan's steps paused slightly, and his speech slowed down. Generally speaking, people who have been doing this all along have just gotten used to satisfying others and then begging them to give back in the same way. If someone else actually does that, then she feels great pleasure. It doesn't matter even if others' return is far less than what she has given. And if others don't do this, even if she feels pain, she will deceive herself and continue like this, waiting for the next charity from others. After all, why did Yin Huan notice that girl when he was a child? Because he was the only one who saw that she had been giving silently and expecting silently. Just think of him as selfish. After all, in an orphanage with no one to take care of him, who wouldn't like a childhood sweetheart who always cares about you and obeys you? But he had always known one thing deep down in his heart. So in the past, he never tired of telling this truth to his silly childhood sweetheart. Today, this sentence may work for the friendless girl behind him who regards Spencer as a lifeline. This kind of thinking is a cowardly thought. If you keep thinking about others like this, nothing good will come of you. People need to become stronger and braver. Take the initiative to pursue what you want, instead of always putting yourself down and waiting for fate to bring it to you. It was not until this moment that Annel finally became sure that she had heard these words before. Who said this to me? She just suddenly remembered the day when she was about to separate from Xiao Huan. Because I kept crying, and all I could think about was being separated from the other person and not being able to meet him. I didn't know how to make an international call, how to get back to Lin Min, or how to meet him. All the fears overwhelmed her childhood joy, leaving her crying in vain. So, she forgot what the boy in front of her had been saying to her. He told himself, "Be strong and don't think about other people all the time. Be strong." Xiao Huan said those words to herself. Xiao Huan clearly still remembered me. Why had I been so cowardly? As for the rest, anything is fine. Besides, I can endure any kind of grievance. Only this, no matter what. Behind him, Annel's trembling body gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath, as if she had finally made up her mind. After saying this last sentence, Yin Huan realized that he had said too much. Maybe it was because I thought of my childhood sweetheart who had left Lin Min for a long time, and now that I met a classmate who was in the same situation, I wanted to talk more. Perhaps it would be more reasonable to use another reason. This is all to address the modifiers. Meow. In the corridor ahead, Miao Jiang came running back happily, wagging her tail, blinking her green eyes, and called out to Yin Huan. It means the exit is just ahead, Meow. Yin Huan shone the flashlight on his cell phone forward and saw a wide space illuminated by dim light. So, he opened his mouth and said, "We're almost there." Having said this, he was about to move forward. But the next second, his expression suddenly froze, because behind him, a soft little hand tightly grasped his clothes. As he moved forward, the girl behind him was pulled forward by him, as if I was afraid of getting lost, as if I was afraid of being separated. This familiar feeling made Yin Huan's heart stop for a second. The smart man quickly associated it with a beautiful memory from the past. Their personalities are so similar. Even the way they grab their clothes is the same. Is this a coincidence? You, Xiao Huan. Yin Huan was about to speak when the soft voice of the girl behind him spoke at the same time. The sound of her hot breath hit Yin Huan's back, making Yin Huan realize that she had untied the mask. The intimate name instantly penetrated Yin Huan's brain, making him subconsciously want to stand up and turn around. But they forgot that they were now hunched over in a corridor that was half a person's height. Boom! This time, Yin Huan's head hit the wall directly, making a dull sound. This, Xiao Huan. Yin Huan staggered sideways and squatted on the ground. But he didn't forget that Enlu behind him was still holding his clothes tightly. Yin Huan staggered forward, pulling Enlu behind him down with him. Meow! Miao Chan was startled and jumped back a distance, then looked back curiously. Woo! But in the darkness behind him, Yin Huan, who was lying on his side, was staring blankly at the girl lying in his arms. It was as soft as a water balloon and stuck to his lower abdomen, deforming. The flashlight on his cell phone slipped and fell to the ground not far away, so Yin Huan could not see her face clearly at the moment. The only thing I could feel was her breathing, her burning body temperature, and her slightly trembling body. Peace, Xiao Huan. The two of them spoke subconsciously at the same time, which made Annel even more nervous. She lowered her head quickly and said in a trembling voice, You speak first. Xiao Huan. On the wall, you speak first? After saying this, Yin Huan felt two thighs in the darkness tightly clamped around her thighs. Annel closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and clenched her fists tightly. This was how she showed when she was nervous. But she forgot that her hands were still on Yin Huan's body, so her clenched pink fist turned into pinching Yin Huan's abdominal muscles. Hiss! No. Wait a minute. Annel, you're attacking me from both sides. Well, Xiao Huan, I actually returned to Linmen a long time ago, and I also studied at Yuan at college. Wait a minute. Then why didn't you come to see me? This question made Annel even more nervous, and his heartbeat almost jumped out his chest and into Yin Huan's heart. She raised her head in panic and wanted to explain, once again forgetting that this was just a corridor half a person's height. Boom! Woo! With a muffled sound, she covered her head and lay on Yin Huan again, listening to the cute voice like a little animal in his arms. Yin Huan still felt a little dreamy. I felt like we were a bit like my childhood sweetheart, so I talked more than usual. But when I look back, we found out that they were really childhood sweethearts. What kind of divine expansion is this? The key point is she is still studying in the same school as me, but why a semester has passed and she hasn't come to see me? There are no other transfer students in the first grade this semester except Spencer. Yin Huan looked helplessly at Enlu, who was having a severe headache in his arms. He couldn't help but pat her on the back and comforted her. Are you okay? Woo. When she was a child, she liked to cry when she was hurt, and then she would stop crying if she blew air on herself. Then she would look at me with her little red face. Yin Huan's gentle pat on Annel's back awakened the phantom little finger on Annel's shoulder. It opened its eyes with despair, but didn't want to face the tragic reality at all. It decided that it would persuade Annel to give up itself tonight. Can't I just stop playing if I can't win? I choose death. But when he opened his eyes hazily and was about to hurl a final insult at this useless host before dying, what he saw was her lying in Yin Huan's arms, enjoying his spanking service. No, ladies? What's the situation? I'll just take a nap. 1. I don't think you can operate it, right? Looking back at the entire process, it's probably like this. Annel coin operations are frequent. Annel fell into a disadvantage. Annel is so angry that the editor is ready to surrender. Annel gave an acceptance speech. Xiao Huan, I have always wanted to see you for so many years, but I'm sorry. I'm still the same as before. I can't do anything right. Wow, you're right. I've always been such a coward. I'm sorry. I just see how good you have become, and I'm scared. I'm scared that you have forgotten me. Originally, Annel was just crying quietly, but when she felt Yin Huan slapping her from behind, she seemed to finally be unable to bear it anymore and burst into tears. Drops of tears fell on Yin Huan's body, making him smile helplessly. How could I forget you, Annel? Woo, 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 woo. Little Finger was spitting out his tongue and felt that everything was getting better. The narrow corridor became wide, the dim environment became bright, and the smell of blood became sweet. This world is so beautiful. The little finger got better, and Anil cried with joy, except Huan. However, he felt a little uncomfortable because of the softness of Enlu in his arms. I can only say that this is what it feels like when your yang energy is not released. The perfect smile on his face froze slightly, and he could only say, "Well, Anil, how about we get out of here first? You get up first." "Hey, sorry, Huan. No, I didn't crush you, did I?" "No, watch your head." Anil wiped her tears and stood up with her little face red. Huan turned around to get his cell phone, which was still sliding far away with the flashlight on. As soon as I turned over the flashlight that was hanging on the ground, the light illuminated the surrounding environment. The next second, with the flashlight, Huan saw a scattered black paper bag and leaked literary works. "Hey, Anil, what did you buy?" Huan didn't see it clearly, so he picked up a book and looked at the title on the cover. "A Dragon Bound with Ropes?" Just one glance, and it lasts for 10,000 years. But on the cover of the book, there was a picture of a muscular man, tightly wrapped in ropes, shirtless, and crying. Looking at the work in his hands, Huan's brain froze for a moment. Could it be that he really has gone crazy dealing with a modifier and is now experiencing hallucinations? Very strange. Take another look. Hiss, it's reality. In front of him, Enlu, who had just stood up and wiped her tears, raised her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Huan looking at the artworks she had just bought. Small, her pupils shrank little by little, and her rosy little face turned extremely pale in an instant. The little finger next to her was happily wrapped around her neck, chattering like she was interviewing a gold medalist. "Oh my God, how did you do that? You're awesome, Anil. I underestimated you before. You really are the lucky child of this world, the chosen one. If only you could use more of the energy I gave you." As it was talking, it became speechless. Seems like he realized something was wrong. Little Finger looked at his body in surprise, only to find that his snake tail was actually expanding little by little, getting bigger like an inflated balloon. Desire. Desire? Too spicy. It has to be spicy. Little Finger was about to open his mouth to remind Anil beside him, but Anil was so frightened by the scene that he couldn't move. Her only horrifying wish at this moment was, "I can't let Huan know about these things I like to play with." She didn't even need to issue an order. The terrifyingly expanding desire drove the modifier to start working. Superconductor mode activated. Target, Huan. Huan blinked and was about to show an embarrassed expression, preparing to put the thing back into the bag. After all, people are different from each other, and it is normal for XP systems to be different. There's no need to force consistency. Everyone just laughed it off. It's still a little embarrassing, though. But the next second, a familiar feeling came over me. As the illusory white mist connected to Huan's body, a feeling surged from the spinal cord all the way to the brain. Behind him, Miao Jiang in the corridor instantly became furious and growled at Enlu in front of him. "Meow!" Huan's whole body went limp, and she fell to the ground with a red face and a pounding heart. "Huan, your resistance has been broken by another 30%. The one who attacked you in the corridor this Thursday was her. She is the owner of the fourth modifier." Miao Jiang's reminder was still ringing in his ears, but Huan's brain seemed to tremble. Remember what I said before, if the owner of the modifier is someone like Yi Shiyu or Spencer, who I have never met before, Huan will actually not be surprised. What he feared most was that someone he knew was chosen as the host of the modifier. This is how I called Sister Tong before. He really didn't want the beautiful daily life of the past to be distorted and broken by the modifier. But now, it was clearly a long-awaited reunion with Anil. It was clearly a good situation for the fourth modifier host to show his cards. Both of these things are so happy. Why does Huan feel so complicated now? Feeling the pleasure that kept emerging and seemed to make him forget everything, Huan's brain went blank. But in his heart, he still thought blankly. But in front of me, there is clearly the smell of peace and happiness. The fourth modifier host makes his grand appearance. End of this chapter. Chevron underscore left. Xiao Huan, how about we play house? Yin Huan turned to look at the petite and cute black-haired girl behind him. Her face was a little chubby, and her eyes were so bright that they seemed to be dripping with water. Xiao Huan will play the father, and I will play the mother. At this time, the green plants in the southern area rustled in the summer wind, casting spots of light on the sand pits in the park. On the slide in the sand pit, Yin Huan looked at Anil in front of him with some helplessness. But feeling her expectation, Yin Huan finally nodded. Okay, let's just play for a while. Great. Anil raised his little fist, then looked at Yin Huan in front of him with a silly smile, and said innocently, Xiao Huan, you've worked hard. Do you want to eat something delicious? Hearing this, Yin Huan held his chin in his hand, and an inexplicable feeling of secret joy arose in his heart. He had originally agreed to play house just to appease the naive Qingmei, but looking at the silly and happy Anil in front of him, he still took the initiative to agree. It's not hard, but what delicious food do we have at home? You used your pocket money to buy me chocolates before. I told you not to spend money recklessly. When Anil heard this, he just blinked and looked at Yin Huan. I didn't say a word, but always made people feel wronged. This is what happiness is. Even if she was wronged or felt unhappy, she never said anything. At most, she would remain silent, but Yin Huan could always tell her mood. Unable to bear the sight of her bright eyes, Yin Huan sighed and said, Okay, I'll buy it next time. We could just buy it and eat it together. Don't feel wronged, Anil. That's not the reason. Anil lowered her head a little, rubbing her clothes with her two little hands. After struggling for a while, she pouted her lips and said to Yin Huan in a soft voice, You are the father, and I am the mother. I call Xiao Huan husband, and you should call me Enlu wife, but you don't even call me that. Hearing this, Yin Huan blinked and looked at Enlu, who was sitting on the slide beside her. He opened his mouth and was amused by Anil. He couldn't help but rub Anil's head. Even though her hair was a little messy after being rubbed by Yin Huan, she didn't resist at all. She just turned her head to look at the boy beside her in confusion. Then, he smiled helplessly and said, Anil, wife, don't mention it. It's quite embarrassing. But after all, children speak without restraint, especially when the two are alone together. The words that seemed shameful to the soul from another world sounded sweet as ice to the other party. Anil's eyes seemed to be lit up by Yin Huan's words, and then she showed him a sweet smile of satisfaction, and even her legs on the slide swayed happily. Okay, are you so happy? Seeing her continue to laugh foolishly, Yin Huan couldn't help but think so. But he didn't interrupt, just turned his head away. Call. But just as he turned his head, he suddenly felt the girl next to him gently pecked his left cheek with her lips. Yin Huan was suddenly stunned and touched his face in disbelief, stroking the remaining heat. Then he turned and looked at Anil. Looking at her slightly blushing face, her smile was still the same as always. It's just that the summer light is so bright that she seems to be glowing. Xiao Huan, you are the best. I love Xiao Huan's husband the most. The memory of being kissed by Qingmei many years ago seemed to hit Yin Huan right between his brows at this moment. It was clearly a happiness stored deep in his memory that could never be reproduced, but Yin Huan felt it again as vividly as if it were real. Not only that, all the happiness he had ever felt in his life flooded into his brain at this moment, allowing him to recall many happy memories of the past in a rather distracted manner. Moved out of the orphanage and successfully rented a public housing. Sister Tong paid a super high salary, was admitted to the best school in Linmen, and cooperated with Yahashiki to successfully run for the student council president. The past events are still vivid in my mind, one by one emerging before my eyes. The joy that came with those memories came rushing in like a flood, causing Yin Huan to lose his mind for a moment. To put it simply, I was so happy that I ran away. Just like last time, I was attacked at 0 frame and had no room to dodge before being hit by the modifier. Yin Huan finally discovered that these modifier owners had no moral principles and liked to launch sneak attacks on him, the student union president. Meow. Yin Huan. It was not until she felt a soft pad of flesh slapping her tingling face that Yin Huan came back to her senses from a comfort. How are you, Meow? Are you okay? Fine. The effect of her modifier has not yet ended. The percentage of your resistance being broken has increased by 2% compared to last time. Her modifier has evolved compared to last time. Modifier. Yes, the modifier. Huan's brain, which had been so happy that he had given up thinking, suddenly became clearer, allowing him to recall what had just happened. He reunited with his childhood sweetheart Anil after a long separation. And then, she was the host of the fourth modifier. Thinking of this, Huan's pupils shrank, and he looked at Lu, who was still sitting in front of him in the corridor. But she seemed a little panicked, but the next second, in the darkness of the corridor, her face seemed to glow in Huan's eyes. The originally pretty and lovely face seemed to have been given the advanced natural beauty effect of some video software. All the flaws and all the strangeness caused by long absence disappeared. She just blinked in panic, and the stars seemed to flow in her eyes, turning into love that cares about you. The original cowardice turned into the compassion of the goddess in the sky for the mortal creatures, which made people empathize and cry. In an instant, in Huan's eyes, Anil was so beautiful that she seemed extraordinary, and he felt extremely happy just staying by her side. What's even more terrifying is that in Huan's mind, the happiness that emerged at this moment seemed to be given to him by the girl in front of him. The government official who handed him the key to the public housing unit was Lu, who was wearing a suit and a pair of intellectual glasses. Sister Tong, who was paid a huge amount of money and smelled of cigarettes, turned into Anil, who was sweet and soft with a bright smile. Even the person who gave him the platinum credit card changed from the loving Yilan to Lu. In an instant, it seemed as if all the happiness in the world came from the girl in front of me. Hiss, Aunt Yi, am I going to betray Yilan cult? Just looking at her, the previous feeling of being able to rip a revolving lantern began to surge up again. This made Huan quickly look away, trying not to look at the shining Lu. At the same time, he silently recited the heart purification mantra in his mind and thought about countermeasures. It's over. What did I do to Huan? In the darkness, Lu came to his senses and looked at Huan, who was blushing and panting in front of him, and finally realized that he had used the modifier instinctively. Little Thumb, what should I do? How did you become like this? Anil turned her head and tried to ask the modifier incarnation that gave her power in her mind why her superpowers were activated on their own. But what caught my eye was the little finger that had become much fatter and looked chubby. It kept burping and gave Anil an unpleasant look. You guys, you never use it, but once you use it, it becomes so big. Hey, Anil, I think you're a little too extreme. Stop beating around the bush, little finger. Woohoo, tell me what to do. Seeing Huan in front of him in exactly the same state as the previous salesperson, Anil was about to cry in anxiety. When she saw Huan discover the things she bought, she was so panicked that she didn't expect that her superpowers would be automatically activated. She thought it was done by her little finger, but seeing its speechless look, she probably knew it wasn't. Little finger pouted and burped again, as if he had some indigestion. What else can I do? This isn't a bad thing, so let's just leave it like this. How come it's not a bad thing? Huan is suffering so much. I don't think it's Huan who is so upset. It's Huan who is about to explode. The fatter little finger glanced at Huan on the ground, then looked at Lu beside him. Don't worry, I'll be in charge of the automatic memory repair in superconductor mode. I'll make him forget about having seen those games afterwards. Really, would I lie to you? Of course it's true. Little finger couldn't help but pat Anil's shoulder with his tail and scolded. And don't forget, you idiot, you chose the ability to give others pleasure. So no matter what, it's just to make others feel happy. In the darkness, the fat body of little finger shrank back little by little, becoming tighter. But its body was bigger and longer than its previous thin and slender appearance. Hiccup, the little finger stuck out his tongue and finally let out a long burp. The scarlet snake eyes in the darkness looked at Anil and asked, People only hate too little of happiness and well-being, but never too much of it. Ask yourself, is it wrong to make others happy? Anil was slightly stunned, then nodded after hesitating for a moment. That's right. Here, look at you, Huan. He really likes you now. Are you sure you don't want to do something? Ah. Anil turned her head to look at Huan in front of her. In the darkness, she could vaguely see the handsome boy's eyebrows, feel his breathing, and even his heartbeat. I couldn't see his exact expression, but I could just associate it with the salesperson's expression and substitute it for Huan's face. Anil suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth and wanted to drink some water. Scattered around Huan were the new works that Enlu had been looking forward to for a long time. But now, Huan was put together with them, but Anil didn't even want to look at that side. Gal game, where is Huan Xiang? Huan. Anil is not a complete novice like Yishiyu. The games she bought are enough to tell that she has quite a lot of driving experience. I just don't know how good his driving skills are. Therefore, she spoke with an unprecedented. Excited? But Huan, who was originally chanting the heart purification mantra, almost lost his defense when he heard Enlu suddenly ask. Now, even hearing her voice makes my heart beat faster, like the sound of nature. There's a feeling of falling in love. In the darkness, Huan gritted his teeth and sat up, panting. Peace! Just as he was about to speak, the resistance that had been partially shattered by Anil finally showed more disadvantages. He seemed completely unable to restrain his affection for Anil in front of him and wanted to praise her. Then, the words he had been planning suddenly took a turn. Became, Anil, you smell so good. Hearing this, Anil's little face turned red instantly. She quickly pinched her sleeves and sniffed the smell on her body. There's no strange smell, and rather than saying I'm the one that smells better, it's you, Huan, who smells better. As if what he said was too embarrassing, Anil quickly lowered his head again. Wait a minute, yourself. Is this a sign of putting a hat on Vice President Sakuramiya? Thinking of this, Anil's excitement was finally suppressed a little. Huan, you were so close to Sakuramiya Hitomi before. Was it really that kind of relationship? Anil is not Spencer. After she feels that Huan may have an intimate relationship with Sakuramiya Hitomi, she will not have the intention to snatch her away. She will only feel bad for herself. But as Littlefinger said, nothing has been determined yet. So now is a good time to ask Huan for the answer. Huan. Thinking of this, Anil stepped back a little and asked nervously, are you and Vice President Sakura Palace already boyfriend and girlfriend? Listening to the other party's voice, Huan, under the influence of the superconductor mode, almost turned into the other party's bootlicker. No, of course not. Where Huan might think something even more extreme. Even if he really has a girlfriend now, under the influence of such happiness, he might even feel that everything in the past was not worth it. Only peace is worth it. Only peace can give me happiness. Such thoughts aroused Huan's vigilance. Does Anil's modifier have anything to do with pleasure? He silently moved away from happiness, even though his pleasure-seeking body was resisting this. But after being away from peace and happiness for a while, the stimulation that was like a thorn in the flesh seemed to have finally weakened a little. Is the effect of Anil's modifier related to distance? Huan couldn't see the white mist connected to his body at the moment. He could only feel that his consciousness had become much clearer. But looking at Anil, my thoughts became a little complicated. The happy memories of the past with Anil inevitably came to Huan's mind. In Huan's heart, Anil has always been the same and has never changed. But at this moment, it has a different color because of the existence of the modifier. This made Huan find it difficult to face Anil for a while. Childhood sweetheart reunited after a long separation? A modifier host to deal with? At this moment, Huan really didn't know how to face and deal with Anil. But there was no other way. In order to restrict the modifier, he could only treat Anil as the host of the modifier. Moreover, if he really wanted to talk about how to solve the current dilemma, one had already come to his mind. Because he knew Anil very well and understood her weaknesses. After a moment of silence, his eyes dimmed for a moment, and he once again chose to activate his ability to perfectly manage his facial expressions. The handsome face was covered by a magical power like a hard mask, which instantly restored the expression on his face that had been cracked due to the failure of part of his resistance. He pretended to be fascinated and suddenly moved closer to Annel for a moment, holding up her long black hair with his palm as if he was touching some treasure. Annel widened his eyes, his face flushed and his whole body trembling as he looked at Huan in front of him. I watched him gently approach my cheek and said to myself, Sakuramia and I are not together. Happy wife. Playhouse. Just like Huan's happiness was manipulated by the modifier, and her brain was hit by memories from decades ago. Huan's words instantly struck deep into Annel's memory, causing her entire body to go numb. She also remembered that she did not have enough physical strength when she was a child and could not play activities like running around with Huan. So, I played house games with Huan for a while, but that was when I was still in primary school. I was a child and didn't understand anything. I said all kinds of shameful things. When I told my mother about this, she laughed for a long time. It was not until he entered primary school and understood a lot of things that Annel realized belatedly that he had done something shameful. She was sensitive and shy to begin with, and the incident still remains vivid in her mind, almost becoming a switch. At that time, every time Huan acted like she was playing house and called her Annel wife, her brain would freeze and she would be unable to do anything. The same thing happened at this moment. Lu was trembling and quickly covered her red face and backed away frantically, begging for mercy as she backed away. Wait a minute. Xiao Huan, don't call me that. Woo. At least wait until we get married. Duh. This method could at least keep Annel under control for half a day when I was a kid, but now it seems to be even more serious than before. Just when Huan thought that his plan had succeeded, and he could observe the effect of the Annel modifier carefully. Ding, ding, ding. Behind him, his cell phone suddenly rang. Cell phone? Is there a signal? There was some disbelief on Huan's face, hidden behind perfect expression management, because the last time he and Sakuramia were locked up together, there was no signal. What's the situation? Huan acted like he was under the effects of the Annel modifier and didn't dare to look back, but he could tell that it was the ringtone of Plain's phone. Annel was also stunned. Her face flushed, and she looked up in panic and saw a middle-aged woman's head appearing on the phone screen, and a username represented by that avatar. Bo Yi's mother. End of this chapter. Boom. In the corridor, Sakuramia Hitomi looked at Spencer, who was gradually lost in the corridor like a headless fly, and she smiled contemptuously. After seeing that guy ignoring her common sense and making the changes just now, Sakuramia Hitomi was even panicked for a second, but she soon calmed down. After brute force failed, this guy was helpless against the barrier. Running wildly and smashing things all the way didn't solve the problem, so she remembered to take out her cell phone. Of course, there was no cell phone signal at all. Now, Spencer was squatting at a corner of the corridor, looking like he was being tortured by the barrier and his brain was overloaded. Where should I get out from? She can no longer tell the difference between north and south. The time should be about the same. The current situation is just right. Spencer and the president are separated, and I can stay in the dark throughout the process without being discovered. Snapped. With a light tap on the wall, Sakuramia Hitomi retracted all the scattered barriers. ZZ. The headphones that had been disconnected instantly restored the signal, and the surveillance was reconnected to the corridor. The NPCs who were locked up in the abandoned classroom by Sakuramia also poked their heads out with a puzzled look on their faces. Miss Sakuramia. Miss. The door was suddenly closed just now, and it was quiet outside. We couldn't contact Nara-san. In a corridor, ghosts with various ghostly makeups poked their heads out and called you excitedly, which still made Sakuramia Hitomi a little nervous. Chill. She quickly raised her finger and pointed to the health room, meaning, don't let the president hear it. All the NPCs immediately understood and shut their mouths, then started communicating quietly using their Bluetooth headsets. Miss, are you okay? Nara's anxious voice suddenly came, and the sudden increase in the voice made Sakuramia Hitomi tilt her head. I'm fine just now. Just now, the surveillance signal on the outside of the second floor of the entire haunted house suddenly went offline. I don't know what happened. The mechanism of each door seemed to have automatically activated, making it impossible for the employees to open the door. Ah, there must be something wrong, President. As he reached the end, as mentioned before, if you don't go through the secret passage in the health room, you will need to go around to the third floor to get to the exit on the other side of the first floor. Sakuramiya Hitomi walked up the stairs to the third floor with ease and asked about Nara first. At this time, Sakuramiya Hitomi planned to go around from the third floor to the exit to meet the president. I was just about to tell you this. Mississippi, wasn't there a girl following that yellow-haired girl? Girl! As she walked, Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. Yes, there was indeed a girl following Spencer when he came. But that girl looked like a stay-at-home girl, timid and submissive, which made Sakuramiya Hitomi lose interest at first sight. Now Sakuramiya Hitomi still remembers him, because he spoke up for them rationally when they had a conflict. Ah, miss, when the president entered the health room, that girl also happened to enter the health room. She and the president are now entering the secret passage leading to the exit. There is no surveillance in the secret passage, and it's been quite a while, and they haven't come out of the secret passage yet. I don't know what they're doing in there. Sakuramiya Hitomi was holding the phone, and her little face with her mouth open froze for an instant. Then she threw away her umbrella, picked up her skirt, and ran to the third floor. It's over. I focused all my energy on defending the tricky Spencer, but I missed another one. My house was stolen. Sakuramiya Hitomi is now like she just won a team battle and hasn't had time to feel the joy. But when she glanced at the small map, the enemy is attacking our crystal. What happened? That girl sneaked into the health room. Why didn't you warn me, Nara? Because everyone's attention is attracted by the yellow-haired girl, and that girl is very low-key. But I checked the surveillance video, and her communication with the president was very normal. Even if she entered the secret passage, nothing would happen, right? Sakuramiya Hitomi's physical fitness is very poor. She started panting after climbing up the stairs and running a few steps. She held on to the wall beside her, and only after hearing these words did she feel a little relieved. Call. Well, nothing should happen. But when this idea came up, she began to doubt the rationality of this idea. Is it possible that this idea was also generated by that damn Spencer's superpowers? Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on her. He gritted his teeth and ran all the way from upstairs to the door of the secret passage downstairs. She pushed open the entrance to the secret passage, which turned out to be a corridor similar to a slide. The background should be the place where the teaching building discarded garbage. The president and that girl haven't come out yet? How long has this been in there? Haha. Looking at the darkness inside, Sakuramiya Hitomi gasped and shouted, President, what's going on between the president and that girl? What are you doing in there? Ding, ding, ding. Going back a little in time, in the dim corridor, the sudden ringing of a cell phone attracted Annel's attention like a loud bell. She was about to raise her head with a gasp. Her face flushed, but she was frightened by Huan, who was right in front of her, so she retracted her gaze. Xiao Huan, husband, wait a moment. Annel's panicked brain subconsciously spoke in this way according to the idea of playing house before realizing what he had said. Plop, plop, plop. Huan was also slightly stunned in the darkness and looked at her, but from this angle he could only see her red cheeks. It was so delicious and tender that Huan suspected that water would ooze out after taking a bite. But he did not act rashly. Instead, he pretended to be addicted to the effects of the modifier. Xiao Huan, that phone call. Huan pinched her black hair and glanced back at the name displayed on the phone. Then he turned his head again and whispered in the darkness. It's irrelevant. Annel wife. Don't call me that, Xiao Huan. I will. Annel stepped back again, her timid voice gradually becoming smaller, until the last sentence was only audible to her. Even Littlefinger looked at her in confusion. I can't help it. What did you say? Littlefinger stuck out his tongue and asked Annel this. Annel then turned to look at Littlefinger as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and asked hurriedly, Littlefinger, I'm going to cancel the superconductor mode now. Remember to make Xiao Huan's memory more natural. I don't want to. I know, but this is a rare opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to do anything? This time, there was no hint of disappointment in Littlefinger's tone. He just asked one more question. Originally, Littlefinger's expectation for this guy was that 60 points would be a win, but he suddenly got 90 points. Not only did they recognize each other and hug each other, but they also used a modifier. Okay. Now, Anil has a filter in the eyes of Huan, who has taken advantage of the modifier effect, and his teeth are also sparkling in the eyes of his little finger. Anil opened his mouth and whispered in his mind, I just didn't do it, and there's only so little time. What can I do? Pinky opened his mouth and then burst into laughter. It patted Anil's shoulder with its tail and said with a wicked smile, Who knows? A boy who has not yet ejaculated may not need that long. Pinky. Anil's face became even redder as she was told this. She gently patted Littlefinger's head, signaling it not to speak in such a vulgar way. Littlefinger was not annoyed, but just raised his red snake eyes and looked at Huan, who was blushing and heart beating in front of him. Haha, host with a bottom line will always say at the beginning, all I want is a normal relationship. But as long as she is given stimulation that goes beyond common sense, her bottom line will be slowly eroded, and she will eventually become a slave to desire. No rush. Hissed. While Anil was putting the literary and artistic works scattered on the ground into the bag, Littlefinger also started the operation. But then I saw its tongue sticking out and its scarlet mouth opening. The snake's mouth was not big, but it swallowed up the white mist connected to Huan like an abyss. Also, there is everything that has happened in his mind during this period of time. When the little finger opened the snake's mouth, Huan felt a feeling very similar to that at the end of other modifiers, the feeling of devouring memory. His memory began to diverge from the moment he saw the literary work. He didn't see any literary work at all. He just recalled the things that happened to his childhood sweethearts in his heart. Anil's image became clearer and more beautiful, which made Huan feel moved. She lingered and didn't want to get up. What's even more terrifying is that after the memory was corrected, the abnormal affection for Anil that was caused by the modifier was actually retained in part. Huan blinked and looked at Anil in the darkness. The glittering goddess-like feeling disappeared, but Huan actually thought Enlil was very beautiful and very much to her taste. He also hit his strike zone, almost comparable to Sakuramiya Hitomi. Let a boy with flat chest become a slave of breasts. This guy is so scary. But even if Huan realized this, he still couldn't deny that Enlil had become so cute and fragrant now. Xiao Huan, are you okay? I'm fine. Feeling Huan's enthusiastic expression gradually returning to normal, Anil couldn't help but pursed her lips. For some reason, a feeling of disappointment emerged in my heart. She didn't show it, and only the little finger on her shoulder with a wicked smile noticed her disappointment. Sigh. It just spit out its tongue and didn't reveal the point. Huan turned around to look at the phone behind him, which had stopped ringing long ago, and reached out to take the phone. After taking a quick glance, he looked at Anil with a smile and said, It's been a while since we last met. I was so happy to see you that I forgot to answer the phone. Really? I'm very happy to see Xiao Huan too. Hearing this, Huan's smile faded a little. He reached out and rubbed her head and said, You and I went to the same school, and when I was running for president, it was announced to the whole school. It's impossible that you didn't know I was there, and yet you didn't come to see me. Woo. Enlil, whose head was being rubbed by Huan, subconsciously narrowed his eyes and followed the direction of Huan's palm as comfortably as a cat. But soon, she blushed and lowered her head and said, Xiao Huan, I'm not a child anymore. Don't treat me like you did when you were a kid. Huan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his expression became complicated. He withdrew his hand and smiled. Yeah, you are different now. Hearing this, Anil subconsciously raised her eyes to look for his expression, but at this time he had already turned his head and looked towards the other end of the corridor. Okay, we're ready to go out. Well, by the way, Huan called by Yi's mother. Duo. Hey, Xiao Huan, did he tell you where to find us? In the quiet and cramped corridor, Anil could easily hear by Yi's mother's words. No, Auntie. Oh, this kid. Well, Huan, come to the main stadium around 11:30, and I'll ask someone to pick you up. Okay. Thank you, Annie. Ouch, it's okay. Huan hung up the phone, and in the darkness of the corridor in front of him, a structure similar to a slide emerged. It looks like we need to get out of here, Anil. Huan sat down, and Enlu also sat behind him, gently grabbing his clothes. Huan slid forward, then stuck his legs on both sides of the passage. He turned back to check Enli's condition. Okay, get ready to go. President. A shout suddenly came from the end of the corridor. It was Sakuramiya Hitomi's voice. Huan was slightly stunned, and at this moment, Enlu, who was holding Huan's clothes, became as nervous as a mistress who was caught cheating. Woo! She subconsciously hid behind Huan, but she didn't forget that Huan had already gotten off the slide, so her action of approaching him turned into a push. Exclamation point. So the next second, the friction could no longer bear the weight of the two people, and Huan staggered and slid down with Anil. Something as soft as a water balloon pressed against Huan's back, causing his pupils to slightly widen as he slid into the exit leading to the light. Outside the entrance, Sakuramiya Hitomi was about to call out again when she heard the sound of clothes rubbing against each other impatiently. The next second, Huan and Enlu, whose clothes were in disarray, slid out and appeared in front of Sakuramiya Hitomi. Wu Huan. Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned and began to ponder over the name. Wait a minute. Why does it feel like everyone except me calls me president? Yishiyu and Spencer are competing for the chairmanship. You have to join in the fun. Then fight. Sakuramiya Hitomi showed a polite smile on her face, but she was already sharpening the knife in her heart. Sakura. Huan raised her eyes to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was waiting here in perfect condition. Anil, who was hiding behind Huan holding a black bag, also took off her mask, revealing her fair and pure face. At this moment, that lovely face was rosy and a little moist, and her hands were holding Huan's clothes tightly. She looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and greeted her quickly. Vice President Sakuramiya. It was clearly just a normal greeting, but with the intimate actions between her and Huan, Sakuramiya Hitomi seemed to smell a hint of tea out of thin air. Huan stood up quickly, and Enlu behind him could no longer hold him, so he could only let him return to Sakuramiya Hitomi. President, who is this? Ah, Sakura. Let me introduce you. This is also a classmate from our school in the same grade. I'm from Class C. Hello, Anil. I'm Vice President Sakuramiya. Anil stood up timidly and bowed his head to greet Sakuramiya Hitomi. Then, she pursed her lips and apologized to Sakuramiya Hitomi again. I apologize to you on behalf of Spencer for what happened earlier. I'm sorry to bother you. The polite smile on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face melted a little. She looked at the girl in front of her who was avoiding her gaze and began to ponder in her heart. Why does this girl not seem like someone who is completely incompatible with Yishiyu and Spencer? And she seems afraid of herself? It's okay. This is her fault. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize on her behalf. But you just called the president. Anil blushed immediately after hearing this. She waved her hands and tried to explain. Am I that? Littlefinger's satisfied mood was turned red again by her appearance. Just as he was about to strongly condemn her, he heard Anil pinching her clothes and saying, Huan and I grew up together, so. Childhood sweetheart. Are there any experts? The smile on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face almost couldn't be held back. She looked at Huan beside her, and Xiaoji also looked up at Anil. Hiss. You guy, have you opened up your Rin and do meridians today? In fact, it was all because Anil heard Huan say with his own mouth that Sakuramiya Hitomi is not his girlfriend yet. Although Anil still felt ashamed in front of the brilliant Sakuramiya Hitomi, who looked very compatible with Huan. But I have experienced Huan who treats me so passionately. Anil instinctively doesn't want to give up. Therefore, even she herself was a little surprised that she could say such words. Plop, plop, plop. Huan also smiled slightly and introduced Sakuramiya, Hitomi softly. This is Anil. She grew up with me in the South District when I was little, and she used to take good care of me. She moved back to Longwo a while ago, and I thought she would never come back. Sakuramiya Hitomi blinked and smiled politely, but then she seemed curious. I see. However, there should be no other transfer students this year except Spencer. So, Anil-san was admitted normally? But I don't think I've ever heard the president mention it. Hearing this, Anil's little face turned pale instantly. Yes, it was because of my cowardice that I never went to look for Xiao Huan. Will it make Xiao Huan suspect that I don't want to find him? Just now, Xiao Huan also said, I am different from before. If it were my old self, I would definitely go wherever Xiao Huan went. If I were my old self, I would definitely not refuse Xiao Huan's pat on the head. But now I don't hate it. I'm just too cowardly, just like Xiao Huan said. Anil's lips trembled slightly, and he quickly raised his eyes to explain this. But the moment he looked up at Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi in panic, Anil's depth had already been tested by Sakuramiya Hitomi's words. This guy, very weak. Sakuramiya Hitomi ranked the 3 potential opponents in her mind. T0, Spencer. This guy doesn't have much brains, but he is a fool who can defeat masters. He is so strong that bricks can fly. He has superpowers, and he is the most dangerous one. T1, Yishiyu. This girl is a bit aggressive, but not good at speaking. You can feel that when she quarrels, she has 1,000 words to say, but usually only 1 or 2 simple words come out. However, this guy's mother is Yilan, the president's benefactor. It is possible that he has the upper hand over the water, but he must be cautious. T2, Comfort. A weakling who doesn't want to explain. She probably has a one-sided crush on the president. The president's expression when he looked at her seemed a little complicated, which made Sakuramiya Hitomi more concerned. Besides, does this guy have a good relationship with Spencer? Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi instantly changed her strategy. Seeing in Li's expression becoming nervous, Yin Huan's heart was also lifted for a moment. He knew that in the past, Lu would just silently endure the grievances caused by other people's words, but now, she has a modifier. Moreover, after being away for a long time, Yin Huan also felt that the environment had been affecting her. Who knows when an accident might happen? So, Yin Huan opened his mouth and wanted to explain for Anil. But Sakuramiya Hitomi was the first to smile apologetically and quickly said to Anil, I'm sorry, Anil. I asked something I shouldn't have asked. That's not what I meant. Since you are the president's childhood friend, you must come to the student union more often in the future. We will all welcome you. I am Sakuramiya Hitomi. Please give me your guidance. After saying that, Sakuramiya Hitomi extended her hand to Anil. Anil blushed slightly and was a little nervous, but she also reached out and held Sakuramiya Hitomi's hand. Okay, Vice President Sakuramiya. Yin Huan glanced at Sakuramiya Hitomi and smiled helplessly. Sakuramiya Hitomi is gentle to everyone as long as they are polite classmates. For so long, Yin Huan only saw her get angry at Spencer. That guy. However, if Anil was really just his normal childhood sweetheart, Yin Huan certainly wouldn't mind asking her to visit the student union more often in the future. But the problem is, like Spencer, she is the host of the modifier. Sakuramiya, how come you're so easily targeted by the host of the modifier? Yin Huan glanced in the direction of the haunted house and said, that Spencer is still in there. By the way, why did Spencer use the modifier this time? Is locking myself and Anil up just to expose the identity of Anil's host? Does she know that Anil is the host of the modifier? If she didn't know and wanted to play the same trick as last time, she wouldn't show up in the end. Moreover, the mobile phone actually had signal before. I feel a bit confused. Sakuramiya Hitomi's smile faded a little, and she stroked her chin and said, it seems that the president triggered the mechanism of the haunted house before and separated us. That Spencer may have also triggered the mechanism and was locked up somewhere. He is probably still lost in there now. Organ, could it be that I guessed wrong, and it wasn't the modifier that was triggered, but the mechanism of the haunted house? Yin Huan doubted both speculations. After all, there is too much information about the haunted house just now, and he had not yet recovered from the shock of Qingmei's wolf jumping. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and turned around to look at Yin Huan and Enlu, especially Enlu. Don't worry about her, Anil. Come play with us today. Everyone from the student union is here, and the president and I can introduce them to you. Scheming. Sakuramiya Hitomi becomes increasingly aware that there are more and more people coveting the position of president. Moreover, there are people like Spencer who have superpowers. In this situation, in order to protect President Dujan, she has been forced to become enemies with Yi Shiyu and Spencer. If this continues, Sakuramiya Hitomi thinks that she might end up being the enemy of the whole world. So, she decided to first distinguish who was the enemy and who was the friend. Does Anil covet the position of president? Indeed, coveted, but she is very weak and has great fear and respect for herself. So, it is not impossible to win her over. Judging from how she gets along with Spencer, it's not impossible for her to use this Anil to give that idiot a heavy blow. Anil, come and be the sharp blade, I thrust into Spencer. Anil's face turned slightly red. Looking at the smiling and polite Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of her, she felt more and more guilty and ashamed. Knew it. Vice President Sakuramiya is like a goddess, gentle and kind, and she's a perfect match for Huan. She showed obvious interest. After all, it was not impossible for her to be with Huan, join his social circle, and get familiar with his current life little by little. Moreover, Spencer is rude and clumsy, and often does things like today that make me feel ashamed and flustered. Anil opened his mouth and was about to answer. But she suddenly remembered that day when she was bullied. It was Spencer who came back to rescue her. When I had to miss a newly released game because I didn't have a ticket, it was Spencer who gave me more than 1,000 tickets. Because of the person I like, I abandoned the friends who once helped me. Are you really qualified to like Huan? Besides, if she didn't lead the way, she would definitely get lost in there. I can recognize Huan. She also has a certain contribution. How can I? Thinking of this, the originally happy intention gradually subsided. She glanced at the smiling Yin Huan, hesitated for a moment, and then took a step back. Huan, I want to go back and look for Spencer. You guys go play first. Yin Huan was slightly stunned and speechless for a moment. At the same time, the smile on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face did not disappear when she heard the words. On the contrary, the better their relationship, the easier it is for Sakuramiya Hitomi to take advantage of her. As he was about to step back, Enlu suddenly turned around and bowed to Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi. Sorry. Ugh. Wait a minute, Anil. Yin Huan behind him suddenly spoke, and Enlu, who was about to leave, immediately stood up straight. Yes. Anil turned around with a slightly red face, and when she saw Yin Huan's face, she lowered her head quickly. Huan, what's wrong? Looking at her, Yin Huan's expression was a little complicated, but the complexity was quickly dissipated under the mask of his perfect expression management. Then, he raised his phone and said, Let's add a plane first, Anil. Anil's eyes lit up slightly, and he raised his head to look at Yin Huan. After a slight pause, a lovely smile appeared on her face again. She nodded and said, Okay. In the haunted house, Spencer, who was so lost that he couldn't tell which floor he was on, sat in an abandoned classroom with despair. Her angry expression was also worn down by time and turned into a feeling of grievance. After a moment of silence, she scratched her golden hair and began to cry. I'm so annoyed. I didn't even buy the comics, and I got lost with Anil. Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't even see me. She was about to say something when a crisp sound suddenly came from the quiet classroom. Kaka! Who? Spencer quickly stood up and looked around nervously, but saw only dead silence. She swallowed and stepped back while looking around nervously. But the next second, a black paper bag seemed to be attracted by her and automatically flew onto the desk in front of her, making Spencer's face turn pale. She didn't scream, but she was already in a fighting stance. What is this? Spencer was slightly stunned, thinking it was a prank in the haunted house, but looking at the paper bag on the table, she felt more and more familiar with it. Wait a minute. Is Anil carrying a paper bag like this in his arms? No. It seems like everyone who bought the comics there will have it. Spencer touched his chin and tentatively moved closer to the paper bag. Like a curious cat, he poked the paper bag. Immediately, a comic book slipped out from the paper bag, revealing the name of the comic book. Pure Ballet. Author, Coke. End of this chapter. President. Vice President. Over here, outside the fan exhibition area, Yahashiki had taken off his mask at some point. He stood at the edge of the venue and could see from afar the eye-catching handsome men and beautiful women in the crowd. Even without excessive makeup, she can crush all kinds of people around her with just her natural appearance and temperament, as if she walked out of a painting. It was Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi after they parted with Anil. This is the value of the Tatsuki Academy Student Union. What were you two doing just now? Why do you look so listless? It was not until he got closer that Yahashiki, who was very familiar with the two men, noticed the subtle changes in their facial expressions. Sakuramiya Hitomi still had a smile on her face, holding the umbrella returned by the haunted house staff. But the smile on her face seemed to have a crack. The hint of darkness seeping out from inside made Yahashiki shudder instinctively. This is because Spencer, that idiot, messed up her arrangements and made her extremely unhappy. The smile on Yin Huan's face also faded a lot, and one could tell at a glance that he was in a bad mood as well. This is because of comfort, because the lovely childhood sweetheart has now turned into the host of the Modifier. The acquaintances who needed to get along with each other emotionally suddenly became enemies who needed to be dealt with. This made Yin Huan feel a little overwhelmed for the first time. He could deceive Yi Shiyu by E and Spencer without any burden, and use all kinds of despicable tricks to delay the progress of the Modifier. But what about Anil? Can he also use manipulation and deception as he pleases? What made Yin Huan even more difficult to adapt to was probably the subtle hints that the other party had revealed when he used the Modifier on him. Excited. This created a rift between Anil's image and the past in Yin Huan's mind, which ultimately led to Yin Huan's extremely complicated mood at the moment. Sighing silently, Yin Huan rubbed his face and said to Yahashiki, "We went to a haunted house and met a student from our school named Spencer, the personification that scored 66 points. You remember it well. We're going to have a study group later, and that guy is the only one forced to join. It's hard for him not to remember it." Sakuramiya Hitomi silently memorized this information and then asked again, "Where are you and Lena and the others?" "Oh, they're over there. The two big guys I mentioned earlier have almost sold out their books, and now they're out." So fast. Yin Huan glanced at the time. It had only been open for less than 2 hours, and they were already sold out? They are a very famous couple in the circle, but they are famous separately, and few people know that they are a couple. Yahashiji took Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi over there and saw Ashley wearing a blue magical girl costume near the snack stall at the fan exhibition. She seemed to be completely exhausted, sitting aside and eating Odin. President. When she saw Yin Huan, Ashley raised her head weakly, as if all her energy had been sucked away by those cameras. "Wow, Yahashi-kun, who is this handsome guy? He's so handsome, isn't he?" Just as Yin Huan looked at Ashley with sympathy, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi turned their heads and saw a big sister wearing glasses and a Lolita skirt looking at Yin Huan with shining eyes. Behind her, there was the energetic AI Lichan. No, it was the Student Union's Secretary Yuan Lina. "This is our Tatsuki Student Council President." Right, am I right? "Hiss, with this body shape and this face, classmate, are you willing to be the model for the protagonist of my next book? There will be a lot of rewards." "Wait a minute, you." Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned slightly. Just as he was about to interrupt this rude woman, she looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi with shining eyes. "Wow, you're pretty too. How about you be the heroine, classmate? You two are a good match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. You must be a great couple." Sakuramiya Hitomi was about to get angry, but when she heard this, her face turned slightly red again. "Do the president and I get along so well?" "Oh, this is true. A discerning I recognize as pearls." It is said that a bystander sees more clearly. It turns out that I'm not the only one who thinks so. That Nara keeps pouring cold water on me. But even so, drawing myself and the president in the book is too bad. Because you have good vision, please be less sarcastic when you say no. But before Sakuramiya Hitomi could speak, Yuan Lina hugged her and said with a silly smile, "No, there's no chance for Sakuramiya," and the president Sakuramiya said when she first entered school that she would never date anyone, and her family is very strict and would never allow such a thing to happen. Don't you agree, Sakuramiya? Yuan Lina, do you know that you have broadened your horizons? Sakuramiya Hitomi kept smiling, but her eyes inevitably fell on Yin Huan. It turned out that the president had been looking at me just now, but after hearing what Yuan Lina said, he withdrew his gaze. I always feel that Yuan Lina is not suitable for the work of the student union. This guy who can't read the air might as well go back to elementary school to repeat his grade. Why not just ask the principal to cancel her place next week and make her repeat the grade? Yuan Lina, who was smiling foolishly just now, suddenly felt a biting cold, but she didn't realize where the cold came from. Instead, she looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi with a silly face. Really? Sister Parfait, don't joke with them. President, Vice President, this is Sister Parfait. Sweet Parfait is her pen name. She is an illustrator in the watch industry. She's teasing you on purpose. No way. Yatsuhashi-kun, please don't slander your sister, okay? Hello, both of you. I'm Sweet Parfait. You can also call me by my real name, Miyake Huhu. Hello, Mr. Miyake. Yin Huan raised an eyebrow and greeted him with a smile. That charming smile struck Miyake Huhu's heart hard. She raised her thumb and showed a resolute expression. Classmate, I must draw you. But at this moment, behind Miyake Huhu, a muscular man wearing a mask walked over without saying a word. He was tall, and his tight t-shirt showed off his muscular body. But in the end, he stood behind Miyake Huhu. He looked at Yin Huan, then looked at his girlfriend, then stood silently in front of her and held her hand. Who is this? Yahashiki turned to look at the muscular man who looked very quiet and introduced him. Oh, Jiaotan-sensei is here. He just went to the bathroom. Jiaotan-sensei is Parfait-san's boyfriend. His real name is Kyoji Arakawa. He is a Utsusimi painter who draws plunder-style paintings. Hello. His voice was not loud. He greeted Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi, then looked away. Yin Huan looked at the teacher in front of him who was called Charcoal and felt a little surprised for a moment. The main reason is that this guy has a lot of tendon muscle and a carnivorous appearance. As a result, he speaks softly, is very introverted, and is actually a herbivore. Like to play with contrasts? By the way, Mr. Jiaotan is also a very famous fitness blogger with hundreds of thousands of fans on the entire internet. Yahashiji added at the end. Miyake Huhu smiled and rubbed his boyfriend's face and said with a smile, "Don't look so surprised. Kyoji used to draw pure love stories, but the sales were so poor that he almost starved to death. Later, he gave up and started drawing stories about cows, and they sold well. It's just a meal, not shabby. People on the internet thought he was some kind of bull demon, but in private he is just a social phobia and is always jealous. He looks cute, right?" Teacher Jiao Tan felt embarrassed by what he said. He stretched out his hand and scratched the place where his skin touched the edge of the mask, and explained in a low voice, "I'm not the kind of person that netizens think I am." Buffy patted her boyfriend's shoulder and consoled him with a smile. No one is really what he is in the eyes of others. Others only want to see what they want to see. It's up to us and the people around us to know what we are like. Yin Huan glanced at Buffy. Her heart moved slightly, and she nodded with a smile. That it is true. But Sakuramiya Hitomi turned to look at Yin Huan and Yahashiki in confusion and asked, "President Yatsuhashi, the plundering department? What is that?" The two boys felt strangely silent again. Yin Huan and Yahashiki both knew that because the pure series of Coke was so famous, resources could be found with just a simple search on the internet. I heard that this one is even more important and is a masterpiece that breaks through the previous works. Yin Huan turned to look at Yahashi, using his eyes to convey the message. Yin Huan, I said it last time. This time you and Sakuramiya explain it. Yatsuhashi, Gu, President, just kill me. In Huan, just as Sakuramiya Hitomi showed that expression of wanting to get to the bottom of things again, in Huan's mind suddenly appeared the image of Tong, Ying raising a finger. Hey, I have an idea. Yin Huan turned around and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, shaking his head sincerely. I don't know either, Saka. Is this so? Sakuramiya Hitomi did not doubt Yin Huan, but just looked at Yahashiki again. Yahashimu pointed at himself and said the same thing as Yin Huan. Yeah, I don't know either, Vice President. You introduced these two teachers to me, and you told me you didn't know them? Yahashiji pointed at Yin Huan without any defense, then pointed at himself and almost entered the red-hot state when he was giving a speech to the whole school. But Sakuramiya Hitomi probably had already guessed what it was, and she gave Yahashiki a helpless look. The president has been led astray by this otaku every day. Are you going to watch the show next? I heard that there are many guests coming to the exhibition today, but it won't start until noon. Do you want to visit my booth before then? Sweet Parfait clapped her hands and invited several members of the Tatsuki Student Council. Yuen Lina was the first to raise her hand and speak. I want to go. Sister Parfait just showed me her work on her phone. It's so beautiful. She also said she would design an image for me. I'm going to Shijo AI's book signing event, so I'll probably have to line up near the main venue or something. This is what the avid fan Yahashiki said. Ashley was already in a state of despair. She just wanted to eat some oden and then find a place to sit down and rest. After hearing that Parfait had stools and chairs, she agreed to go there. Yin Huan glanced at the time and saw that it was almost 11:30. He smiled and said, I plan on meeting up with the friend who gave me the ticket earlier. I'll go over there with Yatsuhashi first, and we'll meet up at the main exhibition area when the event starts. Sakuramiya Hitomi saw Yin Huan was about to leave. She was about to say that she would go to the main venue with him, but Yuen Lina behind her suddenly hugged her. Hey, Sakura, how about we design a best friend image together? It will definitely be awesome. Yuen Lina, how about you going back to junior high school to repeat your studies? It will definitely be great. Yuen Lina hugged Sakuramiya Hitomi for a long time, then ran away full of energy to eat Ashley's oden. Sakuramiya Hitomi was about to ask the president to go with her, but then she saw him holding up the plain phone and putting it to his ear. Auntie, yes, I'll be there right away. Then he turned around, tugged at Yashiki's backpack, looked back at Sakuramiya Hitomi, and said, Sakuramiya, then Yahashi and I will go there first, and then we will meet up after the event starts. After saying that, he pulled Yahashiki and prepared to leave. Meeting, Sakuramiya Hitomi subconsciously opened her mouth to follow, but ultimately kept the words to herself. If I take the initiative to chase after him now, wouldn't it be too obvious? Classmate, do you like your president? Happiness. Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly startled, then quickly turned her head and saw Miyake Huhu, who was wearing glasses, looking at her with a gossipy look on his face. Sakuramiya Hitomi took a step back cautiously, coughed, and said stubbornly, No, is that so? I originally promised Yuen Lina to draw an image for your student union. Seeing that you two look like a good couple, she even asked if I could draw one for you two in private. But if you don't like it, forget it. As he was talking, Miyake Hu suddenly realized that Sakuramiya Hitomi reached out and grabbed his sleeve. When I looked up, I saw that Sakuramiya Hitomi's face was a little moist, and her eyes were dodging. Just draw a picture, no? No. Don't worry, I won't tell that loudmouth classmate Yuen Lina. Although they had only been together for a short while, Miyake Huhu seemed to have already figured out Yuen Lina's character. According to the president's message, he must have been invited by some aunt, combined with the friend who gave him the tickets mentioned earlier. From the comprehensive information, it can be known that the person who just spoke to the president was Bai Yi's mother. Why does it feel like this one is either from this classmate or that aunt? And for some unknown reason, they all seem to be targeting the guild leader. However, the student union will have to gather again when the event officially starts later. With such a short time, it's impossible for our house to be robbed again, right? Sakuramiya Hitomi thought so. Student Yin, right? Yes, I am. At the entrance of the main venue, a young woman grabbed Yin Huan, who had just separated from Yashiki. After all, he has an outstanding appearance. Whenever he walks through a crowd, other people's eyes will linger on him, so he can be easily found. She adjusted her glasses and introduced herself as she walked towards the venue with Yin Huan. I'm Bai Yi's manager, Ji Lin. I'll take you backstage now. E and her mother are here. Okay. The huge stage showed its full appearance to Yin Huan. In the circular plaza in front, which could accommodate several thousand people, there were already many people standing there. This place replaces the wide area outside used for photo shooting. Ji Lin led Yin Huan across the outfield surrounded by red lines, and then entered the near field with several rows of seats in front, and then walked around the side of the stage to the backstage. There were already quite a few staff members walking back and forth backstage, and it looked quite lively. On the way, Yin Huan passed by the media room, which had professional audio equipment, and a staff member was sitting inside drinking coffee. Then walk inside, and you will see the preparation rooms for each guest, with the name and house number of the invited guest posted on the door. Sister G, there's a column here that needs your signature, and the leader also asked me to check the time with you. Come and take a look. Ji Lin looked back over there, then turned back to look at Yin Huan, smiled apologetically, and said, Well, Yin, go to the front. Room 113 is E and her mother's room. Her name is written on the door. And don't go into other rooms. I have something to do, and we'll come back later. Okay. Thank you, sister. Hey, it's okay. Yin Huan watched Ji Lin leave, and a black cat appeared silently on his shoulder. Yin Huan, did you hear that meow? Hearing this, Yin Huan looked back at the corridor filled with rooms and nodded slightly. I heard it. It was the sound of the clock from before. Dee-dee-dot-dip. In the corridor, the illusory sound of a clock, like water drops, rang out in a regular pattern, outlining a sense of depression that made Yin Huan take a deep breath. These hosts of the modifiers are really never quiet. Yin Huan sighed, rubbed his tired shoulders, and walked over there. Room 113 is at the very back. When you get close, you will see that there are no guest room labels on the surrounding rooms. However, before he got close, a middle-aged woman's voice reached his ears. Oh, I told you, this dress is too flattering. Change it for me quickly. The one who responded to her was Bai Yi's iconic and extremely pleasant voice. Mom, today is the 2D exhibition. Sister G has already said that we should change to something more in line with the theme. It's not like others haven't shown you the promotional posters and the leader's requirements. Why don't you listen? I don't care about the second dimension or the first dimension. No means no. It's already a downgrade to appear with those internet celebrities. You want to blend in with them if you don't want to look different, right? They raise you up with so much trouble, and you give up on your own initiative, right? Otherwise, why would I ask them to arrange a separate room for me? You know nothing, and yet you like to give orders, even though that's not what we meant. What do you mean? Are you angry with me for not letting you sing in the morning? I don't. Yin Huan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then leaned back in the quiet corridor. You haven't yet. Fine, you're capable anyway. You ran away from home before. You can't get used to being at home, right? Now you still want to put on a bad face. Bai did not reply. Yin Huan could only vaguely hear her sobbing. She seemed to be unable to breathe and was crying softly. At the same time, there was also the regular sound of a clock, like water drops. Dee-dee-dot-dip. But listening to Zhu Jiangqin's hysterical voice inside, Yin Huan just leaned against the wall, looking forward, not knowing what he was thinking. Duh. Meow. It was not until a long while later that Miao Jiang on his shoulder spoke in confusion, and Yin Huan seemed to come back to his senses. The next second, he gently reached out and knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Ooh. Zhu Jiangqin's voice was still filled with anger. Yin Huan, who was standing outside the door, had a blank expression on his face, but his voice sounded as if he was smiling. It's me, Andy. That is it, Xiao Huan? There was silence for a moment, and then the words became kind. After waiting for a while, footsteps were heard and the door opened, revealing a spacious room with a makeup mirror. Zhu Jiangqin opened the door, and standing outside was Huan, who was wearing a mask of perfect expression management. He had a bright smile on his face, and his eyes seemed to fall on Jiangqin, but in fact they were instantly locked on the girl sitting in front of the makeup mirror at the end of the room. Immediately, he retracted his gaze, looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him, and said, "It's me, Andy. I'm here to see body.I. End of this chapter. Hey, Huan, come in quickly. Come in quickly." Jiangqin had powder on her face, which caused the color of her face to be one level lower than that of her neck, which was particularly obvious when she was backlit. "Excuse me, Andy. It's okay, don't bother me. I got the ticket just for you." Jiangqin laughed and pulled Huan into the room. Huan glanced at the smile on her face and the hand she was holding and couldn't help feeling confused. Is it too enthusiastic? Jiangqin even personally moved a chair over for him to sit on. Huan thanked her while sitting down and looked at Bai Yi's back in a makeup mirror. At Jiangqin's call, the girl in front of the makeup mirror finally turned around. To Huan's surprise, there was no trace of crying on her face. She seemed to have adjusted herself and was smiling, but one could still see a hint of fatigue from her mother's eyes. Her black hair was loose, and she wore a headdress on her right ear that looked like angel wings. The crystal embellishments under the headdress complement her perfect makeup, making her look pure and beautiful. She was wearing an idol-style white and gold-mixed dress that sparkled under the lights. As the media commented, Bai Yi is indeed stunningly beautiful. President Yan. She smoothed her hair and took a deep breath. He completely suppressed the fatigue and sadness in his eyes, brought out 100% of his idol spirit, and greeted Huan. Huan looked at Bai Yi, who was pretending to be calm and smiling. The sound of the clock in his ears was still ringing like water drops. Dip. Huan didn't show it on her face. She just smiled. Just call me Huan. Jiangqin also moved a chair to the side and sat down, nodding and saying, "Really? Why do young people have so many rules and regulations? Sit down, sit down." Huan glanced at Jiangqin, smiled, and did not reply. Jiangqin glanced up and down at Huan's appearance, and then suddenly asked, Huan, Annie has something to ask you." "Auntie, tell me." "Well, didn't the International come to your and EE school last week to set up a scholarship? This can't be fake, right?" Huan nodded and replied, "It's true, Annie. I heard that the International Scholarship can cover tuition fees and miscellaneous fees. The amount is large, and students are also given internship opportunities during the holidays." Jiangqin smiled when she heard this. In fact, she didn't understand much about these things and didn't care what the scholarship covered. She just glanced at Huan, brewed her words, and asked him, "Oh, so Annie wants to ask, what is your relationship with Elon from Yi International? I heard from your school principal's secretary that she came to the school to look for you last week." Upon hearing this, Huan seemed to suddenly understand why the other party was so enthusiastic towards her. There was no change in his expression, but Bai Yi behind him suddenly shouted, "Mom!" Jiangqin rolled her eyes at Bai Yi, then turned around and looked at Huan with a smile on her face. "It's like this, Uncle Yi. The person Annie remarried used to be the junior fellow of President Yi, and he recently returned to Linmin to work, so Annie is asking more questions." "It's okay, Annie. Auntie Yi did come to school to see me last week, and I stayed at her place for the whole weekend." "Oh, I see." Although Huan didn't say it clearly, Jiangqin could already clearly feel that the relationship between Huan and Yilan was not ordinary. Huan also guessed that the reason why Jiangqin asked about his relationship with Yilan was related to her remarriage partner. President Yi is still single. I heard that her ex-husband treated her and her children very badly. If there is a chance, I will try to introduce her to a suitable man. Huan looked at Jiangqin in front of him without saying a word, just keeping smiling. "Mom!" But behind him, Bai Yi growled in a low voice, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. Jiangqin frowned and looked back at Bai Yi, then looked at Huan with a smile on her face, and said as she stood up, "It's okay, Huan. Keep in touch with Annie and Yi in the future." and he won't interrupt you guys when you guys are chatting with your peers. I'll go out and see how everything is going. E, remember to check the time. Zhui Jianqin and Yin Huan waved their hands. The more they looked at the handsome Yin Huan, the more they liked him. Before leaving, she patted Yin Huan's shoulder gently and then left the room contentedly. Click! The door was closed, leaving only two people in the room and the sound of the clock. Dee-dee-da-dip. Yin Huan turned around and looked at Bai Yi, who was forcing a smile. She pointed at the door and smiled apologetically. My mom has a little bit of that, President Yin. Just call me Yin Huan. Yin. Yin Huan. Yin Huan nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Bai Yi, I'm not very good at dealing with elders, but I had no choice but to come here for my idol. This is my first time backstage. It's quite novel. Idol or something. Bai Yi's face turned slightly red after hearing what Yin Huan said, but his nose began to slightly rise again, looking like he was enjoying it very much. Yin Huan looked at Bai Yi in front of him, and then suddenly asked, Then Bai Yi, can you sing today? Duh. Hearing this, Bai Yi opened his mouth, and the joy of being praised on his face gradually disappeared into his eyes. She pursed her lips and gave Yin Huan a forced smile. This, not today. Yin Huan blinked and just asked, Is it because the stage doesn't allow it? After all, this is an exhibition of games and ACG culture. It's not that the Lion Group has no restrictions on the performance content of the guests, as long as they report it in advance. It's just that, how should I put it? Artists can take many paths, but most of the time we have to choose one to go on. The smile on Bai Yi's face faded, and she said, My mother chose one of these for me. Maybe it's what other people like too? She fiddled with her hair, and when she looked at Yin Huan, her smile, which had faded, was subjectively raised and became brighter. A lot of times fans don't care who you are. They just want to see the idol they want to see. As long as she's pretty and fits the persona they like, maybe that's enough, right? Looking at her beautiful smile, Yin Huan became more and more certain that she was smiling specially for him. Why? The next second, Bai Yi turned around, took out a USB drive, and handed it to Yin Huan. As for singing, I'll probably have a chance to sing again as a hobby in the future. On the song platform, fans have been asking questions that have nothing to do with the song itself. When will a new movie be made? Why a certain behavior was performed in a variety show? As she spoke, she smiled and looked up at Yin Huan and said softly, After all this time, you're the first one who says you're my fan and look forward to my new songs. So, in order to live up to your expectations, I recorded the new songs I sang and the accompaniment and put them on a USB drive, as well as the lossless versions of the previous songs. It's my first album, even though it only has a few songs. Let me answer the previous why. That's because Bai Yi cherishes Yin Huan, one of his few fans. Therefore, even if she had just had an argument with her mother and cried silently, she could quickly adjust her expression. Therefore, even if the mother made a fool of herself in front of Yin Huan, she had to suppress and swallow the embarrassment and anger that surged in her heart. But when looking at the USB flash drive she handed over, Yin Huan's expression, which was hidden under perfect expression management, was slightly stunned. Everything is so reasonable, but only he and Miao Chan knew. He is not a fan of Bo-E at all, not even a fan. It was all just a lie, a scheme he made up to get rid of the modifier. Duh. Yin Huan raised her eyes to look at the smiling Bai Yi in front of her and looked at the USB flash drive in her hand. After a moment of silence, he reached out and took it. His perfect expression management made his performance flawless. He showed an overjoyed expression and said to Bai Yi, This is too precious. I will keep it well. Don't take it so seriously. Bai Yi waved her hand and looked at Yin Huan in front of her. She pursed her lips, and her eyes suddenly drooped and fell on the hem of her skirt. She dared not look at Yin Huan again. She tugged at her own fingers, hesitant, and suddenly said to Yin Huan, Yin Huan, what happened? Actually, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry. Yin Huan was slightly stunned, with Bai Yi's face reflected in his eyes. But on his face, he just asked with confusion, Apologize? That is... Bai Yi raised his eyes and looked at Yin Huan. His words seemed to be stained with dullness and rust. Actually, I have always been jealous of you. Jealous of me, why? You took part in the Osaka company's trial before and passed it on your first try, right? And not only that, your grades and reputation in school are also very good. Bai lowered her head again, smiling faintly, still looking pretty. To be honest, you are good-looking, smart, hard-working, friendly, and sincere. So my mother has always compared you with me, hoping that I can learn from you. But what child in this world would like his mother to praise others instead of himself every day? So over time, I became very jealous of you and hated you very much. But in fact, all this has nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything. I am too narrow-minded. So, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry, Yin Huan. Yin Huan blinked, but then asked, so that's how it is. But why do you have to apologize? As the saying goes, a gentleman is judged by his deeds, not his heart. Even if you think so, by you didn't do anything, so there's no need to apologize, right? I'm not. Nothing was done. The paint on your desk, the pebbles thrown at you, the secret stalking of you. All of these were done by yourself, but you just don't know it. But how could Bai possibly say these things that she had done with the help of the pocket watch? Otherwise, wouldn't it expose her lack of concern? So when she finished speaking, she was choked. In the end, I could only say awkwardly, anyway, I'm just apologizing to you. Yin Huan actually knew why she was apologizing. After all, he knew that Bai had done those things using a modifier. He was indeed surprised. After all, if he had a modifier, let alone an apology, it would have been good enough if he didn't treat others to beef. But Bai did it. He looked at Bai in front of him, as if he had just truly known her, and smiled helplessly. All right. At first, when I found out that the person I was jealous of was actually my fan, I was a little secretly proud of myself. But then I thought about it carefully. The real me is not worthy of being your idol. Yin Huan, right? Hearing Yin Huan speak, Bai's face finally showed a look of relief. She smiled at the boy in front of her and stretched out her hand to him. So, from now on, you don't have to think of me as an idol. Just think of me as a normal classmate or a friend. After a moment's silence, Yin Huan smiled slightly. Without saying whether she agreed or not, she just stretched out her hand and shook it. After doing all this, Bai finally felt relieved. The forced smile she showed to Yin Huan could no longer conceal the exhaustion and pain in her heart, which made Bai let out a long sigh. Seeing this, Yin Huan asked, are you tired, Bai? A little bit, right? After all, I will be on stage soon. I have rehearsed many times before, so there will be no problem. I just need to answer a few simple questions from the host, and there will be a few people interacting with me below. That's it. That's all. But I don't know why. I always feel a little nervous. Recently, every time I go on stage, I feel very nervous. I see the eyes of the leaders below, the eyes of the audience, and the eyes of my mother. When he said the last sentence, the smile on Bai's face had completely disappeared. But because she wanted to look at Yin Huan, she forced a smile on her face again. I really want to find a place where no one can find me and hide there forever and ever. As he spoke, Bai's expression brightened again. I feel like I've complained a lot to you. I'm sorry. By the way, how about listening to the new song I recorded? What? Yin Huan raised the USB flash drive in his hand and pointed it at Bai. Bai was confused at first, but then he realized that he didn't bring a computer with him. So how could he use the USB flash drive to plug in his phone to listen to music? Sorry. I forgot to give you a USB drive. It's okay. I have a backup on the plane. I'll send it to you. After that, she quickly picked up her phone, transferred a file to Yin Huan, and then looked at him expectantly. Yin Huan raised an eyebrow and looked at the other party who sent a file named it. Then he took out 2 Bluetooth headphones, put them on, and clicked the play button. The music started. After listening for a few seconds, Yin Huan suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Bai, who was smiling expectantly. A few minutes of silence passed in the lounge until the nearly 4-minute song finished playing, and Yin Huan took off his headphones. Bai pursed his lips, feeling increasingly nervous. She was about to ask Yin Huan what he thought of the new song, but Yin Huan slowly put the Bluetooth headset into the box and suddenly asked, Bai, during the rehearsal, how many minutes did those interactions take? Why don't you tell me how the new song is? Because it doesn't sound good? Looking at Yin Huan in front of him, Bai gasped as if he suddenly heard tinnitus. Then there was not only the tinnitus, but also the denial from her mother's Jiangqin day after day. Forget about your mediocre song. Wouldn't it be better if you just listened to my instructions? Personality. Maintain the personality. Those negative voices like knives rang in my ears. From a noisy and chaotic beginning, they gradually became quiet and regular, transformed into the sound of a clock ticking like water drops. Dip. Baiyi's eyes became darker, and her mind went blank. Even her answer to Yin Huan seemed out of her control. About 7.5 minutes. I see. Yin Huan nodded and was about to say something when the door suddenly opened, revealing Ji Lin's figure outside. Are you ready? You will be going to the backstage to prepare to go on stage soon. It's fine. Bai came back to his senses, his consciousness being a little hazy from the endless sound of clocks, and even his face turned pale. She took a deep breath, stood up, and looked at Yin Huan. Then Yin Huan, I'll go to work first? You don't look well. Bai quickly shook his head and said, No, it's just that the air conditioner is a little cold. I'm leaving now. That good. Yin Huan watched Baiyi's back as he left the room. When the door closed, the expression on Yin Huan's face gradually turned into expressionless. He took out his cell phone and turned on the newly added Anil plane. After hesitating for a moment, he opened Anil's circle of friends. There are a few updates sparsely posted in the circle of friends, and her personal signature is also posted under the updates. One person's thoughts. Yin Huan slid the screen of his mobile phone downwards. Xiao Huan is also in school. He has become so handsome and outstanding. I always feel a little ashamed of myself. I haven't been able to do anything well for so many years. Could it be that Xiao Huan has forgotten me? Or even if he remembers me, he wouldn't dare to say he knows me after seeing me now, right? I got into Tatsuki Academy. Mom and Dad are very happy, but I heard that the students there are all very rich and outstanding. It might be more difficult for someone like me to make friends there. Today I saw a pregnant woman being robbed. I don't know what she was thinking at the time. The robber grabbed her and refused to let go when she passed by. She was almost stabbed with a knife. Fortunately, other people came to help hold her down. I was so scared when I thought about it at night. If I died, I would be so sorry to my parents. Besides, I still want to see Xiao Huan. I was falsely accused of stealing by my classmates in Longhua, but I really didn't steal. My classmates didn't speak up for me, and I felt a little sad. My parents both have to work for my birthday this year, so I'm celebrating alone. To save money, I won't buy a cake. Looking at the updates on the phone, Yin Huan lowered his eyes and said nothing. But on his shoulder, a black cat suddenly appeared and meowed at him. When Anil added you to the plane, she probably forgot that she had written a lot about you in her circle of friends, meow. Yin Huan looked at the last photo on her phone, which was a selfie of her celebrating her birthday alone without buying a cake, living in a cramped house in Longhua. In the picture, she is wearing a paper crown that she only wears on her birthday and has a silly and contented smile on her face. Just looking at her smile, Yin Huan suddenly locked the screen of his phone. He took a deep breath, raised his head, leaned on the back of the chair behind him, and murmured, She used to be like this, careless. Meow. Nyan-chan. Actually, I've always been the one who only wants to see what I want to see, right? Meow. Since I was targeted by the modifiers, I seem to have regarded them, the hosts of the modifiers, as the modifiers themselves. Yin Huan lowered her head and looked at the USB flash drive that Bai had given her. There was a line of text on it with handwritten tape. Gift Yin Huan. Bowie. Yin Huan's palm squeezed the USB drive little by little, and he continued. So I treated them like enemies who could destroy my life. So, when Anil became the host of that modifier, I felt more overwhelmed than ever before. But, Meow-chan, my opinion of them is probably just wishful thinking. Before the modifier chose them to be hosts, they were all themselves people like me living in this world. Yin Huan looked at Miao Jiang, who was standing with his tail erect beside him, and said with a smile, But he was forced into a corner by her mother. Unlu was also lonely after she separated from me. Even Yi Shiyu, Bai Yi's mother, just said that she had a father who treated her very badly. The modifier is a tool for them to induce destruction, but if you put aside the filter of the modifier, whether they're really that evil, I need to check it myself. Miao Jiang blinked and looked at Yin Huan. What about Spencer? Duh. Yin Huan also blinked, and after a moment of silence, he said, Spencer is the exception. Meow. Miao Jiang's long black tail swept across Yin Huan's neck, and the next second, Yin Huan finally let out a long breath. He turned on his phone, opened the plain chat box, and took the initiative to send a message to Anil. A smiling cat emoji was sent first. Did you find Spencer? There was silence for a moment. Then a quick reply came back. We found it, Xiao Huan. We plan to come to the main venue to watch the performance and then leave. Spencer seems to be a little unwell. Not feeling well? That bull-like Spencer could also be unwell? That's good. Our student union will probably have team building until the evening. Be careful on your way back. We'll see you at school tomorrow. Then, Yin Huan typed again. From now on, your circle of friends won't just be filled with your own chatter. Only now did Anil realize that Yin Huan had read all the shameful moments she had posted over the years. There was no reply from the other end for the time being. Given her personality, she must have been extremely embarrassed by now. Looking at those friend circles, it's not right to delete them, nor is it right not to delete them. So cute, Anil. Closing the phone, Yin Huan held the USB flash drive, rubbed his shoulders, and stood up. Meow. Meow Chan on his shoulder meowed softly, looked at him curiously, and asked, Bai Yi is about to go on stage. What should we do now? Should we go out and meet up with Sakuramiya Hitomi, Yahashiki, and the others? Do not. Meow. Yin Huan smiled slightly, and his handsome face seemed to have gotten rid of the previous confusion and fatigue. He looked at Miao Jiang with a familiar look of confidence. We're going to solve the modifier now, but maybe we can solve more than just the modifier? Miao Jiang didn't understand, but still chose to believe Yin Huan. At this moment, the handsome young man's hand was already on the door handle of the lounge. For the sake of her apologizing to me. The next second, he pushed the door open easily, revealing the corridor outside, which had become particularly busy because of the event that was about to begin. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Where is the leader of Team B? Lighting technician, come here. Media teacher, I'll leave the sound system to you. It doesn't require much work. Is it enough for you alone? Everyone, watch the time. Follow the rehearsal order. Yin Huan closed the door behind him and took Miao Jiang away from the noise and walked into the corridor where only one sound was heard. That is the sound of a clock ticking as regular as the sound of water drops. Dee-dee-dut-dip. Dee-dee-dut-dip. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Shijo AI Sensei. Can you say something to me in Yafei-chan's voice? It's okay to scold me. Hello, of course no problem. In the autograph room next to the main venue, there is a huge poster with many anime characters drawn on it. At first glance, all you see are lowly or lowly-like characters. In the middle of the anime characters is a high-definition photo of the guest and her identity introduction. Shijo AI is a well-known voice actor in the Sakura country industry. Representative works, Baimon, Red Dragon Resistance. In the center of the poster is a cute woman with a brown bob and a red hairpin. It was none other than the famous voice actress herself, Shijo AI. Yahashiki and the team looked nervously at the approaching team and silently took out the things he had prepared for Shijo AI's autograph from his bag. He couldn't remember when he started to be a fan of Xiqiao AI. He just remembered that he fell in love with the protagonist of Yatakai's, meeting Lolita after get off work at 8:30, Ming Yin-chan at first, and was shocked by the near-perfect voice performance in the game. After some inquiries, I found out that this was the only shaka work that Shijo AI dubbed when she first entered the industry and could barely make a living, and she used her other stage name for the dubbing. It was also after that work that Yahashi began to pay attention to Shijo AI and started watching her various interviews and offline vlogs. Until now, they have become each other's die-hard fans. Shijo AI is from Sakura country and rarely has autograph signing opportunities overseas. This was her first time in Linman, and it might be Yahashiji's only chance to see Shijo AI in person. He took a deep breath, and even though his heartbeat was accelerating due to his extremely high concentration of otaku social phobia, he still tried to adjust his expression. Wait a minute, where's the new work of Mr. Jiao Tan that I bought? Huh, didn't you just put it in your school bag? Really? I put it right in front of you. How come it disappeared for no apparent reason? There was a sudden sound of surprise from the team next to him. Yahashiki glanced over there and found two boys checking their backpacks with a look of disbelief on their faces. Lost something? Yahashiji thought so. Sir, you're next. It wasn't until the next second that the staff in front called out to Yahashiki that he came to his senses. Looking forward, the space in front was now empty, as all the people in front had already signed autographs. Not far away, behind a signing table, teacher Shijo AI was holding a marker, looking at Yahashiki with a smile on her face, and hooked her finger at him. Plop, plop, plop. Yahashiki swallowed his saliva, his heart beating like a drum. His legs seemed to be out of his control. This was his old social phobia problem. When he first became Yin Huan's running mate, he was persuaded by Yin Huan and made up his mind to go on stage to give a speech. As a result, as soon as he went to give a lecture in a class of less than 30 people, he began to feel anxious and nervous, and his brain lost function as if it was lacking oxygen. Just like this moment. He walked to the sign-in counter in front with difficulty and sat down, while the people behind him were separated by the yellow line a few meters away. This ensures that the signing session has a one-on-one sense of privacy and is a very friendly design for fans with social anxieties. Hello. Hello, Mr. Shijo. The Shijo AI in front of me had a bright and kind smile, and her voice was particularly pleasant. She had the shadow of a past character, but I couldn't tell which one it was specifically. The voice is as crisp as a little girl's, yet clear and without any excessive babyish tone. Just hearing the first sentence made Yatsuhashi even more nervous. But Sichao AI took the initiative to take over the topic. Are you a student of Linmin? Yes, Shijo-sensei. Shijo AI shook the marker in his hand, covered his mouth, and laughed. Don't be so nervous. You pay to see me. Relax. Okay. So, which role of mine do you like the most? Do you want me to say something to you in her voice? And do you need me to sign somewhere? Taking a photo with you is also fine. Speaking of this, Yahashiki's overly nervous heartbeat seemed to ease a little. A Lolita character who looked like an angel suddenly appeared before his eyes and called him affectionately. Landlord, be brave. It is the heroine Ming-In of Meeting a Lolita After Get Off Work at 8:30, voiced by Shijo AI. Feeling the support from his favorite character, Yahashiki took a deep breath and quickly handed the item in his hand to Shijo AI. Then he lowered his head, urged the chi in his dantian, and used all his strength to speak out the words that had accumulated in his heart. I really like Naruto-chan, the character you voiced. She's been my favorite character since junior high school. It was also from then on that I started paying attention to Shijo-sensei. Shijo AI looked at the poster handed to her by Yahashiki. Because the game was set in the inner world, even the cover had content that was rather embarrassing. Her lips opened slightly, the smile on her face froze, and soon became bright again. At that time, I was a good-for-nothing. If it weren't for Ming-In-chan's encouragement, I would never have achieved what I have today. Yahashiki lowered his head, because he knew that if he looked at the other person, he might not be able to say a word of what he was thinking. Whether it's studying or running for the student council with another outstanding person, I am very grateful to Mr. Shijo, and thank you very much for your voice actor Naruto-chan, spending every night with me. At last, speak out. Shijo AI looked up at Yahashiki, then looked down at the lowly heroine in the poster who was in a shameful pose. Immediately, she showed a flawless business smile and held up the marker. So, you need me to sign this, right? That's right. Shijo AI smiled and lowered her head to sign her name, while Yahashiki raised his eyes nervously and looked at Shijo AI, who was smiling brightly in front of him. Then he swallowed and asked carefully, "By the way, Mr. Shijo, can you scold me in Naruto's voice?" I really like Naruto's Sundara voice. Please. Shijo AI had already signed her name. After listening to Yahashiki's request, she paused, then raised her eyes with a smile. Veins were faintly visible on the forehead hidden by the bob bangs. But even so, her extremely dedicated smile did not diminish in the slightest. On the contrary, it became brighter. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Shijo. You really are a good-for-nothing otaku, aren't you? You're usually timid and cowardly, and even have trouble talking to others. So every day, you can only rely on this kind of obscene and disgusting game to vent your meaningless desires. Start from zero frame. Yahashiji looked at Shijo AI, who was smiling in front of him, with even her voice changing slightly. Her red lips slightly opened, spewing venom like a poisonous snake, causing Yahashiki to freeze in place as if struck by lightning. Wait a minute, Mr. Four. But Shijo AI's voice was light and fast, as if she had completely entered the business state and was not moved by Yahashiki at all. I can't do anything, so I made up a boring and disgusting virtual sustenance. While holding on to this sustenance, I fantasized in my mind. I fantasized about a girl who can satisfy all your preferences and likes you unconditionally. What a joke. Ah, I almost forgot. The girl you like isn't even a normal girl, but lowly, right? What a pervert. Yahashiji opened his mouth. His mind went blank after being shocked by Shijo AI's words, and he was completely at a loss. After saying these two sentences, Shijo AI's face was filled with smile again. Then, she folded the signed poster inward and handed it to Yahashiki, who seemed to be stunned for a while. Okay, are you satisfied with this? Yeah. Yahashiki's face gradually turned gray, and he seemed to have lost the ability to receive information from the outside world. He could only take the poster she handed over like a machine. However, Shijo AI had already returned to her usual cute and gentle self, and just waved to the others behind Yahashiki. Next person, please come forward. Everyone welcome, famous dancer, Christina. In the main venue, there were already quite a few people standing sparsely outside the red line, and the chairs in the front inner field were also filled with guests who had purchased VIP tickets. On the stage, a white girl dressed in elf costume walked onto the stage with a smile. The lights flickered, the music started, and many people below looked over there. Of course, this also includes a few student union members who returned from the fan exhibition area. Hey, I'm so cute. Yu and Lina took the cartoon image that Miyake who drew for them, and couldn't let go of the image of her cute self standing between a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Miyake, whose ability is really not to be underestimated. Even if it is just a sketch, he can accurately capture the characteristics of each person. Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was beside her, heard her silly giggle and couldn't help but look down at the painting that was drawn for her alone. This work was drawn based on a previous photo with Huan. But what is different from the photo is that the originally polite distance was made so close by Miyake, who. In the comic, Hitomi Sakuramiya is holding Huan's hand and looking at the camera, but Huan is not looking at the camera, but looking at Hitomi Sakuramiya beside her. They look like a loving couple. That's great. Sakuramiya Hitomi took a sneak peek and then carefully put it into her bag. But has the president been gone for too long? Sakuramiya Hitomi glanced at the dancer who was dancing otaku dance on the stage in the distance, then looked at Plane, which had no news, and frowned slightly. Sakuramiya, aren't the president and Yatsuhashi coming back yet? Hearing the question from Yu and Lina beside her, Sakuramiya Hitomi realized something belatedly. Yes, and Yahashiki hasn't come back yet. I was thinking about the president so much that I forgot about him. I'll ask in the group. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled slightly, picked up her phone, and at Huan and Yashiki in the group. Aren't you coming back yet? President Yatsuhashi, we are on the side of the pillar in the outfield near the restroom. Yahashiki didn't reply for a long time. Usually, Yahashiki was the first to talk at this time. It's weird. The president didn't respond either. Aren't they going to the same place? Sakuramiya Hitomi became more and more anxious. She was about to turn around with her umbrella and say to Yu and Lina and the others, "Go find them yourself," but when she turned around, she saw that there was a crowd of people behind her. This is about the time when the performances at the main venue begin, and there are many heavyweight guests as the show progresses. So everyone came to watch the show on time. It was easy to come, but difficult to leave. Please lend me one. Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth and was about to say this to the people around her, but Lena behind her hugged her and Ashley tightly again. Wah, Sakuramiya, there are so many people here. Let's stand together. I will never get separated. Goodbye, Lena. In the future student union, you will no longer exist. Sakuramiya Hitomi's expression darkened, but as she watched more and more people gather in the distance, she realized that it was not realistic to go out and look for someone like this. President, what on earth were you doing? Aren't you going to see body.I? She's about to go on stage. Why haven't you come back yet? Sakuramiya Hitomi turned her head to look at the stage, only to see that the dancer had already finished dancing, interacted with the host for a few moments, and then walked off the stage. Then, the host looked down at the sign in his hand and smiled. Oh my, the next guest to appear is a very important one. In the variety show Youth, she was rated as the idol with the most youthful feeling. She is also often seen in fashion magazines and Linmen. What kind of excitement will this young idol who loves pop culture bring to you today? After saying this, the host took away the cue card behind the microphone, looked at the densely packed crowd below, and said with a smile, well, next, please welcome the most popular idol of the new generation of Linmen, Ms. Bai. Sakuramiya Hitomi in Lena's arms was slightly startled and even stopped struggling and quickly looked towards the stage. Look towards the center of the stage where the spotlights are focused. A little earlier, backstage, several makeup artists finished touching up Bai's makeup, and then they dispersed some of their makeup and looked at the stunning girl in front of them with satisfaction. Okay, we're ready. Okay, thank you. Bai's pale face was covered with thick makeup, and the blush made her bloodless face turn into a pain that she enjoyed alone. Her eyes were dazed, and her legs under her skirt began to shake uncontrollably. Buzz! The tinnitus pierced into her ears like steel needles and reached deep into her brain. Dee-dee-da-dip. In the noisy backstage with staff moving around, the tinnitus obscured her mind, and the regular sound of the clock seemed like salvation. He dragged her head downward, as if curling up to bury it inside himself. You can do it. Bai, you can do it. Her eyes trembled, but she kept recalling the look on Huan's face when he didn't comment on her song just now. Is it hard to hear? It doesn't sound good at all, right? He was probably very disappointed, but couldn't say it out loud. So he changed the subject in such an awkward way. In the past few days, the trauma in Bai's heart, who ran away from home and returned home, has not improved at all. My mother is still the same as before, denying me, insulting me, and arguing about me. But in the past few days, I have been subjected to all the anger, whether it's rehearsal or just following the routine. All of his actions were powered by the admiration Huan expressed to him that night. She didn't want to let down her only fan. So even though she still felt suffocated in that depressing home, she still held her breath and wrote a new song and gave it to Huan. She just wanted to hear his confession once again and then rely on his confession. Even if my mother denies me, even if what I am doing now is not what I want at all, we can always hold on, right? But now, she can no longer hold on. Dee-dee-da-dip, dee-dee-da-dip. Bai panted and looked at the floor until her manager Lin came over and asked in confusion, have you put away your cell phone and other things? You need to get ready to go on stage. Okay. Bai quickly came to her senses and stood up with difficulty. It was not until she felt the weight of her skirt that she came to her senses in a daze. She hadn't even put her cell phone and Bluetooth headset back. But Lin had already left and was replaced by a staff member of the venue. Bai, get ready to go on stage. The previous dance will end in 5 minutes. Go stand behind the curtain and go on stage at the right time when you hear the host's voice. It is good. Bai walked forward, lifted a curtain separating the inside and the outside, and walked into the dark passage connecting to the stage. In front, the singing and dancing on the stage were audible, and the conversations of the audience were like a tide, about to drown out by E in the cramped corridor. She walked to the front of the stairs and waited for the host outside to call her. Ding ding. But at this moment, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Forgot to mute it. Bai Yi hurriedly took out his cell phone and tried to turn it to silent mode. Now that I have brought them here, I can only hide them under my skirt. But at a glance, it turned out to be a message from Huan. Bai Yi, do you have a Bluetooth headset that can connect to your phone? If not, there is one on the table in front that belongs to me. I can lend it to you. Bai Yi was slightly stunned and looked up at the table next to the stairs in front of him. There was actually a box of Bluetooth headphones there. Under the platform, an illusory black cat's tail quietly moved into the darkness, gradually blending into it. Bai Yi looked incredulous, then looked at his phone and started typing. I have headphones, but what do I need them for? I'm about to go on stage. You seemed a little nervous just now. Put on your Bluetooth headphones to block out some of the noise from below. Maybe it can help relieve some of the tension. I have been on stage so many times, I am not nervous about this kind of thing. But looking at the headphones in front of her, she touched her rapidly beating heart and couldn't help but pursed her lips. She looked at her phone and typed again. How did you get your headphones here? This is a backstage area where no one is allowed in. Don't worry about it for now. Anyway, please put on the headphones connected to your phone. It will help relieve tension. Next, there is an emoticon of a cat waving its hands and shouting, "Come on." Bai Yi pursed his lips, looked at the emoticon package, and typed something to reply. But in the end, nothing was replied. She finally smiled helplessly and picked up Huan's headphones. After taking a look, I saw that it was just a generic Bluetooth headset worth less than 100 yuan. Really, if you want to reduce noise and relieve tension, it's better to use your own, right? But thank you for your kindness, President Yin. Bai Yi touched his chest and put his very small and extremely concealed Bluetooth headset into his left ear. Bluetooth connected. In an instant, the noisy sound around seemed to be reduced by half. Bai Yi covered his chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, it would be better if I could wear another one. Or, I wish the surroundings would remain this quiet forever. Of course, it was just a fantasy. Bai Yi smiled helplessly and wanted to say thank you to Huan. But the host's voice has been heard from the stage. Well, next, please welcome the most popular idol of the new generation of Linmen. Ms. Bai Yi. The curtain behind me was opened, and the voice of the staff came. Ms. Bai Yi, you can go on stage now. Okay. Hearing this, Bai Yi quickly put his phone into his pocket. Then she adjusted her posture and walked up the stairs. OM. The dazzling spotlight instantly gathered towards her, taking a moment for Bai Yi's eyes to adjust as she walked out of the darkness. Then, when he opened his eyes again, what caught his eye was the densely packed crowd in the audience. The smiling host next to him looked at him and moved away slightly to avoid blocking the view of the audience below. Haha. Countless people in the audience looked over instantly, especially those in the first row closer. Jiang Xiong, dressed in a suit, had just sat down and looked at Bai Yi on the stage, smiling and waving. Next to her was her mother with her face powdered, Zhujiangqin. Her scrutinizing gaze fell on Bai Yi, and after a merciless scan up and down, she frowned a little. Then he smacked his lips lightly. Tisk. Watching his mother's actions, Bai Yi's heartbeat, which had just been comforted by Huan, began to speed up again, and every time it hit his chest, it brought him excruciating pain. Why? Why do I always look at myself with such disappointment? I have obviously done everything according to your arrangements. But even if there is just one thing that doesn't go your way, you should look at yourself like this. In front of Huan, it was embarrassing. Even now, I am still dissatisfied. Is it because of the clothes you are wearing? Is it because she didn't follow her mother's advice and change into another set that she has this expression? But, am I not your daughter? Why do you keep treating me like this? Why? Feeling his mother's gaze, Bai Yi was just confused. She struggled to move her eyes away from her mother's frowning face and looked at other viewers. But the next second, what caught my eye were the Zhujiangqin crowded throughout the venue, all with the same expression. Bai Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked towards the audience. Suddenly his head let out a sharp hissing sound as if it had exploded. OM! A mother in a suit, a mother in a cosplay costume, a mother in a skirt. They all frowned and looked at me with such eyes, denying me, as if they wanted to push me into the ground. What? Bai stood there with a blank mind, not daring to move. Hello, Miss Bai. Welcome to our annual Linmin game show. The host's voice came from beside him, and she handed a microphone to him, apparently giving it to Bai. Bai's eyes trembled slightly, and he looked at the host beside him. What he saw was Zhuo Jianqin, who was frowning and holding a dagger to his throat. Mom. Her little face was pale, and she murmured. This sentence was not picked up by the microphone, but the host heard it. She was very experienced and knew that her microphone was still picking up sound, so she didn't say anything, but just gave Bai a puzzled look. The more frightened Bai was because of her mother's denial and scrutiny. The more stunned the expression on her face became. The more she was stunned, the more the host and the audience around her would notice something was wrong. And the more mistakes he made, the uglier the expression of the real Zhuo Jianqin below became. Therefore, as Bai's eyes trembled more and more violently, the smile of the mother in front of him became more and more ferocious. It was like a deep black hole that was about to force her to death. No, must not. Don't do this. Someone come save me. Anyone is fine. Dip. Dip. At this moment, as if called, the illusory pocket watch in Bai's arms suddenly began to spin out of control. It's the hour hand that starts to spin. Kaka. As the hands of the hour hand turned, everything around suddenly became intermittent like a cassette tape, causing the movement of Zhuo Jianqin approaching with the dagger to become slower and slower. Right? That's it. Don't get close to yourself anymore. Don't deny yourself anymore. Please, Mom. I beg you. Ding, ding, ding. Just when Bai's mind went blank, a ringing sound like a huge bell suddenly came from her left ear. She was slightly startled, then she realized that she was still wearing Bluetooth headphones. Bai regained some consciousness and was able to hear the voice coming from the headphones. Plane is calling. Please touch the headset to answer. Caller. Huan. Do you want to answer the call? End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Call. In a corridor filled with staff, the USB flash drive, given by Bai in Huan's hand, jumped up and down. His trouser pocket, which was originally bulging with Bluetooth headphones, is now deflated. I don't know where the headphones have gone. A penetrating sound came from the stage outside, causing him to pause slightly. Everyone welcome, famous dancer, Christina. Huan glanced at the promotional poster in the corridor and saw the name Bai behind Christina. He needs to hurry. Nine Sean. He walked quickly towards the backstage with a blank expression on his face and just called out in his mind. Meow. On his shoulders, the darkness seemed to open a pair of green eyes. Only when you look closely can you see that it is a fluffy black cat wearing a yellow scarf. It gave a soft cry, which meant done. Huan didn't look back, but suddenly threw the USB flash drive in his hand to it. Meow. Miaojiang opened her cat mouth and put the USB drive in her mouth. The tail behind it swung back and forth, hitting Huan's shoulder. Huan had already stopped at the side of a room, leaned against the wall, and glanced at the various equipment inside. There was a sign on the door. Media room, no entry for non-staff members. The staff inside took the intercom and spoke. BGM is ready. Over. Got it. The next one doesn't need background music. You can take a break now. The staff member was holding a cup of coffee, glanced at the guest list next to him, saw the name Bai, took a sip of coffee. Receive. Huan leaned against the door. The black cat on his shoulder had completely disappeared without a trace. After hearing the sound coming from inside, he knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock. Who? The staff inside quickly turned around and looked outside the door and saw a handsome young man holding a mobile phone. He looked at his phone and shouted to the staff inside. Media teacher, I'm the assistant of the guest Nana Ichihara. We want to change the background music when we go on stage. Change the background music? The staff member frowned, put down the coffee, and said, You didn't tell me before rehearsal? Now everything has been arranged. How can we change it? No, go back and tell your artist that it can't be changed. Huan just smiled, took out his phone, and said, We have already told the leader of the Golden Lion group. How about this? I'll give him a call, and we can discuss it after you answer the phone. The staff member was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he scratched the back of his head, stood up reluctantly, and walked towards the door. Behind him, the unfinished coffee and keys were still on the table. While looking at Huan impatiently, he said, "It's no use telling the leader of the Golden Lion, unless I ask him to call the leader in charge of the performance. I can only do it after getting approval, otherwise I can't bear this responsibility. Please answer it first." Okay, but let me tell you first, I'll say the same thing if you answer me. The staff member emphasized this and walked out of the room. At the moment he left the room, an illusory black cat suddenly appeared on the door handle, and its tail was wrapped around the lock button below. Boom! The next second, the security door of the media room slammed shut. Idiot! The staff member in charge was slightly startled. His face changed drastically as he turned back to open the door. Kaka! The door is locked. What happened? His expression changed, and he turned to look at Huan behind him. Just as she was about to say something, Huan's face already showed an innocent expression. "No, buddy, I never went in there from the beginning to the end. What does it have to do with me?" The staff member who was about to get angry was slightly stunned by this. Yes, this guy never entered the media room from beginning to end, and he just closed the door when he came out. There's no wind in here. How come the door, closed for no apparent reason, and could be locked? However, the current situation no longer allowed him to think about it. He had to play all the audios according to the time arranged during rehearsal. Fortunately, the next guest, who would last 7.5 minutes, did not require any BGM. He had to open the door before the next body.I finished her show and play the corresponding BGM. Otherwise, it would be a serious stage accident. The staff member broke out in a cold sweat. He turned to look at Huan in front of him, glared at him, and cursed with a cold face. "It's all your fault. There are surveillance cameras in the hallway. If anything goes wrong, you and your artist will just have to wait." This matter was indeed Huan's fault, so he didn't refute it. He just smiled and said, "It is good." These words seemed to choke the staff member. He took several breaths before he recovered a little. Then he gritted his teeth and ran away, ready to find someone else who had the key to the media room. Huan just watched his back as he left, with an unchanged smile on her face, and looked towards the locked media room. In the room, the imaginary black cat holding a USB flash drive came to the computer while wagging its tail and aimed the USB port at the computer with difficulty. Insert. Ding dong. Meow. Meow-chan tilted her head to glance at the computer above, which showed that the device was connected, then jumped up and landed on the table. Its emerald eyes reflected the halo of light on the computer screen, and then it used its paw pads to move the mouse and open the USB drive. Drag out a file from inside and put it away. Then it meowed, jumped off the table, and pulled the USB drive out with its mouth. The next second, the illusory cat with a USB flash drive in its mouth appeared on Huan's shoulder at the door. Meow. Huan rubbed its chubby head and said with a smile, "Nyan-chan, it really helps that you can appear within my 15-meter radius at will." Meow. Listening to Huan's praise, Meow Jiang raised his head, as if he was ready to wash away all the past slanders about "it is useless." Huan lowered his head and looked at the time on his phone. He may now be better at timing the guests' appearances than the on-site staff. Christina's dance was almost over, which meant that he only had a few minutes left before going on stage. Thinking of this, he moved towards the stage, opened playing, and sent a message to body.I. Body.I, do you have a Bluetooth headset that can be connected to your phone? If not, there's one on the table in front that belongs to me. I can lend it to you. As Huan walked towards the stage, Meow Jiang disappeared in an instant and appeared in the backstage corridor, separated from him by a wall. Huan leaned against the wall. Behind the wall was body.I, who was covering his chest. The light shone on the phone that Huan was using to send the message, illuminating his handsome face. On the other side of the wall, body.I's cell phone suddenly lit up because of the message he sent, becoming the only source of light in the cramped corridor without any lights. She looked at Huan's headphones and moved closer to the wall with a tired look. It was as if he was leaning back against Huan, who was separated by a wall. It's just that neither of them knows it. Only the black cat shuttling between the two sides saw this scene and made a meow that body.I could not hear. Meow. In the darkness, its emerald green eyes watched as body.I put Huan's headphones into his arms. Then it turned its head and passed through the airtight wall, returning to the light, to Huan's shoulder. Well, next, please welcome the most popular idol of the new generation of Linmen. Ms. Bai, a very penetrating voice, came from the stage. Meow. Ms. Bai, you can go on stage now. The sounds of cats meowing and the calls of staff from behind the curtain could also be heard at the same time. Under the light, Huan closed her phone and smiled. In the darkness, Bai raised his head, his face pale. The next second, they both left the wall and walked in opposite directions. One is the stage where the spotlight is focused. One is the backstage where the light in the corridor is gradually dimming. Buzz. The two people's worlds seemed to gradually separate, like parallel lines that would never intersect, separated by a thick barrier. On the dazzling stage, the beautiful girl seemed to be under a sharp blade. The eyes of every audience member are like black holes, the most intense darkness. In the busy and dark backstage, the handsome young man was live. In the darkness, his cell phone suddenly lit up. His slender fingers touched the screen and finally landed on playing. Make a voice call. Duo. Duo. The cell phone screen that lit up in the darkness was like a fire, like the sun, like a white hole, like a dull vortex, like a sharp blade. When the phone rang, it was like the sound of a doorbell on the door of another world. Ding ding. On the stage, body.I, with his eyes wide open and sweat all over his forehead, was slightly stunned. He raised his trembling fingers and covered his ears. Why call? Have no idea. But after all, it's better than the current situation, right? When her fingers touched the headset and answered the call. The two worlds are finally no longer separated by a wall and are finally connected. Huan. The microphone was not turned on, and body.I, with a dazed look in his eyes, didn't know what he was doing. He actually answered the phone on the stage. But she was so desperate that she felt she would really die on the stage if she continued like this. So no matter what happened, even if it was an accident or something beyond the rules, she was like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. She had no choice. Hush, body.I. The boy's voice was pleasant on the other end of the phone. With the noise-canceling headphones on, it seemed as if the only voice in the world was his. Don't forget, you are on the stage now. Duh. Body.I was slightly stunned and didn't say anything else. Instead, as if he realized something belatedly, he took the microphone handed to him by the host next to him. When the host saw this, she thought the situation was finally back to normal, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But apparently, she was too happy too soon. Huan's voice came from the headset. Actually, body.I, I gave you the Bluetooth headset not only to relieve your tension, but I also prepared a surprise for you. Surprise? What surprise? Backstage, Huan looked at several staff members making phone calls and busying around in front of the media room and smiled slightly. In the empty media room, a black cat seemed like a god. It looked at the screen, raised its paw, and finally pressed the left button of the mouse. Buzz! The entire main venue suddenly fell silent. It was the noise from the speakers. Immediately, a drumbeat suddenly sounded. Dong, 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 dong. On the stage, the host who was about to ask a question suddenly froze. She widened her eyes and looked at body.I, whose pupils also shrank, and she felt her legs were a little weak. How? It's different from the rehearsal, sis? Below the stage, Jiang Xiong glanced at Zhuo Jianqin next to him with confusion. Zhuo Jianqin stood up with a stern face, and just as she was about to explode, Jiang Xiong grabbed her hand. The director, holding the walkie-talkie, also changed his expression and started yelling into the walkie-talkie in the media room. However, the media room was empty, with only the sound of anxious conversation coming from outside the tightly closed security door. Huan, you are crazy. Body.I recognized it. It was the prelude to her new song. As the drums started to crackle, the electronic synthesized melody sounded like a gust of wind, causing the audience who were either looking down or talking or playing with their phones to raise their heads and look at the stage. The moment those gazes were cast at him, Bai was almost frightened and ran off the stage. She pursed her lips and didn't turn on the microphone. Her lips trembled wildly. Just as she was about to speak, Huan's smiling voice came from the headset again. Well, although I don't want to say this, I always feel like I'm forcing you to do something. But now that things have come to this, do you want to seize the opportunity to sing the new song seriously in front of everyone? Or let what I did become a complete stage accident? You know I have to take responsibility for this, don't you? I will be responsible. Bai's pupils shrank slightly, because Huan's voice on the other end of the headset was firm. I know what I'm doing, although it's a little sudden. Please don't get me wrong. This is not an impulsive act, nor is it an impulse from a fanatical fan that makes you lose face. It's just because, you really want to sing. It's just because, your new song is really nice. In just a few seconds, the extremely tempting prelude had reached the middle. While listening to Huan's voice in the headset, Bai's hand holding the microphone seemed to be getting tighter and tighter. Don't worry about forgetting the lyrics. Don't worry about being nervous. I will always be by your side on the phone, and I will also read the lyrics you wrote to you. So, you make the final decision, Bai. Bai's fingers holding the microphone trembled slightly, and the next second, she had already turned on the microphone. It seemed as if he had made some kind of decision, which made the host next to him, whose face was becoming increasingly paler, want to die even more. Everyone! He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Just before the main song began, she pointed at the microphone and said to the audience below, I am Bo-E, who is visiting the Lim-In game show today. This time, I brought you a song I wrote myself. I hope you like it. The audience didn't understand the so-called deeper meaning of the song, and many of them even met Bo-E for the first time. But music is language, and when the rhythm and melody sounded, they seemed to already know the beautiful girl on the stage. Oh. In the backstage, listening to Bai's words outside, Huan smiled slightly, holding the phone, and spoke softly. Also, you said before that I don't need to regard you as an idol. I don't agree with this statement. I am able to write such an excellent song, to sincerely apologize to me for the darkness in my heart, and now I can speak out bravely. Aren't you good enough for me to admire? Bai's eyes on the stage were almost melting, and the faces of the audience members who raised their hands and looked at him seemed to melt one by one. From a mother's scrutinizing eyes, they gradually turned into their true appearance. That curiosity, that eagerness, that attention, together with Huan's voice in the headphones, they gathered together into a force that made her feel a great warmth. Indeed, my mother was still watching me. But you must be paying attention to yourself at this moment. So no matter what, this song must be finished. Okay, Bai, let's start. 1, 2, 3. The dynamic and attractive prelude caught the attention of everyone in the audience, just as it caught Huan's attention at that time. The main song was about to begin. Bai took a deep breath and spoke at the same time as Huan in the headset. Are there some words that always make you cry? Always feel stupid? Always feel unable to express yourself? I want to be my own idol. I don't want to be bound by anything. Because I was not well prepared and had not warmed up my voice in advance, I felt a little awkward when I started singing the main song. But she just held the microphone tightly, like a sailor holding onto the mast in a storm, regardless of the wind and rain. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Jiangxin's face looked grim, and her hands, gripping the table and chair beside her, turned pale. But Jiang Xiong just looked at Bai on the stage, watching her body, which was originally as stiff as a puppet, burst out with strength little by little. The scene of vigorous vitality and everything flourishing. In the backstage, several people holding walkie-talkies walked over with their heads down, looking unhappy. Ms. Zhua, Mr. Jiang, we just communicated with Bai's agent, and she said she didn't know about this arrangement. Let's ask you. Zhua Jiangxin's face turned pale when she saw the Golden Lion Group logo on them. She subconsciously smiled awkwardly and tried to explain. No, we too. But Jiang Xiong, who was of elegant temperament, just reached out and pressed Zhua Jiangxin's shoulders and pushed her back to sit in the seat next to him. Then he took off his glasses with his left hand, looked at the leaders in front of him, and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt your work. It was indeed us who instructed by E to make the temporary changes. If there is any breach of contract, we will compensate you." Zhuo Jiangqin frowned and was about to explode. But feeling Jiang Xiong's hand on her shoulder, she closed her mouth again in disappointment. Several responsible persons frowned and were about to speak, but as they looked at the gradually becoming lively venue around them, they didn't know what to say for a moment. The melody of the music was extremely dynamic and pleasant to the ear, and it fitted in with the theme of the entire game exhibition that young people liked. Stunning melodies, catchy electronic synthesizers, dynamic melodies. Coupled with the extremely lively voice of the beautiful girl on the stage, it almost ignited the entire venue. Even the cosplayers who were taking photos nearby and people who were still carrying out activities in other venues rushed over here because they heard the singing. Countless mobile phones and glowing cheering sticks were raised and soon filled the crowd at the back. The responsible persons opened their mouths and finally looked at Jiang Xiong again and said, "We'll talk about this when we're done. Now let's move on." "Okay, thanks." Jiang Xiong put on his glasses again and waved goodbye. "What's wrong with you? Pay. What should we pay for? It must be Yi herself. Things have already happened. What's the point of dwelling on them?" Jiang Xiong sighed, looked at Bai Yi on the stage, and said, "If the song was really bad and her performance was really bad, I'd probably be as mad as you are right now. But look around, look at Yi on the stage. Everyone likes her songs, and she is so energetic and serious. I have never seen her in any activities. Jiang Qin, ask yourself, is this the Yi you mentioned who doesn't take anything seriously?" Zhuo Jiangqin was slightly stunned, but still frowned. "No matter what, you can't do this. You didn't even discuss it with me in advance. Didn't he discuss this with you? Didn't she tell you that she wanted to sing?" Seeing Zhuo Jiangqin speechless, Jiang Xiong just smiled helplessly, looked at the stage, and chuckled. Even if the process was indeed ill-considered, the result wasn't that bad after all, right? Education is necessary, but lessons are unnecessary. We have come this far, and we should stand with her. Do you understand, Jiangqin? Zhuo Jiangqin still looked unhappy, but he really couldn't refute it, so he could only look towards the stage indignantly, looking at the girl on the stage who seemed to be glowing under the spotlight. The absolutely beautiful girl, bathed in the light, gradually got into the mood from her initial immaturity and difficulty with words. After all, this is what she likes most, what she has invested the most effort in, and what she most desires to be recognized for. Composition, arrangement, lyrics. All of this is the result of her hard work day and night. How could she not be familiar with it? How could she be awkward? Therefore, after only a brief period of adaptation, she really entered a state of ecstasy. I just want to sing because I feel depressed. I just want to sing because I really love it in my heart. Even though she has not received any professional training, her natural talent has driven her to reach levels that others cannot. With a slight tilt of the head, the sound reached a climax completely uncontrollably. With just a slight movement of his lips, the melodious and pleasant turns of tone came out of his mouth. When the second chorus ended, the entire main venue was already packed with people raising their hands and cheering to the beat. The next second, the interlude of the electric guitar sounded, lifting the atmosphere that was falling after the chorus. It's like a volcano about to boil, like darkness about to dawn. Bai was panting. After a few minutes of full throttle work, she was so absorbed in it that she could no longer hear the movement of her pocket watch or Huan's voice. She tilted her head in confusion to listen to the headphone on her left ear, and then she realized belatedly that as she completely entered the singing state, Huan had hung up the phone without her knowing. The sense of security that seemed to have always been by her side suddenly left, making her long to be close to him again. So, she panted, and her eyes subconsciously searched for Huan's figure below. But there were so many people in front of her. How could she know where the handsome boy was? But at this moment, the other person's voice seemed to still echo in her mind. Her mind seemed to still reflect the other person's face. Looking at the crowd below who were looking at me with bright eyes, I felt my chest relaxed. Her expression faltered slightly, and she covered her chest. During the lightning-fast electric guitar interlude, she lowered her head and suddenly spoke. This song is written for a fan I have known for a long, long time. Oh! The crowd below was in an uproar. People were always interested in such gossip. He made the entire game exhibition as lively as a concert. I used to be very jealous of him, jealous of his excellence, jealous of his handsomeness. But I never expected that he, whom I hated and envied, would give me direction and strength when I was lost. He touched her long hair, causing the people below to exclaim like a muse. He claims to be my fan, but in fact, am I not also his fan? So, to thank him and to apologize to him, no matter what, this song is dedicated to him. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you have done for me. It's almost the end, this song. Fana, I hope you can hear it. The way she holds a microphone beautifully, her voice is as loud as a lark. She didn't mention the person's specific name, but it seemed that everyone felt the emotion that came with the song. The whole song, the last chorus, the final climax, rises in pitch again at the moment the electric guitar accompaniment pauses. He began to walk around the stage, waving under the gaze of the trembling host. Surrounded by the waving of the crowd, everyone seemed to feel what they wanted to feel from the song. Fan, are you afraid that your emotions are overwhelming and that your efforts will all be in vain? Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was in the audience, was slightly stunned when she saw E on the stage, wondering what he was thinking. Yuan Lina beside her was screaming like crazy, and she was randomly pulling passers-by and shouting, "She's from our school. Woo! She sings so well." Ashley tried to pretend that she didn't know this guy, but was caught by Yuan Lina and used to wipe her tears. So she wanted to die even more. Fan, is it that you have a long-lasting dream, but find out it is all in vain at the end? At the edge of the venue, Yahashiki, who had taken off his glasses and was squatting on the ground, raised his head and tried to look towards the stage. But his eyes were blurred by tears, and he could not see clearly what was over there. The only thing that seemed to be echoing in front of his eyes was the cruel smile of teacher Shijo AI. So he lowered his head and cried even harder. Fan, are you confused and afraid that the future will become hazy? Spencer was lying on a stretcher in the stadium with his eyes dazed and a black bag tightly in his arms. Beside her, many security guards and medical staff, wearing the work uniforms of the Lion Group, surrounded her and were about to take her out of the venue. On the periphery, Enlu, who was very worried about her, heard the beautiful singing behind her and couldn't help but turn around to look over there. She pursed her lips, blushed as she looked at the chat history with Huan on her phone, speechless for a long time. Fan, because you can't respond to other people's expectations, you can only be yourself. On the stage, he had already walked back to the center of the stage, and the melody reached its climax, completely igniting the entire exhibition. The surrounding accompaniment ends completely at the climax, just like a firework that bursts into color and is destined to go out. The whole audience was very quiet, all shocked by Yi's voice that was full of vitality and energy. In complete silence, the beautiful girl's bright, star-like eyes swept across the crowd below and finally locked onto a certain direction. Then, she slightly rotated the microphone in her left hand and placed it at her side, while her right hand made a pistol shape and pointed forward. At the end of the song, with the whole audience watching, she spoke loudly. "Thank you, Fan." Following the direction of her pistol-shaped finger, the girl's sincere inner emotions passed through. Passing through the guests in the front seats who started to applaud. Passing through the boiling cheering sticks and the densely packed hands raised high. Through their loud shouts, through the hot atmosphere. Finally, it was reflected on the emerald green surface of the cat's pupils in front of the gate, filled with bright light. A black cat with green eyes sat dignifiedly at the door, looking at the beautiful girl panting on the stage. Immediately, it tilted its head and spoke cutely. "Meow. Nyan-chan." The next second, a smiling call came from the doorway full of light. causing the cute imaginary black cat to turn around. After a short trot, it jumped up lightly. It picked up the sincerity conveyed by the girl and jumped onto the shoulder of the boy whose back was exposed. She rubbed his face, conveying the girl's emotions to him. Therefore, the young man seemed to have heard the call of the girl on the stage and turned his handsome face slightly to look in the direction of the stage. On the stage, far away, the girl under the spotlight is youthful and passionate, bursting with enviable vitality. The young man who witnessed this scene smiled slightly and said as if talking to himself, "Fan A." The next second, the boy disappeared at the entrance of the venue, filled with sunlight. "Oh, hi! Bye. Bye." After the finale, the entire venue was filled with loud cheers and applause. End of this chapter. It was almost afternoon, and all activities at the main venue had finally come to an end. Body.I finally had some free time to take time off from work. Because in addition to her performances on stage, she also has some other small but not insignificant affairs. For example, we need to cooperate with the company to shoot some short videos and participate in the promotion of some clothing platforms participating in the exhibition. So, when Body, who was busy like a top, finally stopped, several hours had passed since the noon performance. The person in charge of the venue performance of the Golden Lion group finally came to the door. So Jiangxin was in a bad mood and went back to rest early. So Jiang Xiong accompanied by Yi to handle the next matters. I'm Milos, the person in charge of the Golden Lion group's exhibition and performance department. Please take a seat, both of you. A middle-aged man with a Golden Lion logo on his chest came into the office. He sat in the main seat and asked the two to sit down. He sat down opposite the blonde man, somewhat nervously, and Jiang Xiong also pulled out a chair and sat down. Milos poured a cup of coffee for each of them and started the conversation regarding the fact that Ms. Bai did not perform as rehearsed this afternoon. Bai pursed her lips, lowered her head, and took the initiative to speak to Milos. I insisted on doing this without discussing it with you. I will take responsibility for this matter. Milos glanced at the girl in front of him and didn't reply. He just handed the coffee to her and Jiang Xiong beside him. Please use. Jiang Xiong usually does not directly handle Bai Yi's artist affairs. These matters are handled by her mother with Jiangxin and her agent. So at this moment, he did not speak rashly, but just glanced at Bai Yi beside him. After the coffee was pushed out, Milos continued. Just now, before the event was over, a teenager who came to my door took the blame in the same way. He said he was your fan and led the media teacher away without your consent. Is that true? In just a moment, Bai Yi realized that the boy Milos was talking about was Huan. She waved her hands and tried to explain for Huan. No, that's not it. It's me. Upon hearing this, Milos simply raised his hand to stop the nervous Bai Yi and then took over the responsibility. He smiled and just said, "Don't be so impatient. Miss Bai Yi, you're not as calm as your fan." Milos opened the drawer and pulled out a contract. He took out the contract, glanced at the terms, and said, "According to the terms of the contract, breaches of contract only include absence, serious performance accidents, and damage to the reputation of the exhibition and the Golden Lion Group." Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Bai Yi. To be honest, it is difficult to define the behavior of you or your fan as a breach of contract. Bai Yi blinked and watched the blonde man in front of him take out his mobile phone, open an app, and hand it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked at the screen of his mobile phone, which displayed the most famous short video platform in Linmin. On the hot search list, the third and fourth topics were Bo Yi's amazing performance at the game exhibition and Linmin Golden Lion game exhibition, respectively. She blinked and watched Milos browse through the trending search lists on several platforms, where her name, Bai Yi, appeared at the front or back. Then, Milos took back his phone and continued. Did you understand? Your performance did not exceed the time limit of 7.5 minutes, and in my opinion, the performance was much better than the original one, far exceeding the profit expectations we originally signed with you. Even if this matter goes to court, it is unlikely that you will be found in breach of contract simply because you did not perform according to the rehearsal. What's more, this show is getting quite a lot of attention right now, And we don't want to see another PR crisis in the next few days about Golden Lion Group kicking its idol when he's down, or Golden Lion lawsuit. He opened his mouth, as if he finally understood what the other party meant. She looked into Milos's blue eyes and asked in disbelief, "That means there will be no accountability, right?" Milos nodded and said, "Your fan understands this better than you do, and it seems that he trusts you more than you do yourself." Hearing this, Baiyi's pupils shrank slightly. She suddenly remembered the scene when she gave a new song to Huan to listen to in its entirety. When he heard the prelude, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at himself. Then he asked, "Baiyi, during the rehearsal, how many minutes did those interactions take?" It turned out that he had decided to do this when he first heard his new song, so he was sure whether he would exceed the time limit after singing the song. It turned out that from then on, he believed in and recognized his own songs. At that time, I thought, plop, plop. She covered her heart and was speechless for a long time. Milos rubbed his brows and leaned back on the chair behind him. "But don't feel lucky, Ms. Baiyi. As a senior in the industry, I will still give you some advice." "Yes, yes." Milos glanced at Baiyi and said word by word, "Not every impulsive action will bring such good luck." Fortunately, this time it was not the wishful thinking of the boy under the filter of fans. Otherwise, the consequences you will have to bear are unimaginable, understand? No company can accept such a sudden arrangement from you. What Golden Lion Group does must be foolproof. Otherwise, why do we have to rehearse so many times for a game exhibition? Even if the result is good, you won't bear any consequences from a legal perspective. But as long as we want to, with your style of doing things, we will have to think carefully before we want to cooperate with you in the future. He bowed his head and sincerely apologized to the person in charge of the Golden Lion Group. "I'm sorry, this won't happen again next time." "No need to apologize. The boy has already apologized." Milos crossed his arms and said earnestly, "Besides, the Golden Lion Group is not difficult to talk to. You all signed up for the programs yourselves. We didn't force you to choose. If you want to sing, you should have told us earlier. We won't hold up the approval. If you told us earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble, don't you think?" Baiyi smiled helplessly and nodded. In fact, she could have signed up for any content of the event, but her mother didn't allow her to sing, so the program she signed up for turned out like that. But at this point, she finally felt relieved and had a feeling of having survived a disaster. "Huan, have you really considered even this aspect? I really want to say thank you to him in person." She held the phone, pursed her pink lips, and nodded to Milos again to thank him. But the other party waved his hand and said, "Okay, that's all for now. You've worked hard today and participated in many activities. Go back and have a good rest. We'll work together again next time if we have the chance." "Okay, thank you very much." Baiyi and Jiang Xiong stood up and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Milos suddenly seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Baiyi. "By the way, Miss Baiyi." Anything else?" "Nothing. I just think you have a talent for singing. Discuss it with your family when you go back, and you can consider developing in this direction in the future." Baiyi was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he showed a beautiful smile. "I'll think about this seriously later." Milos didn't reply, but just waved his hand and asked them to leave. After walking out of the room, Baiyi's originally ladylike gait became a little more brisk, and her pace changed from slow walking to jumping like a little rabbit. Only after she had completely walked out of the office of the Golden Lion Group did she run out with her fists clenched and a smile on her face. The young and beautiful girl spun twice in front of the fountain engraved with the Golden Lion logo, then put her hands behind her back and let the breeze blow her black hair. In the unrestrained wind, she opened her hands, as if she felt pleasure for the first time. Jiang Xiong stood not far behind and then smiled. Walking behind Baiyi, he said, "Looks like there's nothing serious going on." Baiyi turned around after hearing this, with a lingering fear on his face. "I was scared to death just now, Uncle Jiang. I really thought I would lose a lot of money, so when you went there, you still thought about taking all the responsibilities." "Yeah, who knew Huan would meet the person in charge earlier than me?" What he said about taking responsibility for oneself is true. There seemed to be a hint of burning heat under Baiyi's makeup, which made her lower her head subconsciously. But precisely because of this, I was closer to the heart and could hear the heartbeat more clearly. Plop, plop. Jiang Xiong also smiled slightly, pointed at Bai Yi's phone, and reminded, "Then shouldn't you send a message to Yin Huan to thank him? After all, he's been going through so much trouble just for you, his idol." Idol. Something like that. Bai Yi's face turned even redder, but he took out his phone with trembling hands, turned on plane, and muttered, "I don't know if he is still in the venue. What does it matter whether he's here or not? Aren't you from the same school and grade? And he's the student council president of your school. Hey, Uncle Jiang, do you know Yan Huan? How could you not know? Your mother has mentioned him more than just in front of you." That's it. Speaking of his mother, Bai Yi's expression became a little gloomy again. Jiang Xiong noticed the change in her expression and sighed in his heart. Zhuo Jianqin was very beautiful when she was young, but because of her unfortunate life, she felt very insecure and placed all her hopes on Bai Yi. Coupled with her personality, such strict expectations became a burden, torturing the child like torture. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiong smiled helplessly and said to Bai Yi, "It's okay. Didn't I tell you before that I would be moving back to Linmen for work? The leader of the Golden Lion Group just said that you have a talent for singing. Since you have the talent and you like it, then make good use of it. The facts cannot be disputed. Let's work together to convince your mother. Don't worry." Bai looked at Jiang Xiong, smiled slightly, and nodded. "Okay, Uncle Jiang." Then she finally made up her mind, looked at the chat box with Yan Huan, and raised her finger. Meow. The sun was setting, and outside the exhibition, on the sunlit avenue, a black cat on a young boy's shoulder suddenly spoke. Yan Huan. Yan Huan tilted his head slightly, rubbed the black cat's head, and asked, "What's wrong, Miao Jiang?" Miao Jiang looked at Yan Huan with his emerald green eyes and asked curiously, "Have you already planned to let Bai Yi sing just now?" Hearing this, Yan Huan smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "There's no plan. It's just a spur-of-the-moment thing." Miao Jiang opened her mouth and tilted her head and asked, "It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. How dare you take such a big risk to change her performance? If it fails, then—" "Yes." Yan Huan just smiled and said as he walked forward, "But Miao Jiang, no idea can come out of thin air. Her desire to sing was suppressed by her mother. That's one thing. The songs she wrote are really nice, and I think other young people who come to the convention will like them. That's two. Also, the sound of the modifier on her body is becoming more and more obvious. If left unchecked, I have a feeling there will be very serious consequences. This is the third point." Miao Jiang looked at Yan Huan and then asked, "Even considering these 3 points, what was the success rate at that time, Miao?" "Less than 70%. 77%. Seeing Miao Jiang's surprised look, Yan Huan couldn't help but rub its chubby face and said, "Miao, there's a saying that goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Bai Yi has the talent to sing and can produce moving works, and that is the key. As for the remaining 30%, rather than leaving it to fate, I believe that she will not let this opportunity go to waste. As for me, I just want to solve the modifier. In order to solve the problem of the modifier, Yan Huan must seize this opportunity that will never come back, and muster the courage to make a decision and not fear risks. But is it really just to solve the modifiers?" Having said this, Yan Huan couldn't help but think of the bright girl on the stage who was surrounded by brilliant light and pointed her finger at him. Her gaze seemed to transcend everything. Her mother, the huge crowds of viewers, the responsibilities she is about to take on, the editor. Her eyes were focused on nothing else but herself. Yan Huan couldn't explain the feeling. He could only describe it simply. Not bad. Thinking of this, he smiled, turned around, and left, heading towards the gathering place agreed upon by the student union group on the plane. President Yuan Linus saw the handsome young man who stood out in the crowd from afar and waved at him. Behind her, Sakuromiya Hitomi, who was holding an umbrella, also turned her head and looked at him. Ashley squatted on the ground, looking at the distance with a smirk on her face. Yan Huan walked over, took a look around, and immediately noticed that one person was missing, so he asked, "Where's Yatsuhashi?" "Well, how should I put it, President? Yahashi is over there." following Yuan Lina's helpless expression and the direction her finger was pointing. Yin Huan looked over there and saw a otaku sitting on the edge of the stairs, looking at the sky. Ashley was grinning beside her and looking in the same direction. Yin Huan raised her eyebrows and looked at Yuan Lina, who leaned close to Yin Huan's ear and whispered, "Yahashi has been like this since he came back from the book signing event at Shijo AI. We asked him, but he didn't say anything." Yin Huan blinked, then walked over there alone, calling him, "Yahashi." Hearing Yin Huan's voice, Yahashimu's body trembled slightly, but he still looked up at the sky. After a moment's silence, he murmured, "President, what do you think is the meaning of life?" As he spoke, a line of clear tears slid down his cheeks and finally gathered into crystal at his chin. Yin Huan opened his mouth, then raised his hand and patted his head. "Speak English." After this round of discussion, Yahashiki finally calmed down and stopped asking riddles, but the tears on his face seemed to be increasing. He turned to look at Yin Huan and said with a sad face, "President, I was scolded by teacher Shijo." "What?" Yin Huan looked confused, and Yahashiki hugged his knees and told the student council members what had happened before. Yuan Lina folded her hands and looked at Yahashiki with her mouth open, an expression that said, "You are hopeless." Ashley was more direct and pinched her nose with both hands, as if she was afraid of smelling something. Only Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned and looked at Yahashiki and said, "After all, Yatsuhashi spent a lot of money on this autograph session for Shijo AI. It's really too much for her to say such things to Yatsuhashi, who likes her." Yin Huan looked at the poster in Yahashiki's arms, pulled it out from the reluctant Yahashiki's arms, and took a look at the 4 love signatures on it. In fact, there is nothing overly excessive in this poster, but the restricted Gal Game attributes mean that the character's posture is somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, in fact, the services that Yahashiki asked the other party to provide were completely reasonable. Perhaps it was because this former Sakai work was considered a dark history by the other party. So Yahashiki, who had fallen in love with the other party because of this work, was affected by the other party's anger. Yin Huan looked at the poster, then looked at Yahashiki, who was squatting next to him, and suddenly said, "Come on, Yahashi, I'll take you to find Shijo AI. She hasn't left yet. She's still in the signing area." Yahashimu turned his head and looked at Yin Huan. His eyes behind his glasses widened little by little, and then turned into a wry smile. He wiped his tears and said softly, "Forget it, President. Just give me back the poster." Yuan Lina squatted in front of Yahashiki, waved her hand in front of his eyes, and asked, "Yashihashi-kun, others have said that to you. You don't still like her, do you?" Yahashiki was slightly startled, and then his eyes began to avoid again. He just smiled helplessly and said softly, "I don't know. I should have known that this was just a job for Shijo-sensei, especially in the earliest works of Sadokai. Just like Jiao Tan teacher draws plunder comics just because of work, not because he likes it so much. Because of my own wishful thinking, I associate the characters in the work with the voice actors and creators. I just keep seeing the Shijo teacher I want to see, and I keep liking the Shijo teacher I imagine." His hands, which were tightly holding the poster as if to destroy it, relaxed a little as he spoke, and then Yahashi carefully put the poster back into his school bag. Then Yahashima looked up at Yin Huan again and said, "Being upset because your favorite idol doesn't match your imagination. Even if I'm an otaku, I can't do such a thing, President." But for some reason, Yin Huan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw Yahashiki saying this. Behind them, Yuan Lina and Ashley both blushed and covered their mouths, almost bursting out laughing. Puff! Sakuramiya Hitomi also pressed her forehead helplessly and shook her head. There is no other reason. Because at this moment, the face of Yahashiki, who said such handsome words, had already been covered with snot and tears uncontrollably. The look of him suppressing his tears was completely different from the relief in his words. The next second, he couldn't hold back any more and burst into tears, opening his arms to throw himself at Yin Huan. "I still can't do it. Shijo-sensei scolded me like that. President. She called me a pervert. Hiss. Everyone retreat quickly. It's the scary otaku. Huan stepped back quickly and was about to say something when the phone in his pocket rang. Ding, ding, ding. Huan stopped playing with Yahashiji and looked down at his phone. Next to him, Ashley subdued Yahashiki, whose fighting ability was basically zero, with just a single knife, and left him lying on the ground holding his school bag and yelling. A girl sent a message on Huan's mobile app playing. Thank you, Huan. Needless to say, it was by E. Huan smiled slightly and sent a cat emoji with its hands covering its mouth and laughing. You're welcome. On the road in front of the Golden Lion game exhibition, by E, who was sitting in the back seat of a car, smiled slightly at the cat emoticon sent on his phone. He likes to send emojis very much. She hesitated for a moment and quietly saved all the cat emoticons used by Huan one by one. The next second, Huan, who was named Typing, sent another message. I'm honored to be your fan, A. Looking at this message, Bai E opened her mouth slightly and suddenly thought of the words she said in public on stage when she was excited. Afterwards, the little face was gradually dyed bright pink, which even the makeup could not cover. She frantically looked at the message on her phone and typed on the keyboard, but she didn't know how to reply. Jiang Xiong, who was driving in the front, glanced through the rearview mirror at Bai E, who was covering her face and looking at her phone in panic in the back seat, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why? Did Huan send a message? No, not really, it's just... What did he say? That one. Bai Yi's face turned even redder. She held on to her phone, trying to think of words to explain. But the next second, the phone rang again. It was a message from Huan. Bai Yi, who was about to lie down in his seat, quickly sat up straight and looked at the message on the mobile phone screen. The girl's face, which was originally full of love, froze a little, and then even her lips pursed. Jiang Xiong was confused by this look, and he hummed again to ask further questions. Bai Yi, who was sitting behind his seat, had already covered his face, locked the screen of his mobile phone, and buried his head in his arms. She said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, extremely ashamed. He said that I did very poorly on the exams at the beginning of the semester and suggested that I go to school next week to join a study group, but he forgot to inform me. Jiang Xiong was slightly stunned, then he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Bai Yi blushed and leaned on the seat, covering her ears, not wanting to listen to Jiang Xiong's ridicule anymore. The Golden Lion game exhibition outside the window was also coming to an end as the sunlight turned from golden to red. It turned into a reunion after a long separation, into a good atmosphere in the student union, into the shyness of the heart pounding in the back seat of the car. With black hair and a red face, Bai Yi took out his mobile phone again and looked at the chat box with no reply. She moved her fingers slightly, sent a cat emoticon, and clicked on Huan's user introduction. Entered a separate note for him. Fan A. After doing all this, Bai Yi smiled again and tilted his head to look at the chat box, not knowing what he was looking at. But suddenly, she started humming again. The melody seems to be the outro of that new song. End of this chapter. As expected, the song that classmate Bai Yi sang today was really nice, right? In Jinghe District, under the quiet night, the student union members walked out of a Western-style restaurant that looked quite stylish. As soon as she came out, Yuan Lina started spinning around in front with shining eyes. She and Ashley had already changed out of their cosplay costumes and removed their makeup. However, compared to Ashley, who looked like all her energy was drained, Yuan Lina still looked extremely excited. She was holding her mobile phone, and the short video app on her phone was playing the live singing video of Bai Yi recorded by others. As she walked, she touched her chin again and turned her head with a suspicious look on her face. Who is this fan A that classmate Bai Yi is talking about? Behind him, Yahashiki was carrying a school bag. After dinner, his condition finally improved a little. Huan blinked and didn't reply. Sakuramiya Hitomi glanced at Huan with the corner of her eyes, smiled slightly, and asked back with the same curiosity. Yeah, who could it be? Duh. And Ashley. Ashley gave Lina a knife to put out the gossip fire in her eyes. Ouch, Ashley. Then, Ashley grabbed Lina's collar, holding the bag of cosplay costumes, and looked back at Huan and the others. Okay, what about Fan A and Fan B? You only care about these things all day. I call an online taxi, and I will go back with you in line of first. You guys, Ashley and you and Lena live together in Beihai District. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled slightly and said, My home is nearby, not far. I can just walk back. The president should be going back to the South District with Yatsuhashi, right? Yahashiki nodded dully and turned to leave. But Huan grabbed his shoulders and made him stand still. I stared at Huan blankly, but saw him smile slightly and said, Let's send Sakuramiya home and then go back together. Even though it's nearby, it still takes more than 10 minutes to walk. Yahashi, who had lost his soul, nodded, looking pitiful as if he was doing whatever Huan said. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Huan, blinked, covered her mouth, and smiled slightly. Then it's up to you. Not long after, the online taxi that Ashley and you and Lena ordered arrived. President, Sakuramiya, Yatsuhashi, see you tomorrow. Goodbye. After seeing off you and Lena and Ashley, the remaining 3 members of the student union walked on the quiet path in Jinghe District again. Sakuramiya Hitomi held the umbrella backwards and let the night wind hit her cheeks. Yahashiki was playing with his phone, and then he seemed to have seen some news and said, the search for Fan A on the entire internet seems to have become a trending topic. Sakuramiya Hitomi and Huan turned around to look at him at the same time and saw his fingers quickly slide across the screen a few times, and then said, But it seems that many people are doubting that the Fan A doesn't exist at all and is just a marketing campaign. After all, body.I has participated in so many variety shows before and has never mentioned it once, but it suddenly appeared today. That's right. Huan nodded and said so. Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't say anything, just played the role of a proper lady. But as he walked, Yahashiji seemed to have found some new content and continued, What is this? A staff member at the scene revealed that she had seen the true face of the so-called Fan A backstage. She saw him entering and leaving Bo-Yi's lounge. However, it was not allowed to take pictures backstage, so no photos were left. According to her, it was a teenager wearing a Tibetan plaid shirt and overalls. While reading, Yahashimu blinked and looked up at Huan in front of him. He looked up and down and read the description of the clothes again. His expression changed slightly. No, President, aren't your clothes exactly the same as she described? Huan turned around helplessly, glanced at her clothes, and said, There are a lot of guys wearing this kind of clothes. I bought the promotional ones. Everyone wears them this way. Yeah, I have something similar to yours. Yahashiki nodded, agreeing with it. He clicked his tongue and looked at his phone and said, Everything above says that Fan A is Bo-Yi's boyfriend who has never been made public. If it's you, I think it's more likely. Huan didn't say anything, but Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was walking in front, turned around and asked in a chilly tone, Why do you say that? Yahashiji chuckled. Since Sakuramiya Hitomi dared to ask, he dared to answer. It's like this, Vice President. You see, body.I is good-looking, but the president is obviously better. The president almost became a child star before, and when he was elected to the student council, he fascinated all the young ladies in the school. In comparison, body.I doesn't have so many male fans in the school. Sakuramiya Hitomi just smiled and said, Maybe it's because there are many more girls than boys in the school. Hey, that's wrong, Vice President. Yahashiki has completely recovered. After half a day of Huan's talk therapy, he seems to have finally recovered from the pain of being insulted by Shijo AI. Shouldn't we consider whether both parties are suitable for this matter? It's unreasonable to only consider the president's side. Although we didn't see body.I very often, he left a very good impression on us. He is a very sincere and friendly person. Sincere. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled, but she felt as if her heart was stabbed for no reason. Yahashiki didn't realize this at all and continued. In terms of height, she is about the same as the president, and it can be seen from her performance on stage today that she exercises regularly and looks very healthy and energetic. Height, stamina, vitality. Crack clap. 3 more knives. The most important thing is that there are too many rich young ladies in the school. It's hard to marry into a wealthy family, and the president probably won't be so humble as to marry into the family. But Bai's situation is much more normal, and Bai's mother often asked about the president before, so she probably likes him very much. A trickle of blood seemed to be about to flow from the corner of Sakuramiya Hitomi's lips. Yahashiji was still feeling proud of his reasonable inference. He turned around and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, but saw that the smile on her face gradually became terrifying. Veins popped out on her forehead, and she asked softly like a devil, "Is that right?" "Eh. Why is it the same as the smile of Mr. Shijo this morning?" "So what?" "Oh." Looking at Sakuramiya Hitomi's smile, Yahashiki's face suddenly turned pale as if he was stressed. He was shaking all over like a sieve and quickly shrank behind Yin Huan, but he easily took a bite from Yin Huan. Yin Huan turned around, looked at Yahashiki helplessly, and said, "I told you to play less gal games every day. Your brain is ruined, and you think about everything in that direction." "I was wrong, President." In fact, he originally wanted to say it to Sakuramiya Hitomi, but now he didn't even dare to look at her, for fear that he would see that familiar, terrifying smile and be scared to death on the spot. As they were talking, Yin Huan and the others arrived in front of a huge Western-style building surrounded by a wall. There were several security guards standing at the door in front. Yahashiki didn't dare to go over, so Yin Huan saw Sakuramiya Hitomi off for the last time. "No matter how many times I see it, I'm still shocked by your house, Sakuramiya." Yin Huan raised his eyes to look at the huge Western-style building hidden in the shadows behind the lawn, suddenly smiled slightly, and said this with emotion. Beside him, Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly startled when she heard the words, as if she thought of what Yahashiki had just said. President Baiha, that glamorous girl on the stage, might really be a better match for the president, just as Yatsuhashi said. He was telling the truth, but he just didn't want to hear it. Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes inevitably dimmed for a moment. I made so much preparation today, but there was no progress at all. She knew that the friend the president was meeting was most likely Bai, and that fan A was also. Now, Sakuramiya Hitomi can only comfort herself by relying on the normal look in Yin Huan's eyes when she said, "Just think about that. President, I don't have that kind of thought towards Bai. At least not now. If the future partner's family is well off, will it make the president feel pressured?" But even if it was comfort, she still couldn't bear it, and could only pretend to be careless and ask out of curiosity. "Well, I think so." Sakuramiya Hitomi's pupils shrank slightly, but Yin Huan beside her just silently withdrew her gaze from the huge mansion and said, "After all, if the strength and status are not matched, even if you are together, there will always be more difficulties to face in the future." "That's it." Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded, pursed her lips, and was about to say goodbye to Yin Huan and go home. But Yin Huan beside him suddenly continued, "So, if you really like someone, you must work harder and strive to be on an equal footing with them. In this way, I feel that I can have a clear conscience towards her and myself." Sakuramiya Hitomi's movement of leaving paused for a moment. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she turned around to look at Yin Huan behind her. She seemed to want to say something, but her throat always felt as dry as a desert. She seemed to want to say, "I'll wait for you, President." But when he was struggling to speak, a female voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Miss, you're back." Sakuramiya Hitomi looked back and saw Nara, who was wearing a suit, had walked out of the fence. "Student Yin Huan, thank you for sending the young lady home." Yin Huan had met Nara once before when she came to Sakuramiya Hitomi's house, but he was not wearing formal clothes at the time, so he looked a little strange to her. "It's okay, it should be. Would you like to come over and sit for a while? The young lady will probably welcome you." Yin Huan looked at the other person, then looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was silently pinching the hem of her skirt. Then he smiled, shook his head, and said, "Forget it. I'll definitely come next time if I have the chance." "Okay, or you can invite the young lady to your home to do it." "Nara." Before Nara could finish his words, Sakuramiya Hitomi pushed him back into the fence with a dark face. But in fact, with Sakuramiya Hitomi's physical strength, she couldn't push Nara at all. She just glanced at her young lady's blushing face and could only helplessly pretend to be pushed back to the manor. See you next time, young Yin Huan. As she was pushed away, she winked at Yin Huan meaningfully. Watching Sakuramiya Hitomi pushing Nara and disappearing at the gate of the manor, Yin Huan smiled helplessly. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard Sakuramiya Hitomi's voice from behind him. President. Turning around, Sakuramiya Hitomi leaned half of her body out of the manor gate. She smiled slightly and handed a piece of comic paper to Yin Huan. Yin Huan took a quick look and saw cartoon images of all the members of the student union drawn on it. It was painted by the artist Huhu Miyake, whom I met today. Thank you. I almost forgot about that. I knew it. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and continued. Thank you, President, for sending me back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Sakura. Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded and walked back to the manor. The door of the manor was closed, and some indistinct conversation sounds could be vaguely heard from inside. Yin Huan turned around and left, holding the comic paper, and returned to Yahashiki, who was squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, and said to him, Let's go. Shall we take the subway back to the South District? President of the meeting, what's wrong with you? I suspect that Shijo-sensei scolded me because I was possessed by some kind of ghost that was targeting me. Vice President Sakuramiya also showed the same expression just now. Could it be that the ghost is still near me? It's Sunday, close to midnight, in a south-facing public rental housing complex in the South District. After taking a shower and drying her hair, Yin Huan lay down on the bed tiredly and stretched her body. He yawned and muttered. The sleepiness debuff on Friday disappeared, but now I feel even sleepier than when I had the sleepiness debuff. A black cat suddenly appeared on Yin Huan's back and looked at him curiously, looking tired. Then, the black cat stepped on his back with its soft paw pad. But today is already Sunday, meow, and I'll be able to unlock next week's reward soon, meow. Yes. Speaking of this, Yin Huan finally became a little excited. He turned over, and Miao Jiang jumped up out of thin air, then slowly fell back onto his abdominal muscles as if she was weightless. Looking at Miao Jiang, who was blinking her big, watery eyes, he suddenly asked, Did Bai drop any modifier fragments at the comic convention today? Miao Jiang shook her head and looked at Yin Huan and said, After she finished singing today and you went out to find the person in charge, we walked around backstage and near the stage, but I didn't find anything, meow. Well, she has already realized her wish to sing, and she didn't even have the slightest idea that she shouldn't use the modifier. So the fragment that Sister Tong dropped in the tavern is most likely not dropped by Bai. I think so too, meow. Then it is possible that she is the owner of the fifth modifier? But besides Sister Tong and Sister Rong, have there been other women related to me who have been to that broken place? Meow. It seems that Miao-chan also knows nothing. Yin Huan also wanted to think about the details, but after a busy day, he was indeed a little tired and his brain was not working properly. I simply gave up lying down and looked at Miao Jiang and said, Forget it. Anyway, with such a large piece of modifier fragment, I can at least evolve my modifier. Come on, Miao-chan, let me see it. Meow. The clock next to him slowly moved towards midnight. The moment the time entered Monday, Miao Jiang opened his cat mouth and swallowed the illusory snake scale fragment into his stomach. Ding, ding, ding. Rays of light with a strong pink aura were drawn out from the snake scales and gradually changed into dazzling gold in front of Miao Jiang's eyes. Miao Jiang opened its mouth and swallowed all the golden light into its stomach. After that, its hair seemed to become a little smoother and softer. Gulyalu. Then, its cheeks swelled up a little bit, and it once again spit out an illusory golden light. The stream of light expanded little by little in front of Yin Huan's eyes, and finally formed many lines of illusory words. Change in modifier level 2, 3. The prize pool level has been changed to 3, which means you will randomly unlock more powerful rewards. Modifier evolution times +1. Random attribute fragment +1. Based on the evolutionary route Devil's Contract you have chosen, please choose the one you prefer from the next two evolutionary routes. Huan touched his chin and asked Miao Jiang, who was sitting next to him. Miao, didn't you say before that the fragment is much larger than the one dropped by Yishiyu, but also only upgrades by one level? Huan, as the level of the modifier increases, the more fragments it will need to evolve again. Is this so? Huan no longer hesitated and chose to open the attribute fragments first. Physical Strength Fragment. Increase your physical strength slightly. Be less aggressive, be obedient, be good. Charm Fragment. Increase your attractiveness to others of the same kind. What awaits your handsome face is either a rose or a steel wool. Intelligence Fragment. Increase your intelligence a little bit. When you get old, I won't be able to sell your health products. Huan was silent for a moment and chose the third intelligence fragment. Still, after choosing, the fragment turned into golden light and poured into Huan's body, but there was no obvious feeling, just a little. So, the next step is to choose the evolutionary path. Evolution Route 1. Light and Dark Contract. The three choices once a week have changed to: one reward comes from the two lower tiers of the pool, and one reward comes from the two higher tiers of the pool. When you choose a lower tier reward, it comes with a permanent buff effect. When you choose a higher tier reward, it comes with a permanent curse effect. Evolution Route 2. Devil's Gamble. The rules for selecting rewards are the same as before, but before you start choosing, you must roll 2 additional dice. Based on the first dice rolled, you will receive 1 to 6 powerful curses that last for 1 week, and based on the second dice rolled, you will receive 1 to 6 additional rewards equal to your prize pool level. Huan's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw the second route. This is too much of a gambler. Chuan's face shows that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. The key is that rolling the dice is a must, not an option. Besides, the powerful curse sounds like it's going to be more powerful than last week's sleepiness. Hiss. Huan thought for a moment, and finally turned off the gambling BGM and chose a light and dark contract. Buzz! As Huan made a new round of choices, the golden light surged rapidly again, and finally 3 golden light balls of different sizes emerged from Miao Jiang's body. From left to right, the sizes increase successively, but the smallest one emits a pure white halo, while the largest one has completely turned into an ominous black. Skill. Flexible means skill. As the name implies, reward level 1. Note. Next, fingers will be very useful. Benefit. Your reproduction-related abilities will be directly doubled. Seeing the first reward that popped up, Huan couldn't hold back. He hugged Miao Jiang and said with a dark face, "What is this? Is this a gain? Do you want to explain the concept of gain to me first?" "I've already told you, Miao. These are all random and have nothing to do with me, Miao." "No, I can only look at the remaining 2 rewards." Ability, Demon Chef. The speed at which you learn any dish will be doubled, and the dishes you make will be more delicious. But a minor curse that lasts for 3 days will be randomly attached to the diner who eats that dish. Reward level 3. Explanation. I am the man who wants to become the king of the dark cuisine world. Huan narrowed his eyes and looked at the last big ball emitting black air. With some trepidation, he stretched out his finger and clicked on the black ball. In an instant, countless black air surged out, forming the longest skill introduction that Huan had ever seen in front of him. Form, Naturalist. Reward level 5. Effect 1, Sports Beauty. Your efficiency in exercising through sports, fitness, etc. doubles. Effect 2, Beautiful Body. With exercise, your body will gain a significant additional boost in charm. Effect 3, Naked. Depending on the percentage of clothes you are not wearing, your physical attributes will be enhanced by 25% to 100%. Instructions. Take off my armor. Take it off again. Curse. The pain caused when muscle fibers are damaged will double. Looking at the level 5 reward emitting black air, Huan, who was originally sleepy and listless, suddenly sat up straight, opened his eyes wide, and read the text carefully. End of this chapter. as Yin Huan moved his curious gaze towards certain words in the imaginary text. Those words flashed with golden light and burst out with more explanations. When exercise efficiency is greatly improved, the speed of muscle fiber tearing and reorganization will also be greatly increased. This will bring more severe pain, higher nutritional requirements, etc. Looking at the text above, Yin Huan roughly understood what this effect meant. The principle of muscle growth caused by normal fitness is actually to cause muscle fiber tearing through exercise. During the process of muscle fiber reorganization, it will become tougher and stronger, thus promoting muscle growth. Now, the efficiency of this process has been accelerated, which in itself makes the pain of being torn apart more intense than usual. Then, this is coupled with a curse that doubles the pain. Yin Huan swallowed his saliva, and a drop of cold sweat unknowingly slid down his cheek. I'm afraid it's a bit painful.jpg. Moreover, this combination actually echoes each other. After all, the accelerated speed at which muscle fibers are torn and reorganized can easily lead to insufficient muscle fiber strength and severe damage. But the skill of naked clothes makes up for this perfectly. As long as he takes off his clothes and practices, his physical attributes will receive a 100% bonus to keep up with his efficiency, which can be said to be quite considerate. Meow. Miao Jiang beside him looked at Yin Huan doubtfully, as if she saw his hesitation. But soon, Yin Huan made up his mind. This curse will become weaker as the muscles grow. After all, muscles can't grow infinitely. There will always be a limit. If you suffer in the early stages, you will get better in the later stages. He stood up, took off his shirt, and walked to the mirror in the bathroom. In fact, he is not that thin. After all, he works and exercises regularly and has no bad habits. Of course, it can't be called strong. Yin Huan pinched his soft muscles, as if he heard the eager expectation of becoming bigger and stronger from them. So he pulled his pajamas down and walked back to the bed. Choosing this will not only make your body healthier, but also enhance your strength, endurance, etc. I can't say that it will definitely be helpful in solving the problem of modifiers, but it's not a bad thing to make yourself stronger. And speaking of solving modifiers, the remaining two skills. Flexible finger techniques, Devil's Chef. The former is just for fun, and I don't know what the buff is for. Apart from being able to unlock more cards when unlocking the defeat CG, Yin Huan couldn't think of any other uses for it for the time being. Yin Huan actually has some interest in the Devil's Chef. He is not an expert in cooking, but cooking is necessary in life. Why not make it taste better? That's the slight curse. If you eat 3 meals a day and cook every meal yourself, you will accumulate 3 curses a day and 9 curses in 3 days. Then you keep eating and saving, and the curse will be passed down in your body for generations to come. Thinking of this, Yin Huan finally chose the third reward. Buzz. As the black ball of light burst and poured into Yin Huan's body, he first felt his legs, which had previously felt numb, suddenly become a little sore. He frowned and quickly figured out the reason. No way, since I walked all day today, it counts as exercising my legs. Reasonable. But soon, he vaguely felt that his body not only became a little lighter, but also his 5 fingers were full of strength. That's right. Yin Huan looked at the short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts she was wearing during her pajamas and quickly realized something. As long as the uncovered part of the body exceeds a certain proportion, the naked clothes effect will be activated. What if you take off more? Thinking of this, Yin Huan immediately started the experiment. He untied his pajamas and threw them behind him. The pajamas fell on the bed, covering Meow-chan, who was sitting elegantly on the bed, making her struggle inside and make meow sounds. Sorry, Nyan-chan, I'm going to experiment with the effects of that naked dress. He stretched his hands, but still felt unsatisfied, so he took off the rest of his clothes. Meow. The cat behind him had just crawled out of his pajamas when he saw something he shouldn't have seen. He immediately raised his tail and shrank back a distance into his pajamas. Oh my god, this feels really strong. Yin Huan excitedly waved his fists a few times. In the air, his fists made a whistling sound as they broke through the wind. And not only strength, but also attributes such as endurance and vitality have been enhanced. Huan now felt like Sun Wukong running madly on the beach. I can't imagine how exaggerated the enhancement effect will be after a period of exercise and the muscles in my body become bigger and stronger. Huan swallowed and put on his underwear after trying for a while. The moment the clothes were put on, Huan's extremely light state was instantly extinguished to a large extent. Question mark. Huan opened his mouth and felt it carefully. It turned out that the gain dropped by about 30%. The problem is, he is a triangle person, not a boxer pants person. How much fabric can there be, and how much can it cover? Lost so much? Isn't this thing calculated based on the amount of fabric? Huan took off his pants again in disbelief, and in an instant, the last piece of the horror puzzle was completed. His brain, which had just been enhanced by the intelligence fragments, was working rapidly, and soon, as if infected by Tong Ying, his eyes lit up in the same way. Hey, I have an idea. He quickly ran to the bed, opened the bedside table, took out a mask, and put it on his face. This time, most of the face was covered, and it was almost impossible to recognize who was who. Snap! Another 30% gain was lost. Huan silently took off his mask again. His face had turned completely dark. Okay. Is that how you play? Huan sighed and put on his clothes and pants one by one. With this calculation, the effect of this naked dress is basically not fully utilized except when you are alone, and the effect is lost a lot. Outside, unless in special occasions such as swimming pools and water parks, you can only expose your upper body at most, and it is particularly indecent before you build muscles. A bare upper body with a pair of knee-length sports shorts can increase physical attribute bonus by about 55%. After trying all this, Huan picked up the pajamas on the bed, revealing Miao Jiang underneath. Meow. Looking at the very cute Miao Jiang below, Huan, who was about to explode, suddenly remembered that it was Miao Jiang who helped him insert the USB drive and gave by E the headphones. Wait, where are my headphones? Has by E not returned it to me yet? Huan slapped his head and realized that the Bluetooth headset he had brought with him since he started to work with Xiao Xiao was missing again. I gave a school uniform to Yishiyu last weekend, but I didn't return it to myself until Friday, with some scary symbols on it saying, "You've been tagged." My earphones were lost again this week. Who knows when Bai will return them to me? Forget it. Anyway, I've asked her to join the study group next week. If it doesn't work, just ask her. Huan lay down on the bed helplessly and turned off the lights. In his arms, the warm furry ball came closer again, blinking its clear blue eyes at Huan. Huan was also looking at it, then rubbed its head and said, "Good night, Nyan-chan." Miao Jiang tilted her head and then showed a cute expression. Meow. This week passed like this again. Good morning, President. Monday morning, on the school bus from South District to school, Huan glanced at Yahashiki, who had dark circles under his eyes, and asked, "Didn't you sleep well last night?" Yahashiki nodded gloomily and said, "I went home last night and looked up some exorcism rituals and ways to accumulate merit online, and did some of them. Then I played the new gal game I bought at the comic convention yesterday. Lolita's Stepsister Cute Love. Hee. The heroine is super cute. I like it. Duh. Yahashi, I always feel that the little merit you have accumulated through practicing magic will be lost after playing this kind of game for a while, and you will even owe it." However, Yahashiji didn't notice the admonishing look in Huan's eyes. He was just about to put on his Bluetooth headphones to tend to his electronic potted plant, but when he turned around, he saw Huan watching a fitness tutorial for novices on a video website. He glanced at Huan, who was not wearing a Bluetooth headset and was just watching the subtitles on mute, and asked curiously, "President, why do you suddenly want to start working out? Aren't you busy lately?" "I might work less these days, thinking about finding something to do." That's it. Hearing this, Yahashiki quickly closed the beautiful girl game he had just opened, called up Plane, and said to Huan, "By the way, if you want to work out, I'll recommend Jiao Tan's Plane to you. He's a bit famous in the fitness circle, and maybe it will be easier for you if he guides you. Oh yeah, I forgot you mentioned yesterday that he seems to be a fitness blogger as well." Yin Huan recalled the muscular teacher Jiao Tan from yesterday, who looked like the result of years of training. I have a plug-in for the modifier, so even if I can't be like him in a short period of time, it is very possible to lose fat and grow some thin muscles at the same time. Push it to me, and I'll talk to him then. Okay, let me talk to him first. Not long after, Yahashiki pushed over a user whose avatar was a piece of charcoal. The name of plane is just like his stage name, Coke. Yin Huan added him, but the request has not been approved yet. It is still early, so the other party probably hasn't woken up yet. Because Yin Huan was awake today, no other girls gave him gifts, so they staggered all the way to school. The school gate is bustling with people. The new teaching building under construction nearby is almost finished and should be completed in a week or two. It's finally going to be fixed. It was so noisy, especially when I went to the club in the afternoon. The club's teaching building was close to that place, and the sound of the electric drill could be heard even when I played video games with headphones on. Yahashiki looked at the building and said this with resentment. Don't be fooled by the fact that this guy Yahashiki has a strong 2D vibe. He is actually from the computer club. The atmosphere in Tatsuki Academy is weird. The anime club is basically full of real people, while the real two-dimensional people are hiding in places like the computer club and the mathematics club. Yahashiji looked at the building gloomily and pushed up his glasses. If our computer club wins the club war this time, I will ask the principal to demolish that building. Do you already know that the computer club can't win? Yin Huan smiled slightly and was about to say something when several sweet voices came from behind him. President Yin. President. Yin Huan turned around and saw several beautiful girls walking toward her with smiles on their faces. Although the leader was only a high school student, his face had a maturity and charm that did not match his age. Her black hair flowed down, outlining her curvy figure with a pleasant fragrance. Seeing this, Yin Huan quickly greeted him. Morning, Mitsuki-senpai. Hey, why didn't President Yin reply to our messages last week? Mizuki Takashi, the president of the Mahjong Club of Tatsuki Academy. Yes. The president didn't come to play Mahjong in the club last week, and we were itching to play. Following behind senior Mizuki Takashi are the two vice presidents of the Mahjong Club, Ryu Ting and Yasaka Otanishi. I had something to do last week, so... Before Yin Huan could finish her next words, Ingsi Maywest smiled and said, Then why don't we just come to the club to play cards today? We are short of one person. You are the only one missing. President, you must come today. The remaining vice president seemed to be smiling and wanted to say something, but she suddenly saw something out of the corner of her eye. She and several older sisters from the Mahjong Club all changed their expressions slightly, and then, without waiting for Yin Huan to refuse, they waved their hands and walked towards the teaching building. It's settled then, President. Ma brand. Come on, after not playing for such a whole holiday, I really want to go. It has nothing to do with being an older sister or anything. It's mainly because I kind of want to do the standing stick. Yahashiki looked at the group of older sisters going away and smiled, then nudged the president with his shoulder. President, do you want to play Mahjong this afternoon? Well, I'll think about it. Yeah, isn't it because of Vice President Sakuramiya? How to say? Yin Huan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yahashiki beside him. Hey, everyone knows that the president of the Mahjong Club, Mizuki Takashi, and the vice president, Sakuramiya, don't get along. They are both from Sakura country, and I heard they are old acquaintances. Everyone is rumored that the Sakuramiya family and the Takashi family are fighting overseas. But President, I have inside information. Inside story? Yes, in fact, the Takashi family cannot defeat the Sakuramiya family. The feud between them has nothing to do with these family struggles. There is only one real reason. Yin Huan was indeed a little curious. After all, Sakuramiya Hitomi seldom mentioned her family matters, and Yin Huan only knew roughly what her family did and how powerful they were. So when Yahashiki brought it up in a serious tone, Yin Huan would of course feel curious. But when he turned to look at Yahashiki with great curiosity, he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye. His face changed, and he was about to remind Yahashiki, but it was too late. 8. It's the figure president. The figure. Senior sister Ing C has a top-notch figure. On the other hand, our vice president Sakura, wow, that's really... I heard that at a dinner party in Sakura country. That was... Yahashimu excitedly shared with Yin Huan some gossip he had heard from somewhere. But at this moment, the meager merits he had accumulated seemed to be crumbling like a candle in the wind, just because of the biting cold coming from behind. Yahashikan. Yahashiki's excited expression gradually stiffened, and he turned his head back little by little. Behind him, he saw Ashley, who was dressed as a discipline committee member with a red arm sleeve on her arm. Next to her was Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was wearing a black dress and had a smile on her face. Just as Yahashiki said, Sakuramiya Hitomi was petite and poor. Ah, I didn't expect that the student who likes to spread rumors so much is from our student union. It's really distressing. There's nothing I can do but let Yahashiki-kun go to the disciplinary committee office and reflect on his actions. However, at this moment, the petite figure was casting a terrifying shadow, which made Yahashi more and more certain. It's the devil. There must be a devil hiding in Vice President Sakuramiya's body. Ashley rubbed her brows, turned to look at the several discipline committee members following behind her, and made a take-down gesture. Yahashimu quickly turned to look at Yin Huan, wanting to ask him for help. But when he turned around, he found that Yin Huan had already left him a long way away and was looking at him with sympathy. Good luck to you, Yahashi. Sigh. The next second, Yahashiji, who was about to cry but had no tears, was held down on the shoulders by two discipline committee members and dragged away from the scene under the leadership of Ashley. So, this Monday morning, in the teaching building, the handsome man and beautiful woman who always stood together were standing alone again, conspicuously. Sakuramiya Hitomi kindly stroked her long black hair, walked to Yin Huan's side, and said, "Morning, President." "Ah, good morning, Sakura." At this moment, a pleasant female voice came from Yin Huan's side. "Morning, Yin Huan." Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yin Huan were both stunned and turned to look around. What caught my eye was a beautiful girl wearing a mask, with her curved eyebrows and eyes that seemed to be shining with stars. "It's Bai." "Morning, Yin Huan." When the pleasant voice sounded, Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi's attention was immediately attracted, and they soon saw the girl next to them whose beauty could not be concealed even by the mask. When Yin Huan saw his curved eyebrows, he was slightly startled, and soon he smiled and greeted him. "Morning, Bai." Upon hearing this, Bai gently took off the mask on her face, revealing her pure and beautiful face. Sakuramiya Hitomi kept smiling, but her eyes instantly turned on scanning mode, carefully scanning Bai's face. She was wearing a custom-made spring campus-style suit today and was much taller than Sakuramiya Hitomi. Compared to Sakuramiya Hitomi, who looks particularly petite standing next to Yin Huan, Bai seems so suitable. After greeting Yin Huan, she did not miss Sakuramiya Hitomi. After a brief look, she smiled and spoke to Sakuramiya Hitomi. "Good morning, Vice President Sakura." "Good morning, classmate Bai." Sakuramiya Hitomi withdrew her gaze and bowed like a lady. Although Sakuramiya Hitomi knew that the friend Yin Huan met yesterday was probably Bai, but when Yin Huan mentioned the other party later, her expression did not change much. In fact, it was not as big as when she mentioned her childhood sweetheart. Therefore, at that time, Sakuramiya Hitomi did not feel such a serious sense of crisis. But now, seeing the other person's stunning beauty, Sakuramiya Hitomi felt that it was not the case. Teenagers and adolescents are restless and are easily influenced by hormones, which can lead to sparks of love. This is what is meant by being attracted by beauty. What's more, yesterday the other party was still shouting out fan, and other strange names on the stage. You have to observe it carefully. Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi decided to wait and see until she got more information. So she took the initiative to bring up the topic. But Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her mouth lightly and said with a smile, "Yesterday, Bai's performance was really wonderful. I was there with several members of the student union, and we were all very impressed." Really, whenever Bai is praised, he can't help but feel a little proud, and his nose will inevitably turn up a little. Therefore, under the temptation of the other party's sweet candy, Bai quickly lowered his guard. Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded sincerely and said, "Of course. But after I went back, I watched a lot of classmate Bai's previous performances. I was surprised that you rarely sang, even though you participated in so many activities." Hearing this, Bai pursed his lips and said embarrassedly, "The reason is quite complicated, but we have to thank Yin Huan for that." As he spoke, Bai smiled at Yin Huan again. Ding! Because he was completely unaware of Sakuramiya Hitomi's secret observation, the inexperienced Bai's smile towards Yin Huan was like a flash bomb that hit Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes directly. This look, the smile on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face froze slightly. Just as she was about to ask, Yin Huan beside her glanced at the time and smiled at Bai and said, "Our student union will have its regular Monday meeting later, so let's go to the teaching building first." Okay. Yin Huan silently changed the topic, causing Sakuramiya Hitomi, who wanted to speak, to remain silent again. This was actually what Yin Huan intended. Although Bai did not use the modifier yesterday, Yin Huan's actions did not reveal any fragments of Bai's modifier. But after all, Bai is also the host of the modifier, and no one knows how she handles the conflict with her mother. There is a risk of a sudden explosion at any time. Sakura Palace knew nothing about this, and had already inevitably been entangled with Spencer, a heavyweight, and was almost defeated by Yi Xiu using a modifier last week. After all, it's better to keep her away from these troubles. Yin Huan thought so. Bai was carrying a small handbag for books, and now he was holding it behind his back, and he and Yin Huan and in Gongtong were walking towards the teaching building. By the way, Yin Huan, didn't you lend me your headphones before? Your headphones look very old, and I just happen to have a new trial product that I endorsed before, so I'll give it to you. As she walked, she suddenly took out a small box from her bag, which contained another pair of blue noise-canceling headphones. The packaging is not bad. In short, it is much better than Yin Huan's original simple, unfinished house. The price should be in the range of several hundred yuan. Ah, thanks. After all, I was busy for so long yesterday, and I didn't get any modifier fragments, so getting a new headset is a consolation prize. But Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyesight was much sharper than Yin Huan's. She raised her eyes and saw the same pink headphones worn in the other person's black hair. He was originally standing on the right side of Yin Huan, but he still wore the noise-canceling headphones on his left ear and didn't take them off. This extremely inconvenient behavior probably has only one reason. He wanted Yin Huan to notice that he and the other person were using the same style in different colors. If a girl has a crush on someone of the opposite sex, she may not tell the boy directly, "I like you. Please be my boyfriend." They're always good at waiting, good at giving hints, and creating signals that they agree for you to approach. So they would say, "Wow, your hands are so big. Let's compare them. Hey, it's so cold today, I forgot to wear a coat. It's the last bus, I've missed it." Such suggestive words are proof of the girl's fond thoughts. Scheming. Sakuramiya Hitomi soon realized that this was an opponent who was as capable as herself in terms of ingenuity and scheming. A warning beep like a police car siren sounded, and she became more wary of the dangerous guy in front of her. "Morning, classmate Bai." "Morning." Just as Yin Huan accepted the gift, a girl passing by saw the three people coming towards her and spoke excitedly. "I saw your performance at the exhibition yesterday. It was awesome. Tell me, who is fan A?" "Ah, this and that." Bai's face turned slightly red, but his eyes fell on Yin Huan beside him as if attracted by a magnet. After only a glance, she quickly pulled away and explained with a smile, "This is a secret. Hey, it's a secret." The girl covered her mouth and smiled, then greeted Yin Huan again. "Morning, President." "Morning." Yin Huan smiled slightly in response. But when she saw Sakuramiya Hitomi, the girl's expression froze slightly, and then she passed them and left. This made Bai look at the girl's back with some confusion, but Yin Huan beside him seemed to be used to it. In fact, Sakuramiya Hitomi's popularity in school is not very good. So when Park Shuan mentioned Sakuramiya Hitomi alone before, she would snort coldly. The reasons are complicated. It has something to do with her becoming the vice president of the student union for no apparent reason, her being in charge of discipline and formulating rules and regulations, and her excellent grades and a wealthy family. After all, there are many geniuses and arrogant children from wealthy families in Yuan U.S. school, and there are very few people like Yin Huan and Yuan Lina who can have good relationships with most people. Yin Huan was born in a poor family, but he was handsome and always smiled when talking to other people. He knew how to talk to different people well and was certainly not annoying. As for Yuan Lina, although she doesn't have the brains of Yin Huan, she is silly, doesn't take anything to heart, and treats people sincerely, making it difficult for people to harbor resentment against her. As for Hitomi Sakuramiya, it's the complete opposite. He is a very thoughtful person who always keeps a polite distance, but sometimes he can be frighteningly aggressive, making it difficult for people to want to have a deep friendship with him. Knowing that she had a dark side, she consciously kept a distance from everyone else, except for her good relationship with the students in the student union. This was originally nothing, but compared to the shining body next to him, this seemed to be another thing that he was inferior to. Wait, why is it becoming more and more like what that guy Yahashiki said? Sakuramiya Hitomi's little face suddenly turned pale, and she turned to look at Yin Huan and body beside her. The two people's appearance and height match perfectly. Both of them are very popular and have good relationships with others. The two people come from similar families and have harmonious personalities. Hey, now that I mention it, I feel a little disappointed with you two. Bullshit. This strange thought popped up again inexplicably, making Sakuramiya Hitomi become as angry as if she had turned into the legendary King Nelu. Blame it on Spencer. She pursed her lips, but her steps suddenly stopped. Speaking of that study group you mentioned before, Yin Huan, just as Bai was about to speak, Yin Huan beside him instantly noticed that Sakuramiya Hitomi had stopped. He turned around and spoke with concern. Sakura. Bai was slightly stunned, glanced at Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi, and a hint of thought flashed in his starry eyes. Upon hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled again, but the smile seemed forced. President. Hey, Sakura-kun. Just as she opened her mouth, Yuan Lina suddenly appeared behind her and hugged Sakuramiya Hitomi, holding her in her arms, and said with a silly smile, Sakura, you're so soft and comfortable to hold. Sakuramiya Hitomi's face instantly turned slightly red. She seemed to be very sensitive to touch due to her poor health. She was particularly ticklish. Yuan Lina, who told me that I like Sakuramiya the most. She's pretty and cute, easy to bully, and has such a good temper. Really, am I that good? Looking at Bai's slightly widened eyes, Sakuramiya Hitomi's self-esteem, which had been secretly attacked by the other party before, was rekindled. Yes, the president just said those words to me yesterday, but I lost my temper at the last minute. How shameful. But I still want to thank you, Secretary Yuan Lina. I have always treated you as a stupid pet. In fact, you're one of the few friends you have, right? I was just joking when I asked you to go back to junior high school. How could you really think so? But the next second, Yuan Lina raised her pleading eyes again and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi, So, Sakuramiya, you are so cute. Please copy this week's math homework for me, crab. You should go back to elementary school, Yuan Lina. Looking at the veins bulging on Sakuramiya Hitomi's forehead and the adorable Yuan Lina, Yin Huan also smiled helplessly. That's Yuan Lina, the school secretary. Also, Bai blinked, but kept looking in the direction Yin Huan was looking. Many classmates walked by and greeted Yin Huan enthusiastically when they saw him. Even the seniors in the second and third year of high school would invite him to go to KTV or have dinner after school. The process of falling in love for young boys and girls is roughly the same. For some reason, you develop a liking for the other person and then inevitably fantasize about the sweetness of love in your mind. But after personally experiencing it, I started to worry about the reality that didn't match my fantasy. Just like now, Bai, who is still immersed in the romance of Fan yesterday, quickly realized that Yin Huan was a very popular person. He has a social circle, other friends he knows, and a life outside of being a fan. Maybe there are other girls here who have a good impression of him, or even like him. especially that Sakuramiya had told me. But he always felt that there was something dangerous hidden in the look in her eyes when she looked at him. In short, reality is not a fairy tale, where there is no destiny like prince and princess, and they are unique to each other. By E, who had just begun to fall in love, pursed his lips and suddenly became a little embarrassed. When she was thinking like this, Huan turned around and looked at her and asked, "By the way, weren't you just going to ask about the study group?" "Yeah, that's right." But he thought that the other party didn't hear it just now, so he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly bring it up at this moment. The study group will probably start tomorrow, and the student council's accountant Yahashiki and I will be in charge. We have 2 lunch breaks per week on Tuesday and Thursday, and we will also have off-campus study activities on the weekends before exam week. As she was talking, Huan looked at Bai Yi with a smile and asked, "As I said before, Bai Yi, you only suggested joining, so it all depends on your wishes in the end." "I'll join." Bai Yi blinked, looked at Huan's handsome profile, and said this sentence faster than his brain. She had already asked yesterday, and in previous years they just suggested joining a study group, but not many people went. So the most likely scenario is that I will be studying one-on-one with Huan twice a week. Yahashiki was silently ignored. Bai Yi's face turned slightly red, not knowing what scene he was thinking of. Huan in front of him nodded, took out a note, and handed it to Bai Yi. "Okay, then remember to go back and prepare these books." "Ah." Bai Yi took it and looked at it, but saw the note read, 3 years of high school, 2 years of simulation, 100 exercises in mathematics, grammar, and reading in 1 book. She blinked, and her slightly red face escaped from the romantic dye vat and fell into the cold reality. She raised her eyes to look at Huan in front of her and saw him smiling and saying, "Although it is stressful to guide idols in their studies, I will teach you well in the future." At this moment, in the principal's office, "Principal, please take a look. This is the record of the disciplinary violations she was punished for last week." The secretary handed a document to Principal Hermes' desk. The name, Aria Spencer, was written in a corner of the information. Hermes opened the file, and with a quick glance, he saw a whole page of complaints from various departments. The doors of the equipment room and the locker room were broken. "I called 3 students in my class. I skipped classes, did terrible in entrance exams and quizzes. In just 1 week, Principal Hermes had to deal with so much work." The heads of various departments were very dissatisfied with her, and the parents, including Park Shuan's parents, were also very powerful. They all came to her, which was also a big trouble. After a moment of silence, Hermes took off his glasses tremblingly and placed them on the table. "Hey, it's only been a week, and all the departments are telling me to drop her out. The problem is if I kick out little Spencer, old Spencer will be here soon." Hermes' wrinkled face now showed none of the happy daisy expression he had when collecting money in the past. He stood up and looked outside at the extremely luxurious new teaching building that was about to be completed. Then he asked, "Our school focuses on all-round development. Academic performance alone is not enough to cause someone to drop out. Doesn't she have other advantages?" In fact, this was a euphemism. The purpose was to ask the secretary to find other slightly protruding parts of her to stop people from talking. The secretary understood, but after thinking for a long time, she still pushed her glasses up. "It seems no." Principal Hermes fell silent and looked downstairs. "I just happened to see Spencer squatting on the ground outside the teaching building, doing something unknown. She seemed to be secretly reading some book, and there was a black bag beside her. As she watched, she scratched her head, feeling that it was very helpful." Hermes narrowed his eyes, turned around, and took his glasses back. "The floor here is not high, and I can vaguely see what she has drawn on the book she is reading with great interest. All that catches the eye is mosaics." After seeing this, Hermes almost fainted. His eyes turned white, and he fell backwards. "Headmaster." The secretary quickly stepped forward to support the principal and pinched his philtrum. "Medicine. Do you want to take medicine, Principal?" Hermes' lips trembled wildly, and he shook his head while suddenly grabbing the secretary's hand. With a hollow voice, he spoke words that sounded like an epitaph. "Money is hard to earn. Shit is hard to eat. Headmaster. Hermes closed his eyes, a tear falling from the corner of his eye. Vaguely, he seemed to remember the call he received from Spencer that night. On the other end of the phone, a female voice with a sense of terror and oppression came. My daughter has only been in Linmin for a short time. I'm not with her, so I leave her in your care. Sure. Hermes really wanted to slap himself now. He said it with great confidence at the time, but after only being in Yuanyue for a week, he even brought a small color picture book to school. This is totally on the verge of dropping out of school. Let her withdraw. It will be difficult to explain to the school board and the Golden Lion Group. If he doesn't let her withdraw, he and Tatsuki will lose face as the principal, and it will be difficult to explain to the parents and school departments. With pressure from both ends, why is it said that 70 years old is the right age to make breakthroughs? Tell me, is there any way to prevent her from retreating and still save face? Hermes was helped to sit on a chair, took a few quick-acting heart pills, and looked at the secretary beside him in despair. The secretary pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and said, It's a club war principle. Social war. The secretary nodded, moved closer, and said, The club that wins first place in the club competition can make a wish to the school director. So we have to let her join the club that wins first place. But this is too obvious. Otherwise, principal, please take a look at this. Hermes blinked and looked at the document handed over by the other party. Notice on Linman's efforts to strengthen students' campus life experience and all-round talent assessment. The secretary blinked and offered a suggestion. It just so happens that there is a policy recently that we are drafting to force students who have not joined a club to join a club. We can take advantage of this opportunity and let her try to join the track and field club that has the best chance of winning this year. I think she has good physical fitness. If she joins, winning the club competition will help her stay. Even if we take a step back and it doesn't work, we can still use this policy to shut up the school directors and the Golden Lion Group. What do you think? Hearing this, Hermes' eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at the smiling secretary beside him and said, I realize that this money should be earned by people like you. The secretary nodded, and Hermes raised the policy document in his hand and read it. Then let's study it further and send a document to the student union today. Okay, principal. End of this chapter. In other words, if students who haven't joined a club yet need to be persuaded to join one, then what about you? Ursula, Yuan Lina was thinking intently, and after touching her chin, she said so. I feel like I'm entering the classic plot of a harem anime. The male protagonist who doesn't have a club is persuaded by his teacher to join a club full of eccentric pretty girls, and from then on begins his happy and blissful harem life. Yahashiki pushed up his reflective glasses and smiled with great connotation. Can you please stop smelling this? Ashley pinched her nose and fanned her hands in the direction of Yahashiki, as if to drive away the strange smell coming from there. The message from the office said that those who are in charge of student affairs, such as the student union and the discipline committee, are not included. And you have already joined the computer club, right? So, your dream of being a nerd can be shattered. 50,000. On Monday, in the afternoon after the elective course ended, in a room of the Mahjong Club in the Tatsuki Academy Club building, the lights scattered down and landed around the square, electric Mahjong table. For members of the student union were sitting at the Mahjong table. Huan propped up his chin, smiled as he listened to their speeches, and simply asked, Do you want to eat sweet-scented osmanthus cake? Osmanthus cake, what is that? A snack for Dragon Country? I want it. Yuan Lina's eyes immediately lit up, and she licked her lips, looking like a terrifying glutton. Huan poked a piece of osmanthus cake with a toothpick and fed her a piece. She immediately showed a satisfied smile. Thank you, President, but I'm trying to quit sugar recently. Yahashiji glanced at Ashley and complained. I started to quit eating last semester, but after a few days I forgot and started eating a lot again. I still haven't lost a pound. Give up. Ashley, you can't do it. After saying that, he took the osmanthus cake handed to him by Huan and said thank you. But before they started eating, Ashley stepped on the back of his shoe with a gloomy face under the table, causing his face to distort, and he cried out in pain. Lina puffed up her cheeks, showed a touching expression, and gave a thumbs up. Great. Where did this come from? I want to buy one too. This is a specialty that a friend of mine's parents brought from Dragon Country. I think you can't buy it in Linmen. Actually, it was given to me by Anil this afternoon. Because of the upcoming club war, Huan was busy all day, but he still took time out to visit Anil at noon. She noticed that Huan had been answering calls and replying to emails, so she gave Huan a prepared dessert and said considerately that they would talk later. Now, after finishing her elective classes in the afternoon, I have some club time to relax a little, but when I try to contact her, she has already gone home. Anil does not have any clubs, but is a member of the Return Home Department and is also among those who are required to join a club. Oh, I'll go to the Rainforest website to see if I can find it. Seeing Lina's disappointed expression, Huan, who was holding up her cheeks, narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. Except for those in charge of student affairs, most of the students in our school have joined the club. For the remaining few, apart from those who are totally uninterested in the club, guess which group of people will find it difficult to join the club? Lina looked confused in a silly way, while Yahashiki and Ashley looked at each other, obviously knowing the answer. The part that is isolated from the group. The next second, Huan took out a 1,000-point chip and placed it in front of his own hand. This one-size-fits-all strategy is a problem. And what's even more troublesome is that our student union is responsible for this. It's not difficult to get everyone to participate in the club under normal circumstances. After all, you can always quit the club. But the problem is that the club war is coming soon. Every member of the club will have to participate, which makes it difficult for us to do it. Rikiki. Lina, who is still secretly eating Huan's sweet-scented osmanthus cake, turned pale. She turned her head and looked at Huan, who was smiling, and said in disbelief, "Stand upright again. I haven't even called yet." She pursed her lips, and her fingers hesitantly swept across the mahjong tiles and finally tremblingly pushed out a familiar card. Yahashiki chuckled, glanced at the card pool, and said, "It's not like you haven't seen the president's quick attack before." Ashley just sighed and comforted the others. Fortunately, the Student Affairs Office sent out a notice. Because of this incident, the club war has been postponed for 10 days. We still have more than 20 days to prepare for it. Huan reached out to touch the cards, examined them in his palm, and put them back on the table. It's a North Wind card. It's time for Lina again. She became more and more nervous. Every time Huan played against her, he liked to play fast attack, especially the standing upright stick. Then, every time this silly girl drew a card and played it, the feeling of lingering fear was written on her face, for fear that she would trigger Huan's cannon. This one. Not this one. No. Never mind. 77,000. Lina closed her eyes and slammed the mahjong tiles heavily on the table, while keeping her face away from the table. It was quite like the child in her previous life who was nervously lighting firecrackers, afraid that the firecrackers would explode and blow her up into the sky before she could run away from the card table. After playing this card, she also carefully glanced at Huan, the player above her. Seeing that he smiled and didn't say anything, Lina breathed a sigh of relief. Another round passed. "Hey," she giggled again. However, Huan seemed to be waiting for her to open her eyes. The next second, he gently pushed the card away and spoke like a devil. "I won. Richi, Hongbao, and Chang Fenji 40 fu in 3 sets, 5,200 points. Woo!" Lina puffed up her cheeks and was about to cry. President Huan just supported his chin and hooked his finger, allowing Lina to start counting the chips angrily. Crack! However, the next second, the doors suddenly opened, revealing the expressionless Sakuramiya Hitomi outside the door. She was holding a paper bag in her hand, and behind her stood the tall, plump, and beautiful president, Mizuki Takagi, who was holding a small folding fan. On her folding fan, written in bold ink, "Victory in every battle." The folding fan half hid her face, revealing only her curved eyebrows. "Hey, Miss Sakuramiya, please don't make such an ugly expression every time you come here. Everyone in the student council treats this place as their second office, but you are the only one who has always been so bad at reading people's minds, from childhood to adulthood. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and looked back at Takashi Mizuki and said, although I don't know how to play mahjong, I actually don't have any prejudice against mahjong. Even if I showed such an inappropriate expression, it was only because I smelled the stench of someone. Snap! Mizuki Takagi closed her folding fan, revealing her forced smile. Sakuramiya Hitomi also looked back without fear, as if she was used to it. There seemed to be a flash of lightning between the two people's eyes. Just as Yatsuhashi said, the relationship between Sakuramiya Hitomi and Takashi Mizuki is not good. Sakuramiya even named the weakest and dumbest cat she raised Mizuki, which shows how much she dislikes the president of the mahjong company. This made Huan, who originally just wanted to come here to play a few cards secretly, feel a little uncomfortable. After finishing his elective course, he came here to play a few games of cards to relax. Yahashiki said he had something to discuss, so Huan thought about it and asked him to come to the mahjong club to discuss while playing cards. As a result, not long after, Yu and Lina unexpectedly came to visit the mahjong club, found the two of them there, and immediately joined the game. Finally, Ashley came to find Yu and Lina, waiting for her to take a car back to Beihai District, but inexplicably she sat down and started fighting. This is roughly the situation. Yin Huan sighed, stood up, and said to Ing-si Meiwe with a smile, Takashi Senpai, Sakuramiya should be here to discuss something with us. Since you said this is the student union's second office, we can borrow the room temporarily to discuss something. Is that okay? Ing-si Meiwe looked at Yin Huan, opened her folding fan again, and said with a smile, It's okay. President Yin can use it as long as he wants. But today we clearly agreed to fight with the three of us seniors, so you have to make it up to us next time. Definitely next time. Hearing this, Mizuki Takagi nodded contentedly. Before she finished, she took one last look at Sakuramiya Hitomi before slowly leaving, holding her skirt in her arms. And Sakuramiya Hitomi also turned around and walked into the shadow of the room. That morning, Yahashiji, who had been discussing Sakuramiya's situation behind his back and was arrested on the spot while going to the discipline committee to drink coffee, immediately stood up and closed the door of the room respectfully. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at the silly, smiling Yu and Lina in the room, the evasive look from Yahashiki, and Ashley, who was pretending to be dead. She felt that the cheerful atmosphere in the room seemed to be destroyed by her sudden arrival. She opened her mouth and was about to say something to apologize. Yin Huan suddenly stood up and said to her, It's just right. Sakuramiya is here. You teach them a lesson for me. It's not fair for the three of them to fight 3 against 1. How could that be? The president should give you a 3-for-1 package. That's it. Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned. Looking at Yin Huan, who was smiling beside her, she quickly waved her hand and refused. Forget it. I don't know how to play mahjong. Yin Huan just stretched out his hand and invited her. It's okay. I'll teach you. I promise you'll learn it. Sakuramiya Hitomi hesitated for a moment, and her fingers trembled slightly. But it was just a slight intention, and the next second, she wanted to refuse the other party again. But Yin Huan had already caught the moment when she was about to move, reached out and gently grasped her wrist, and pulled her into the light covering the mahjong table. All right, the president and vice president of the Tatsuki Student Council, let's fight you. Sakuramiya Hitomi sat down at the card table somewhat awkwardly. She looked at the cards in her hand and began to sort them in a panic. Seeing this, Yin Huan exclaimed in surprise. Sakuramiya, you can actually fight, right? No, I know the general rules, but I don't know much about the types of roles and the number of roles. Is that so? That's okay. I'll play with you first and then slowly introduce you. Yin Huan moved closer to her, pointed at a card she had arranged, and said, Good luck, play this one. Sakuramiya pursed her lips, but her mind was actually blank, and she could only follow Yin Huan's instructions to push the cards. A little too close, President. Hey, that's not right. Those girls are coming to my house. Last week it was Yishiyu Spencer, and this week it's Anobai. I have superpowers just to create sparks of love with the president, but others have begun to influence the president's thoughts. So it's nothing. Just think of it as a pre-war enjoyment. Thinking so, Sakuramiya Hitomi sat up straighter and moved closer to Huan. How do you feel? Does the president smell a little bit good? There's a strange, indescribable, but very attractive smell, which is a bit irresistible. Not sure. Smell it again. Vice President, it's your turn. Yahashiki spoke carefully, bringing Sakuramiya Hitomi back to her senses. This sudden interruption and reminder made her look towards Yahashiki, and she almost fainted from fear. Alas, but soon she realized that what she did was inappropriate, and quickly apologetically withdrew her gaze. I'm sorry, Yatsuhashi. Her face flushed slightly, and as she looked at the cards on the table, she quickly asked Huan, President, which one should I hit? This one. Huan pointed to one and then asked, By the way, Sakura, why did you suddenly come to the Mahjong Club to find us? Is there something urgent? Yes. Isn't this place the most annoying for you, Sakura? Lina also nodded and asked. Speaking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly remembered something and took out a document from the paper bag and said, Look, the principal's office sent us a document saying that they had confirmed in advance the list of students who had not joined the club. I also wrote down some clubs that I would recommend them to join based on the hobbies they filled out at the beginning of the semester. Ashley blinked and said, That's much easier. That means we just need to introduce them to the club's recruitment director and have a chat, right? We have the school's recommendation document, and we have a reason to explain. Huan took out a document involving several large social organizations. The sports clubs of Yuanyue College are much larger than the cultural interest clubs in terms of both funding and scale. After all, they have to really participate in competitions. In this year's club competition, the track and field club should have the highest probability of winning. There are a lot of them, and Owen, a sophomore who was just elected as the club president, has participated in many competitions and is said to be very strong. Huan took a quick look and soon saw a noteworthy name in the list of suggestions below. Arya Spencer suggested joining the track and field club. This line of words is also marked in red. Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the official seal of the principal's office above, and felt that he smelled a hint of conspiracy. No matter what, she and Bai will come to the study group tomorrow, and they will talk about it then. Then let's contact the recruitment managers of each club first. The one in charge of the track and field club is Hua Zhaofeng. Yahashiki, who was playing cards, raised his hand and interrupted. President, let me contact the person in charge of the track and field club. Well, we were classmates in elementary school, but we're not that close. This guy doesn't have much talent for athletics, but he has a very good relationship with the club president, Owen, so he joined the club to help them with some chores. As he was talking, Yahashiki started laughing again and sharing gossip. Besides, he is also a big bootlicker. He likes the girl named Park Shuwen from our first-year class, see? He confessed his feelings to her many times before, but was always ignored. He still hasn't given up. Boring. Ashley yawned and pushed a card. Why don't we just let Lina make the contact for the rest? She's very familiar with all the clubs anyway. Why is this happening? I protest. You have to visit various clubs every day anyway, so why not just go and look for them while you're at it? Ashley chuckled, obviously knowing the student union secretary well. Seeing that Lina was still trying to argue, Huan, who was directing Sakuramiya Hitomi to play a card, said with a smile, Next time I'll get you another box of osmanthus cake. How about that? Yeah. Lina was not smart and had a greedy mouth, so she was flattered by just a few words. So, she smiled foolishly and pushed another red card down. Upon seeing this, the other two immediately covered their faces, looking as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. And she was still looking at Yahashiki, wondering why he didn't play a card. Come out, Yatsuhashi. Wait a minute, it can't be. Ashley didn't want to talk anymore. She just waved her hand and said, Lina, you must not play card with anyone other than us. If you play cards for real, you will definitely get your hands chopped off. Is it that scary? Yahashiki also covered his face with the same style as Ashley. It's almost the end of the game, and not a single card has been revealed. Vice President Sakura is obviously making a big move, and you still dare to play. Isn't this just walking into the muzzle of a gun? Sakuramiya Hitomi also looked puzzled. Only Huan stretched out his hand, passed over Sakuramiya's slightly red face and shoulders, pushed the card down, and said, "Ooh, big three, full service. No need to count. Lina, your chips are not enough. You have nothing." My president. At the same time, outside the school, Anna was walking on the roadside. Since she was going back home, if she waited for the school bus, she would have to wait too long. So she usually took the bus and then the subway to go back. Although Huan was very busy today, he at least delivered the dessert prepared for him. Hee. I just gave away a box of sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Are you so happy? On the shoulder, Little Finger stuck out his tongue and said so. It's good after all, Little Finger. When Huan was little, Mom loved to prepare sweet-scented osmanthus cake for her. It's rare to find it here in Limin, so it's usually sent by relatives. Yes, I don't know what it smells like anyway. Compared to this, when did you two get together? Stacked together? Annel's face flushed all of a sudden. She turned around in a panic and looked at Little Finger and asked, "What on earth are you talking about? We just met, and he was very busy today. We didn't have time to have a good chat, and you're saying this. Oh, what trouble." Annel didn't bother to pay attention to the little finger on his shoulder and continued walking forward with his school bag on his back. She planned to go back and play the newly bought Gal game for a while. She was so excited to meet Huan yesterday that she didn't even have time to turn on the computer. So today, just as Annel was thinking about this, a pure white luxury car suddenly stopped on the side of the road and honked its horn. Annel blinked and turned to look. Just as he was about to show a puzzled expression, the rear window suddenly dropped down, revealing Spencer's face. She looked at Annel walking on the road and asked, "Are you going home?" That's right. Walk back." "Of course not. It's too far. I live in Luoqiao District. I have to take the bus and then transfer to the subway." "Luoqiao District, where is that?" Spencer used his brain and thought about it for a while without any result. She rubbed her head irritably, opened the car door directly, and asked, "Get in the car. I'll ask the driver to take you back." No. Annel was about to refuse, but when she saw Spencer's impatient face, she swallowed the words of refusal back into her throat. "Okay, thank you. But Spencer, you live in the Jingha district, right? It would be too much of a hassle to send me back like this." Watching Annel get in the car, she leaned back on the wide back seat, showing her fangs, and smiled. "It's okay. Just let me go to your house and play for a while." No, that's not impossible. But it would take a long time to go back and forth, right? "Spencer, your family wouldn't have that." Hearing this, Spencer's expression darkened slightly. She closed her eyes, looking indifferent. "It's okay. I'm alone at home anyway." "That's it." Annel pursed her lips, as if she realized that she had said something wrong. She shrank back a little awkwardly, but suddenly heard the friction sound of a plastic bag behind her. "Is there something behind?" Annel blinked, turned around, and saw the tilted black bag and a comic book leaking out of it. Pure ballet. She blinked, then quickly realized something, and her face turned red. Turning her head to look at Spencer, she asked in a trembling voice, "Classmate Spencer, what's wrong with you?" Spencer looked at her with one eye open and one eye closed and laughed. "Why do you look at this? Didn't you look at it too? The things I bought at the Lemon Game Expo are no different from this one, right?" "That's not right, Mr. Spencer. How come you suddenly know so much? I clearly didn't know anything at the time, not even the signs. I went to buy the new works of Ropebound Dragon with myself, and I thought they were all picture books like Peppa the Dog. It was like this yesterday. Why did it suddenly happen today?" Looking at Annel's surprised expression, Spencer sneered and sat up slowly. Then, she pointed her thumb at herself with an extremely proud expression, showing her iconic canine teeth again, and said, "Hey, I'm not the same Arya Spencer anymore. I've learned the knowledge in the comic books." "What? You. Don't learn these weird things." "Spencer, classmate." Annel's face flushed, and she screamed in her heart. That's about it. Use the Smith machine to keep your forearms as perpendicular to the ground as possible. Not bad. Keep it up. Monday, South District night. In a gym decorated in Syrian style, Jiao Tan, or Kyoshirakoa, was looking at Yin Huan lying on the equipment, instructing him to do the bench press. Ho, Han. Okay, stop. This is the last set. You can start at about this pace. Do 5 sets of each exercise, 12 to 15 reps per set, until you reach exhaustion. Although Jiao Tan said so, Yin Huan, who had taken down the weapon, had a dying expression. He half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, and covering his arm because he was feeling severe pain there. No, the effect of not having naked clothes is still a bit too much to bear the side effects of the efficiency bonus. The piercing pain was nothing. What was more important was that Yin Huan really felt that if he continued like this, he would either get injured or become disabled. He looked up at the muscular charcoal and asked helplessly, "Teacher Jiao Tan, do you think there is any way to exercise at home?" Jiao Tan sat down, handed Yin Huan a glass of water, and asked, "Don't want to come to the gym?" Yatsuhashi said it shouldn't be far from your house, and the fee is cheap, but the decoration style is a bit bad. The boss here doesn't really care about the business, but the equipment is usable and he hasn't run away after so long, so it's okay. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning when Jiao Tan contacted Yin Huan and Yahashi Mu, saying that he could take Yin Huan to practice together. It was also at that time that Yin Huan learned that Jiao Tan and his wife also lived in the South District. It just so happened that they had nothing to do in the evening. So after finishing their homework quickly, Yin Huan and Yahashi Mu came to this not-too-far gym to try out some fitness. This test almost caused Yin Huan to die from the pain. After 2 sets of movements, his upper arms and chest muscles felt like they were about to run away from home due to the pain. Yin Huan looked at the notice on the wall that said, "No stripping for training." This rule, which he usually agreed with very much, became a restriction at this moment. He smiled stiffly and said, "It's not about the gym, it's just that I have to work on weekdays, so it would be more convenient if I could practice at home." Coke nodded and just said dutifully, "It's the same at home. Just practice according to the muscle area. As for the movements, I will recommend a video without equipment later, and you just need to follow the key points. But you can train like this in the beginner stage. If you want to get bigger in the later stage, you still have to go to the gym and pay attention to your diet, otherwise the effect will be very poor." As he was talking, he looked at the aerobic area on the other side of the gym and said, "You can also do some aerobic exercise with Yatsuhashi to lose some fat." Yin Huan wrote down everything the other party said, then stood up with difficulty and said, "Okay, thank you, Mr. Jiao Tan. It's okay." The introverted Jiao Tan felt a little embarrassed and had to turn his head to look at the treadmill. I just happened to see Yahashiki lying next to the treadmill, looking like he had run himself to death. All I can say is that this is the physique of otaku. You two can take a break, and then you can start the next move. Then I will start too. Okay, Mr. Jiao Tan, don't worry about us. Yin Huan smiled slightly and watched Jiao Tan turn and leave. He then took a sip of water, took out his cell phone, and checked the messages. Tatsuki, Student Union General Management Group. UN Lina. I've finally finished organizing it. The corresponding names and recommended clubs are all written on it. But because there are transfer students this semester, they didn't write about their interests in school, so there are no recommended clubs. Yin Huan. Got it. Thank you for your hard work. Cats, thank you expression. UN Lina. Hee. Yin Huan opened the spreadsheet file and scanned the number of students in the 3 grades. The total number was only a few dozen, but it doesn't matter if you don't sweep it, but it will be scary if you sweep it. First grade. By E. Not yet joined any club. Fill an interest list at the beginning of the semester. Singing suggested to join. Choir. Light music club. Enel. Not yet joined any clubs. Fill an interest list at the beginning of the semester. CG. Recommended to join. Animation club. Electronics club. Aria Spencer. Not yet in a club. Fill out interest list at the start of school. None. Suggested to join. Track and field club. Yin Huan opened another table. Second grade. Yishiu. Not yet a member of a club. Fill out interest list at the beginning of the semester. None, suggested clubs. None. Okay. Okay. I haven't joined any club yet. It said that everyone who can become the host of the modifier has unique skills. Needless to say, the reason why Bai did not join the club was that she seldom came to school for activities, and of course, she had no time to participate in the afternoon club activities. Anil belongs to the individual isolated from the group mentioned by Huan earlier. The class divisions at Tatsuki Academy are random, but Class C is well known as the aristocratic class, and the proportion of poor outside students admitted is very small. A foreign student with a cowardly character like Anil can easily be isolated or even bullied by other young masters and young ladies who are familiar with each other. Huan narrowed his eyes and looked at the next two transfer students. Ishiyu, normal. As for Spencer, there were no recommended clubs, even though I didn't write down my interest, and they were marked in red by the principal's office. It seemed that it was old Hermes who was operating behind the scenes again. Spencer doesn't eat me. However, she and Bai, you will also attend the study group tomorrow at noon, so they can talk about it then. Anil is in the same grade as me and is easy to find. Therefore, Huan now plans to contact Yishiyu first. I haven't seen her for a weekend, and I don't know where she's making her fortune. No, where she's developing her modifier. In short, Huan stood up, walked out of the gym, and stepped into the bright lights and nightlife of the South District. He felt the cool night breeze and made a plane call to Yishiyu. Beep. At the same time, in the Yi family mansion in Jinghe District, Yishiyu, who was sewing something, looked at the lit mobile phone next to her. She was concentrating on looking at the fabric on the table and subconsciously wanted to reach out and hang up the phone. But I caught a glimpse of the note above. Little joy. She blinked, reached out to turn off the sewing machine, picked up the phone, and put it to her ear. The next second, the call was connected. Small. But before he could open his mouth, there came a noisy sound of horns, conversations, and most obviously a few female voices. Little brother, would you like me to buy you a drink? I want it too. Handsome boy, my sister's house is quite big. Do you want to go up and take a look? Yishiyu's expression did not change, but her eyes grew colder, and the phone to her ear began to emit a faint purple color. No, just borrow it for a moment. Fortunately, Huan's voice interrupted the female voice that made her inexplicably angry. She, who had been silent, also spoke at this moment. Xiao Huan. Ah, Sister Shiyu, I'm sorry. It was a bit noisy just now. I'll find a quiet place. Soon, the noise on the other end of the phone died down. Now, are you feeling better? Yishiyu looked at the unfinished clothing on the table. It seemed to be a men's suit. Judging from the width of the shoulders, it seemed that Huan was the only one who fit the bill among the people Yishiyu knew. She fumbled for the extremely small 3 characters, Yishiyu, hidden in her collar, and asked, Xiao Huan, where are you? I'm near my home, so I'll go exercise. Yishiyu frowned and continued. Is the environment over there not that good? Otherwise, I'll ask Mom to bring you over to live with me this week. He would be approached by women just when he went downstairs to exercise. Perhaps countless women had been eyeing him over the years he had lived there. How is this possible? Although there are certain risks in moving back to the mansion. After all, Yishiyu believes that her rationality is no match for desire. But being hypnotized by yourself is definitely better than being stared at by unknown women every day, right? Yishiyu thought so. It's pretty good here, Sister Shiyu. Huan on the other side refused straightforwardly. He didn't dare to wear the school uniform that Yishiyu sent back, nor did he dare to throw it away, for fear that she would find out that she had secretly embroidered words on the clothes. I guess it will directly unlock an unknown CG? Following the rejection, the other end of the phone fell into a strange silence, making Huan unable to guess Yishiyu's emotions at the moment. But only a moment later, her voice, seemingly without any fluctuations, came again. Okay, so, are you calling because you need my help with something? Huan smiled slightly and continued. That's right, Sister Shiyu. You should have received the email. According to Linman's policy, The school has made mandatory requirements for students who have not joined student organizations, such as the student union and the discipline committee, requiring those who have not joined any clubs to join them. Sister Shiyu, you happen to be one of them. We happen to be in charge of this matter, so I called to ask Sister Shiyu if there are any clubs you're interested in. I can help you contact them so you don't have to make the trip. Xiao Huan will always think about herself. Yi Shiyu blinked, stood up holding the phone, and gently laid down on the bed. She looked thoughtful. Xiao Huan is the president of the student union. So, then I won't join the club. Can I join the student union? Yin Huan on the other end of the phone almost couldn't hold back his emotion when he heard this. Just doing one step, right? The problem is that the last time you, the master of hypnosis, came to the student union, you almost had a fight with the powerless Sakura Gong. If Yi Shiyu joins the student union. So, he changed his tone and explained helplessly, Sister Shiyu, I have already nominated the management team last semester and decided on all other members. If you want to join the student union, you have to wait for the next president to nominate you. Then Xiao Huan, will you be the next president? I guess not. Yin Huan hasn't considered this matter yet, but her intuition tells her that it's best to deny it at this moment. That's it. Yi Shiyu's tone sounded a little disappointed. Yin Huan still did not let the topic drop. He walked along the quieter side of the road and continued, but there are many interesting clubs in the school, and the club war will be coming soon, so it should be a grand scene then. Yi Shiyu had heard about the club war. She had been getting along well with Gongzi in her class recently. Yumiko's boyfriend Owen is the president of the track and field club. She often mentions him, saying that he is training every day to prepare for the club war. Xiao Huan, have you joined the club? I don't have any. After all, I have enough things to do. But as the student council president, I can visit the clubs at will. If you join the club, I will come to see you, Sister Shiyu. Among the student union management, Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi are not involved in any clubs, while the other three all have clubs. Yahashiki is from the computer club, as mentioned before. Ashley is from the kendo club and seems to be very good at it. When Yin Huan went to watch, she often saw her beating up other people. As for this guy Yuan Lina, she is a member of the Model United Nations Club. She has a unique skill. No matter which country she is drawn to, she can speak a few words of that country's language. He also said something outrageous like, vigorously develop the global kangaroo sales industry. It seems that she was kicked in the head by a kangaroo when she was traveling before, so she still holds a grudge against her. So, Sister Shiyu, do you have any special skills or things that you are particularly interested in? Well, I don't have any special skills. I did join some interest classes before and learned some things. Yin Huan was wandering around the gym entrance and unknowingly walked towards the alley next to the gym. What did you learn? Piano, guzheng, tea ceremony, flower arrangement, art, embroidery, and more. Wait, stop. Yin Huan glanced at his phone helplessly and was about to say something when his left ear, which didn't have the phone close to it, heard a familiar voice from the alley. Click. That's the sound of a lighter rubbing and igniting. Has it been taken care of? This is a female voice with a calm tone. It's been taken care of, Sister Tong. They decided on their own. The one that was sent out last night will reach Phnom Penh in about 10 days on the sea. Someone will pick him up there. As for the remaining one, this voice seemed to be from the owner of the gym. Teacher Jiao Ting greeted him when he came. Stop it. Don't tell me. Just deal with it yourself. Bury it or burn it. Just don't let the cops catch you. Okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. Okay, go back now. Tell me if you need anything in the gym. I'm going back now. Okay, take care, Sister Tong. Yin Huan stared blankly at the alley on the side of the gym. In the midst of mist, he saw the owner of the gym smiling and going back through the side door. Meanwhile, a red-haired beauty with a cigarette in her mouth, sad eyes in her hands in her pockets, stood up from the wall she was leaning against, turned around, and prepared to walk out of the alley. The moment I raised my eyes, I saw the handsome boy who was on the phone. The two looked at each other, and the red-haired beauty froze in place for a moment. Her red lips opened slightly, and the cigarette she had just lit suddenly lost its power and fell to the ground. After a moment of silence, Yin Huan immediately withdrew his gaze, turned his head away as if he hadn't seen anything, and spoke on the phone a little louder. Okay, then I'll come to discuss the club's affairs with Sister Shiyu in person. Okay. He turned around and was about to go back to the gym, but the sound of high heels in the alley behind him suddenly quickened. It was like the beating of a trembling drum in Huan's heart, causing him to suddenly change from a slow walk to a jog. But before he took a few steps, Tong Yingying grabbed his collar from behind. A force came, and Huan, whose hands and chest muscles were in severe pain, was pulled back into the alley. Boom! Huan leaned against the wall. All of a sudden, his eyes widened, and he subconsciously hung up the phone in his hand. Yishiyu on the other end of the phone blinked and showed a puzzled expression. Huan's face once again showed a smile of what a coincidence. He looked at Tong Yingying, who was pressing him against the wall, and said in surprise, "Oh, Sister Tong, why are you here? What a coincidence." Tong Yingying didn't answer, but just looked at him with sad eyes. After a moment's silence, she suddenly stretched out her index finger and lifted Huan's chin. She moved her beautiful face closer and examined Huan's expression like a judge. In his eyes, there flickered a shadow that Huan was very unfamiliar with. "Did you hear anything just now?" Huan blinked and just stared at her red lips, which seemed to be coated with a little lip balm. The lipstick smells sweet, but it can't cover up the lingering tobacco smell. The dry throat surged, and for a moment, Huan seemed unable to speak. The next second, the phone in his hand that had just hung up rang again. Ding, ding, ding. Caller ID. Sister Shiyu. Oh, this child eats so much. Come, give him some more rice. Luoqiao District in Annel's home. Annel's parents looked in amazement at the blonde girl who was eating rice with a spoon across the table. There was an expression of surprise on their faces. It's like recording a short video with a mobile phone and then adding a line of colorful text. My daughter's classmate came home and ate 5 bowls of rice. Annel also looked at Spencer beside him with shock, watching her eat up all the food on the table in no time at all. Hiccup. Finally, after finishing the last bowl of rice, Spencer put down the big bowl, patted his stomach, and burped. She didn't know how to use chopsticks, so she used a spoon to scoop up the vegetables and eat them with rice. It just so happens that all the dishes at Annel's house today are good to eat with rice. It's delicious. It's delicious. It's delicious. Come to my house next time, and I'll make you Han Lu again. Go and collect the bowl. Oh. Annel stood up. Spencer took a look and stood up to help, but Annel's mother said, "Hey, just sit there and let Annel come." Okay. Then Spencer just sat down, patting his stomach, and didn't move. Annel's mother blinked, then covered her mouth and chuckled. She carried the clean plates and walked into the kitchen with Annel, while Annel's father stayed at the dining table to clean the table. In the kitchen, the mother laughed and said, "These foreign kids are very direct and don't play tricks on us. Spencer is not from Long Country, not even from Limmen. He can't even use chopsticks. That's nothing. This kid is quite interesting." Annel's mother rolled up her sleeves and said to Annel, All right, let your dad wash it. When you finish your homework, go play with your classmates." Annel nodded, walked out of the room, and called to his father, "Dad, Mom asked you to wash the dishes." The middle-aged man who was sitting on the sofa was about to turn on the TV when he stared back. "I have to wash it again. I cooked the meal. Let your mother wash it." In the kitchen, Annel's mother's voice came leisurely. "I'm not feeling well. Fuck you. You're uncomfortable every day." Even though he said that, the uncle still stood up reluctantly and walked towards the kitchen while cursing. "Bring the money from now on. 50 per wash. I want to buy a fishing rod." Yes, come on. I'll make you some dessert." Spencer folded his hands, watching Annel's parents talking in the kitchen, and looking at Annel standing at the kitchen door with a smile on his face, wondering what he was thinking. It was not until a few seconds later that Annel came closer and said to Spencer, "Come on, I'll take you to see my reptile. There are also games in the house." Spencer stood up and followed Annel back to the room. Finally, he looked back in the direction of the kitchen. Click! After closing the door of the room, Annel untied the straps of her bra and placed it in the clothes basket next to her. Then she finally stretched out comfortably, sat down in front of the computer, and asked Spencer, Spencer, Do you want to see some reptiles? Spencer glanced at the gecko in the box. Her face paled a little. She took a step back and shook her head. Do not want. Anil blinked and said with a smile. Don't be afraid. They're all very well behaved and cute. I'm not scared, okay. It's just that this is not cute at all. Well, do you want to play games? Spencer glanced at Anil's old console. It was okay for playing gal games, but it will be difficult to play 3D racing games that Spencer liked. Forget it, just have fun. Talking so idly, she lay down on Anil's bed very naturally, clasping her hands, not knowing what she was thinking. Well, Anil came over and looked at Spencer, whose face had turned ugly since he finished his meal. He thought it was his own problem, so he explained carefully, There's nothing fun in my house, Spencer-san. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? It's not your problem. It's just... As he spoke, Spencer turned sideways again in annoyance. But when I turned around, I saw a group photo placed on the bedside. The photo shows two very cute children, a little boy and a little girl. The little boy was smiling, and Spencer recognized the identity of President Huan from that smile at a glance. The little girl next to her seemed much more shy, compared to Huan, who was looking at the camera and making a yeah gesture. She just shyly grabbed Huan's clothes and looked at him. Spencer, who was originally a little annoyed, suddenly became interested. She sat up, took the photo frame, and looked at it carefully. Spencer, that's not okay. But this time, Anil snatched the thing back very forcefully and held it in his arms. Spencer was not annoyed, but turned to look at Anil, whose face was flushed with a puzzled look. Is it so precious? Of course. This is the same as the bookmark. There is only one copy of this one. This is the only photo of Xiao Huan and I, so... You're wrong. Are you all too fond of Yin Huan? Spencer lay down on the bed again with her hands folded, but this time Spencer kept looking at Anil. She asked, Does he have any merits other than his good looks? He's fierce. The girls in school all look at him like you do, as if he's a ghost. I guess he was elected as the student council president because he's good-looking. That's not right, okay. Anil opened his mouth and quickly explained. The voting for the student council president is very strict. Even during the initial auditions, many people voted for Xiao Huan because of her appearance. But later, so many debates, so many exams and activities proved that Xiao Huan deserved the title. Anil put the photo frame back on the bedside table, looked at Spencer, pursed her lips, and said, Xiao Huan is not just a good and kind man at ordinary times. He is also very fierce and reliable at critical moments. Especially during the final debate last semester, he debated with the second and third-year candidates and made them cry on the spot. Tatsuki Academy is a gathering place for students like Spencer who come from well-off families. Xiao Huan is recognized by most people, and it's not just because of her appearance. Spencer totally didn't understand why Anil and the others liked Yin Huan. After all, she didn't threaten Yin Huan because she liked him. As for appearance, although Yin Huan is indeed an outstanding one in Spencer's eyes, this alone is not enough to attract Spencer. That guy is fierce and likes to play tricks on me. I don't know what's good about him. Spencer couldn't help but think of the other person frowning at him with a look of disgust on his face. Thinking of this, she was not annoyed, but instead smiled wickedly. As long as there is such a thing as the plunder system, the more he and those who like him and have everything hate her, the better. However, looking at Anil, whose face was slightly red, Spencer still touched his chin and said, Understand. It turns out that guy is a contrast. He pretends to be that way on weekdays, but in private... Anil's face flushed when she heard this. She puffed up her cheeks angrily and said angrily, Student Spencer, I told you not to watch those things anymore. You'll become a bad person. What? Spencer looked puzzled, took out the black bag that he had been carrying with him all the time, turned to a certain page, and said, But isn't that what you mean? You usually look so smiling and harmless, but in reality you're not like that. Isn't that a contrast? Anil is really like a scholar meeting a soldier. Spencer is just getting started. She started using the few words she learned randomly. It would be even more serious if she could use the internet. Anil pouted, snatched the pure ballet from her hand and put it back into the bag. Don't use such weird words. Sexual tension. It's sexual tension. Okay. I don't understand what the difference is. Spencer looked like his brain was overloaded, and he was too lazy to think about the difference between the two words. Dong dong. Please come in. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. After Anna responded, the door was opened. The mother and Lou was seen outside the door, holding the cut apples. Come on, you two, have some fruit. Ah, thank you, Annie. Spencer, who was lying down, jumped off the bed with a somersault. His speed was so fast that even Annel's mother was startled. But seeing her licking her lips and her cute eyes shining, she couldn't help laughing again. She looked at Spencer, then at Annel, and instead of leaving, she brought a chair over and sat down and asked Spencer curiously, "By the way, little Spencer, can Annie call you that?" "All right." Ouch. Well, Anna wants to ask you something. You and Annel are in the same class. She's doing well in the class. The classmates there are not ordinary people. She moved to Limmen later. Her father and I are worried that she will not adapt to the school. Spencer held an apple in each hand. He glanced at Annel and was about to speak without thinking. "Oh, that parking class. No, I've adapted well. My classmates and teachers are all very nice to me, Mom." Spencer glanced at Annel and saw that her face was flushed and she had an expression that said, "Please." Is that so, Spencer-san? Spencer didn't know what to say, so he ate his apple and nodded. Seeing her like this, Annel's mother finally laughed. She stood up and said to Spencer, "Then Auntie is relieved. You guys can play. Just take out the plates after you finish eating. And if you play too late, you can sleep here. It's okay. Just treat this place as your own home." "Okay." Annel forced a smile, waved his hand, and watched his mother walk out of the room. Turning around, Spencer had already eaten up the entire plate of fruit. She sucked her fingers and asked Annel, "Why don't you tell the truth? Park Shu-won and the others in your class have always bullied you. Others are not as serious, but they basically don't talk to you either." Annel looked at Spencer, lowered his head slightly, and explained, "Yes, our class is famous as the noble class in the school. Even if I tell my mother about this, what good will it do except make her worry?" She stroked her hair and said with a wry smile, "Besides, even Park Shu-won and the others who look down on me the most, if I hadn't sent a love letter to Xiao Huan and they found out, they would just mock me a few times, not so seriously. I'm used to having no friends since I was a child. Besides, don't I still have Spencer now?" Spencer looked at Annel, who was smiling in front of him, and blinked. Originally, she just planned to snatch Huan away from the group of women who liked him. As for what happened afterwards, Spencer didn't think about it, just like when he took away the windmill from the little girl at the entrance of the aquarium. Maybe by then, she would instantly lose interest in Huan. But this time, maybe she could change her strategy. It's not impossible to help Annel, a guy with nothing, to get Huan. For the sake of her saying that to herself. "Okay, thank you for inviting me to your house today. I have to go back now." Thinking this, Spencer didn't say it out loud, but just stood up and prepared to leave. "Hey, are you leaving now?" Spencer yawned and walked to the door with the plate. "I'm sleepy. I'm going back to rest." "Okay, then I'll take you there." Spencer nodded and walked out of the room. He returned the plate to Annel's mother, exchanged a few polite words, and left her with a sentence she had never heard before. "Come and play again next time." She walked downstairs and saw the luxury car and the driver still in the car, parked on the side of the road, waiting for her to come down. Spencer opened the back door of the car, turned around, and waved to Annel, who came out in a heavy coat to see him off, then got into the car. "Buzz." The car started, and the driver said, "AI just sent you a message, saying that your mother sent you a message." "Got it, take me home." "Yes." The vehicle started slowly, departing from Luoqiao District and returning all the way to Jinghe District, the tall tower with the Golden Lion Group logo engraved on the outer layer. Spencer, carrying a school bag and a black bag, took the VIP elevator from the underground parking lot to the top floor. The fingerprint unlocked the door, revealing a large flat that was dark, cold, and very quiet. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the night view of Linmin was like a mirage in the mirror, until Spencer approached, and her expressionless face appeared in the mirage. After a moment of silence, She turned back as she did at Annel's house. What I saw was not the sounds of playing and quarreling in the kitchen, but the lights and screens that gradually lit up and the sound of the AI machine voice. Miss, you are back. Will my mom send me a message? What's it? Mr. Hermes, the principal of Tatsuki Academy, spoke to the president on the phone regarding your behavior last week. You are currently on the verge of the expulsion process, and the president is very angry about this. Spencer pursed his lips, but threw his school bag and bag to the ground as if he didn't care at all, and then lay down on the sofa loosely. According to the recording of the call between Principal Hermes and the president, you need to meet any one of the following conditions before the midterm exam to avoid being expelled. 1. More than half of the students in the midterm academic exams for required subjects cannot fail. According to the system calculation, the probability of achieving this is 15.32%. 2. The disciplinary record must be higher than 60 points. Your current score is 29 points. You want to restore it to 60 points before the midterm. The possibility of achieving this is 0%. 3. Win the corresponding various competitions and other honors. However, according to your interests and hobbies, the most recent sports competition will be in mid-March this year, after the midterm exam, so the possibility is 0%. Spencer became more and more annoyed as she listened. She threw the pillow on her head at the screen and cursed. Doesn't that mean you'll definitely be expelled? What else is there to say? According to the recording of the conversation between Principal Hermes and the president, Principal Hermes recommends that you join the club and win the upcoming club war. In this way, you can make any request to the school committee. The AI seemed to have no emotions at all. The golden lion on the screen had a dull and mechanical gaze, just staring at the blonde girl in the room. Principal Hermes has recommended the track and field club that has the best chance of winning this year. Members of the student union will contact you in the next few days. If I ask them to exchange their hard-earned wishes for not being expelled from school, will they agree? According to the recording of the phone call between Principal Hermes and the president, this matter will be negotiated by other people. Principal Hermes will change some of the rules of previous years to ensure the smooth progress of the plan. Spencer heard this and didn't say whether he agreed or not. He just hugged the pillow next to him and lay down on the sofa again. After a moment of silence, she said to the AI, "Don't I want to call my mom? Please put me through." "Okay, I'll connect you to the president right away. Please wait." The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the beep sound before the call was connected began to be broadcast. Duo. In the huge and spacious flat, the reflection of Linmin on the floor-to-ceiling windows seems to be hanging upside down from the sky. Spencer was lying on the sofa with her long, slightly curly golden hair falling down. Her pair of blue eyes, as clear as the sky, stared blankly at the coffee table in front of her. She just listened to the voice of the phone. Duo. 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 Ding dong. Sorry, your call is temporarily unanswered. Spencer seemed to be afraid of the cold and hugged the pillow a little tighter. She seemed accustomed to it. But the next second, AI's admonition came again. Miss, based on the recording of the conversation between the president and Principal Hermes, I sincerely suggest you do this. However, the next second, Spencer frowned, bit his lip, and buried his head in the pillow, not wanting to listen to the dull mechanical voice of AI anymore. According to the recording of the conversation between the president and Principal Hermes. According to the recording of the conversation between the president and psychiatrist Alina. According to the recording of the phone call between the president and Linmin Education Departments, Shun Shuiyuan. On the sofa, Spencer wrapped his head tighter and tighter. The cold wind blew from the Linmin gate outside the window, hitting the French window, causing the window to shake slightly, and making the scene in the mirror, which was like a mirage in the water, become blurry. In the reflection of the golden AI lion head, it opened its mouth expressionlessly and spoke to the curled-up girl like a nightmare. Ding dong. I'm sorry, your call is currently unanswered. Ding ding ding. The muscles that were in close contact with the wall felt a constant and intense pain, which made the smile on Huan's face become stiff. The cell phone leaning against the wall rang, attracting the attention of Huan and Tong Yingying at the same time. Sister Shiyu? Tong Ying glanced at the lit screen of her mobile phone and was about to ask something, but when she turned around, she suddenly saw Huan staring at her intently. Or more precisely, her own lips. Ugh. Only then did she realize that she was too close to the boy in front of her, to the extent that she could feel his breathing through her eyelashes. Thump. The tense sound in the chest was heard for a moment, but soon calmed down. Only Tong Ying's eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings. After a moment's silence, she asked, "You, why are you looking at my mouth?" Huan blinked, raised her eyes, and met her gaze, which had slightly avoided her gaze. The reason is actually simple. Just because of the moment when she got closer, Huan discovered that Tong Ying's mouth was really beautiful. It's just like the strawberry cake displayed behind the glass partition in a cake shop, which is very tempting to taste. But he couldn't say the words. So after a moment, he just smiled more, pinched his nose, and replied, "It smells a bit like cigarettes, Sister Tong. You don't have any salary, do you know that?" Tong Ying's face turned dark instantly. She let go of Huan and took a step back. "I'm just kidding, Sister Tong. You just took one puff. It's not that serious." Huan rubbed his shoulders and glanced at Yishiu's phone in his hand. "Press lightly with your fingers. Reject." After sending a sorry cat emoji, Huan explained, "Sorry, Sister Shiyu. I have something to do for now. I'll call you later." "It's okay. I roughly know what's going on with the club. For more details, I'll come find you at school tomorrow." "Is there a study group tomorrow?" "If you think about it carefully, isn't it a bad idea to let the hosts of the modifiers get together like this?" Until now, he still hasn't figured out what kind of wonderful reactions will occur between the hosts of the modifier. After all, judging from the fact that Spencer was able to take Yishiu's keychain, the modifier is still effective on the host of another modifier. Overall, Baiyi's condition is the mildest. Not only is the modifier less lethal, it also has a good personality. The two heavyweights, Yishiu and Spencer, are the headaches. One's condition is gradually getting worse, and the other is already in the terminal stage, to the extent that a critical illness notice can be issued. After sending another OK emoticon, Huan prepared to lock the phone. But on the other side of the plane, Yishiu suddenly said, "By the way, Xiao Huan, I made a dress for you. I'll let you try it on when it's done. As a thank you gift, I will bring it to you later." Picture. Huan was slightly startled when he saw the photo Yishiu sent him, which was slightly zoomed out so that he could see the unfinished clothes on the table. It wasn't because of the clothes. After all, one could tell with one's feet that there were subtle traces of Yishiu on the clothes. What really stunned him was the jellyfish doll that was placed on the bedside at the edge of the photo, with only half of its body slightly revealed. "That was the gift I gave her. It was just a plan to deal with the modifier, but she placed it on the bedside." After a moment of silence, Huan replied, "Thank you, Sister Shiyu. Plus a thank you cat emoji." "Fine. Then I'll go make clothes. Good night." "Okay, Sister Shiyu, good night." On the other end of the phone, Yishiyu was lying on the bed, her face slightly red as she looked at the last message sent by Huan on the phone. He turned around silently and buried his head in his arms, not knowing what he was thinking about. On the South District side, Huan smiled helplessly, then looked at Tong Ying, who was staring at him with sad eyes while sending messages. Huan raised his eyes to look at her, and she also raised her eyes to look at Huan. Tong Ying smiled and said with a fluctuating tone, "Oh, and your sister will make clothes for you. Is it okay?" Tong Ying smiled with her mouth but not her heart. Just as she was about to say something, Huan looked at her seriously and asked, "By the way, Sister Tong, what are you doing here so late? Don't you know that the alley is dangerous?" Huan's move of taking the initiative made it difficult for Tong Ying to handle the situation. She raised her eyebrows and asked back, "Don't try to play tricks on me. Did you hear what he just said?" "What? Sister Tong, did you talk just now?" "To whom?" Hearing this, Tong Ying blinked. "You didn't hear me? Why are you running?" Hearing this, Huan also blinked. "Yeah, I didn't hear you chasing me. Why?" "Will I chase you if you don't run?" "Will I run away if you don't chase me?" Tong Ying didn't say anything else, but just took out a long and thick electric baton from her arms. Seeing this, Huan immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong, Sister Tong. One day I'll give you an electric baton and you'll behave yourself. But I was on the phone just now, so I really didn't hear what you said clearly. Is it something important? Tong Ying looked at the sincere Yin Huan in front of her with sad eyes. After a moment of silence, she rubbed her head and said, "Children should not ask about adult matters. It's best if you don't hear about it. If you do, forget it. I'm doing this for your own good, understand?" "Okay, got it." Tong Ying then put away the electric baton, folded her hands, and asked Yin Huan, "So what are you doing here so late? You didn't come to work today, so why aren't you at home resting and studying and doing homework?" "I'm here to work out, and since today is Monday, I don't have to work today according to my previous schedule, okay?" "Fitness." Tong Ying glanced up and down at his figure and suddenly asked, "Isn't it good like this now? Why do you want to work out? Do you have a girl you like?" "No." "Sister Tong, you are a sex person, right?" Yin Huan covered her face and shook her head, looking as if she couldn't bear to watch. He showed his muscles and said, "Can't I train myself to become stronger and stronger for myself? Or do you think I'm the type who likes to be in heat and seek a mate?" Hearing Yin Huan say this, Tong Ying suddenly remembered how he had been staring at her lips just now. For some reason, she suddenly felt her lips itchy, so she stuck out her tongue and licked them gently. Then, she said meaningfully, You're not. So, do you want to be given an award?" "Stingy." "Sister Tong, you know that praising employees appropriately will make them more motivated." "Haha, compared to these empty promises, I prefer to just give out money directly." "You are right, Sister Tong." Huan was speechless and could only give Sister Tong a thumbs up. Tong Ying glanced at the gym behind her, thought for a moment, pulled out her wallet from her arms, took out a card, and handed it to Yin Huan. "What is this?" "This is the gym card. You can use it to pay for everything, including gym fees, water, and private training." Yin Huan didn't take it, but said, "Sister Tong, are you a hidden rich second generation? Tell me the truth. How many stores do you have in the South District?" "Both families." "Didn't you say there was only one when I asked you that last time?" I'll try to ask again next time and see if I can get a third answer." Tong Ying yawned and forcefully shoved the card into Yin Huan's hand. "Hurry up and pick it up. I'm going back to drink. You can practice slowly on your own. Don't give up after a few days." Yin Huan looked at the pure white card in his hand and was about to put it back. The main thing is that he really can't use it. He wanted to take off his clothes to exercise, but he couldn't do it in the gym. Moreover, he had been taken care of by Sister Tong for no reason, even without receiving salary, but this was the first time that Tong Ying gave him an extra gift. Hiss. Could it be that Sister Tong has lost her mind due to her parents' pressure to get married, and is now setting her sights on me out of desperation? We can't activate inequality, right? Just because I accept a gift doesn't mean I am willing to do it. But Tong Ying seemed to have predicted his move. She yawned and said, "After you get it, practice hard, don't ask about social matters, and don't talk too much. Do you understand?" Oh. Hush, money. Yin Huan did hear what Tong Ying and the gym owner said just now. Although it was incoherent, Yin Huan still guessed something. Especially combined with Tong Ying's mysterious background, everything makes perfect sense. Sister Tong does nothing all day, just messing around, and she still has the money to open so many stores in the South District. I was scared to death. Fortunately, Sister Tong might be involved in gangs. I almost thought that this idea king really made a fortune in finance. Yin Huan breathed a sigh of relief, but was quickly picked up again. He was really a little worried now. One day, he was making caramel pudding in the pub, and suddenly there was an emergency brake at the door, and a Guangdong light infantry transport vehicle with an air conditioning that seemed to be not working well stopped. The 70 or so people who came down were all readers holding newspapers, shouting something incomprehensible like freeze your hands, as they rushed in. Thinking of this, Yin Huan shuddered, and the gym card that he was about to hand back became stuck in his hand, unable to move. But Tong Ying didn't realize this. She just nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and asked Yin Huan, "By the way, didn't you mention during the summer vacation that your school has a training camp during the spring semester?" Yin Huan blinked and replied, You mean class training? That should be the case. Your aristocratic school has a lot of activities. Who knows what the name is? It's not time yet, Sister Tong. We are busy with the club war recently. After the club war, there will be midterm exams. After the exams, there will be training camp. It will be a chance to relax after the exams. How long will it take? Usually they go abroad for about 2 weeks. Tong Ying looked sad, sighed, waved her hand, and said, "All right, you'll come less often in the future, and the 2 people in the pub won't be able to handle it. I'll have to hire another person to work. Go to the gym, and I'll go back to rest." "Okay, Sister Tong." Tong Ying just waved her hand and walked a few steps, but suddenly turned around and looked at Huan. "By the way, Huan, there is one more thing." "Sister Tong, are you the father?" "What? I was wrong just now. The card I gave you is not all-inclusive." What's not included? The money for hiring a female personal trainer is not included." Seeing Huan's speechless expression, Tong Ying's originally listless expression suddenly revealed a smile. "Just kidding. That idiot is gone. Come to work in the store when you have time." Immediately, she waved her hand, walked into the colorful neon lights alone, and soon disappeared from Huan's sight. Huan was left alone, looking at the white card in his hand and shaking his head. He put his phone away and turned around to go back to the gym. As soon as I walked in, I saw the owner of the gym standing at the door, looking at me with a smile. That smile was almost exactly the same as Principal Hermes's. In other words, there are no wrinkles on the face, otherwise there would be an extra chrysanthemum here. What's the matter?" It's okay, I'll just take a look." "Oh no, we have a VIP area here, and it's basically empty at night. How about I take you there, boy?" "VIP area?" Yes, look here." The gym owner maintained a meaningful smile and took out a recharge service booklet from the counter and handed it to Huan. It says the corresponding service amount. If you recharge to 4 digits, you can enter the VIP area, and there are also special female personal trainers. As Huan watched, the boss stretched out his hands and covered the 3 words female personal trainer. Huan raised her eyes to look at him and gave him an awkward smile. He smiled awkwardly and said to Huan, "No, I forgot to mention this just now. We don't have any female personal trainers in our gym now, huh?" It's screwed again? Oh my god. The probability of this product being shipped must have been secretly changed. It's screwed 3 times in 2 versions. Are you human? Tuesday morning, on the South District school bus. Huan covered his ears, glanced at Yahashiki, who had red eyes and looked like he was about to crush his phone, and couldn't help but complain, "Kryptonians are also crooked." "Yes, and the more you spend money, the more crooked it gets. This is definitely forced spending. There's something fishy going on, President." Huan looked at Yahashiki, whose teeth were almost red with gritted teeth, speechlessly. He was about to say, "They don't spend money on it." As a result, the next second, Huan saw Yahashiki open the Krypton gold panel in anger and placed another order for 648. The words that were about to be said were stuck in my mouth. In the end, it turned into a sentence that countless people have said to Yahashiki. "Yasi, you are hopeless, do you know that? You don't understand, President. This new character is different from all the previous ones. I have to draw it. What's the difference? I've drawn Big Thunder, Black Silk, Value, and Lowly as soon as it comes out. Where's this? But she has a fever, President." In fact, considering Yahashiki's family situation, he definitely can't afford to spend 648 yuan so much in a month, and micropaying is already the limit. However, Yahashiki was very talented in computers and earned a lot of money by doing programming assignments for others. It was Huan who pushed Yahashi to a ghostwriter, the one who had sent him the advanced mathematics PPT before. However, that little bit of money was all turned into cyber dowry and fed to those wives. Forget it. After all, money can't buy my happiness. People use the money they earn to satisfy their own interests and hobbies. Others should stop commenting. Vice President Sakuramiya has done a great job in this regard. In the entire student union, only Sakuramiya Hitomi has always respected Yahashiki's hobbies and has never said anything bad about them. The school bus arrived at the station soon, and Huan got off the bus with Yahashiki, who had finally been shipped. The school's new building is almost completed, and the scaffolding outside is being removed, revealing the extremely luxurious architectural outline. Huan and Yahashimu did not go to the classroom first, but walked towards the library instead. The study group will be officially launched today. Huan sent an email and asked us to gather in the soundproof seminar room on the top floor of the library on Tuesday morning. Because many of them are suggested participants, the final list of actual participants is still uncertain, so we gathered this morning to finalize the list. Then at noon, the study group officially started. The library of Tatsuki Academy is very large and is located right opposite the newly built teaching building. The clanking sounds of demolition work outside were so loud that even Huan and Yahashimu could hear them when they walked into the elevator. This is too noisy. Yeah, that's right. But it's okay. There used to be a lot of people coming to the study room and seminar room here, but now they're all gone. The elevator door opened, and we arrived at the top floor. What caught our eyes was the seminar room L501, which was also the area designated by the student union as a study group activity room. Huan scanned his student card and pushed open the door. In a not-so-spacious space inside, at the table by the window, sat a young girl with long, slightly curly golden hair who looked like a golden lion. She had her back to Huan, with an empty black bag beside her. He lowered his head, hummed a song, and his body swayed slightly, as if he was looking at something very interesting. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned back impatiently, but her eyes just happened to meet the two young men walking into the room. But when she saw the leader Huan, her impatient expression paused slightly and finally turned into a chilling smirk. She is such a beautiful girl with a heroic and good figure, but she always gives people the feeling that. Yes, the girl sitting in the room at this moment is the new first-year transfer student and the host of the dangerous Modifier, Aria Spencer. She tilted her head, propped up her chin, and spoke to Huan. Here I come, President Yin. It was also because of this that Huan was able to get a glimpse of the book she was reading. Facing the sunlight outside the window, a mosaic made of large black bars came into Huan's sight. After just one glance, he quickly looked away, revealing an expression as if he had eaten a fly. Who is it? Give that thing to this guy. Our Tatsuki and Susie learn math a little faster than other schools. There's a lot of geometry involved. Let me give you a basic understanding. You can take a look at these contents. They're all prepared by the president and I. Tuesday morning, in the seminar room on the top floor of the library at Tatsuki Academy, Yahashimu pulled a blackboard over and started wiping the words off it while speaking. But Spencer, who was sitting in front of him, didn't pay any attention to Yahashiki at all. She just turned around and looked at Huan with an extremely evil smile. Huan rubbed his sore muscles and ignored her. Ever since this guy has had that black bag containing strange comics, it's like he has gained a magic weapon. Not only does he always look at me, but he also seems to have learned a weird, evil smile that gives me a strong sense of déjà vu. You should have thought of it earlier. Anno bought something called Rope-Bound Dragon at the comic convention over the weekend, and Spencer, who followed her, might have also gone there to get some scriptures. Okay, just wait, Spencer, and see how I deal with you. Thinking of this, Huan looked at the three of them in this not-too-small seminar room and showed an expression of as expected. On the plane, Bai just sent a message. Sorry, Huan. I have to attend an event in the morning and will not be back to school until noon. Can you please fill out the list of the study group for me? I want to join it. Huan sent an OK cat emoji, then locked his phone and started to think. In other words, including Bai, there are only 2 people in this study group. Among the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors of high school, only Spencer was forced to join. The rest were just recommended to join as before. If it is not forced, no one will come. Moreover, the second and third year students will be tutored by the freshman student union led by Huan. If the younger students were to tutor the seniors, they would probably lose face if they really came. But it was true that this study group was originally a dumpling made by Principal Hermes to justify his jealousy over Spencer. As long as you get the vinegar, who cares what the dumplings look like? So, the model of the study group discussed by Huan and Yahashiki is roughly like this. Among the 5 main subjects, Yahashiki is responsible for mathematics and science, which have stronger scientific attributes, and Huan is responsible for grammar, reading, and social studies. First, get a general idea, and then Huan will develop a special study plan. After all, Spencer's modifier is still a bit mysterious to Huan. It is not as complicated as Yi Shiyu by E and the like, nor as exciting as Annals. You say it is strong, but it seems that you don't feel it at ordinary times. It's like there and not there. Not very strong, right? It seems that this guy's modifier is effective all the time, with no CD, which is very exaggerated. Therefore, Huan planned to get the information first and find out the specific effects, duration, and other information of the modifier. In order to achieve this, Huan plans to increase the intensity of Spencer's studies. No, sister, what are you doing? Are you drawing ghosts and talismans? It's okay to rely on guessing for the multiple choice questions, but the problem is that there are only 4 options for the third question. How did you choose option E? Are there any experts? Earlier, when she heard what Vice President Sakuramiya said, she clenched her fists. This morning, Park Shuin came to school. Although her face was still wrapped in thick white bandages, she dared to sit down only when she saw that Spencer's seat next to Annal was empty. But when she saw Annal, she still sneered. Just wait, Spencer will drop out of school soon. Without her, you'll have a hard time in the future. Is Spencer going to be expelled because he stood up for me? Annal thought, so as he walked past Principal Hermes, but his fists were clenched tighter and tighter. The little finger on the shoulder stuck out its tongue and showed a dangerous smile. But at this moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi behind him heard, "Student Annal, please wait a moment." Annal turned around and looked at the smiling Sakuramiya Hitomi and saw her saying, "I have something to tell you, Annal." "Me?" "Yes." "Okay." Annal blushed slightly and walked back with her head down, confused as to what Vice President Sakuramiya wanted to see her about. Hermes wiped his sweat and said, "Then you students will continue to work, and I'll go take a look at other places." "Okay, Principal, take care." "Goodbye, Principal." Only Annal bowed obediently. When he looked up, he saw Sakuramiya Hitomi smiling kindly beside him. Vice President Sakuramiya is elegant and beautiful. The girls in the school say they hate her. But in fact, in Annal's opinion, many people are just jealous. Because her academic performance is excellent and her family background is no less than those of the young ladies. The more such people abide by rules and regulations and treat everyone equally and inhumanely, the more likely they are to hurt other young masters and princesses who have equally strong self-esteem. Vice President Sakura, why are you looking for me? Oh, that's right. You didn't join any clubs, did you? So I contacted the presidents of the anime club and the video game club for you. You can just join the clubs directly without going through the negotiation and assessment process. This is too that. Sakuramiya Hitomi smoothed her black hair, covered her mouth, and looked at Annal, who was flattered, and explained, "Although the policy is like this, the school cannot force clubs to recruit members. The student union has great power, and so do clubs. They have the right to refuse new members. Besides, the club war is coming soon, and every member must participate in the activities. It is really troublesome to add members at this time." At this point, Sakuramiya Hitomi gently took Annal's hand and said, "You don't seem to be good at talking, so I thought it would be better to just talk to the 2 presidents and skip all these procedures. Anyway, they have no hope of winning or losing this year's club war, so it's relatively easy." Annal smacked his lips and even started stuttering out of nervousness. "Oh my, why is this so troublesome?" Vice President Sakura, "It's okay. You're the president's childhood sweetheart. We all have a good relationship with each other in the student union. You're the president's friend, so of course you're also our friend. It's only natural that we help you." "Thank you very much, Vice President Sakuramiya." "Just call me Sakuramiya, Annal." "Yes, Sakura." "Sakura. Haha, you are so cute." Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her mouth and chuckled, which made Annal feel embarrassed. However, His heart once again revealed an expression of the plan is complete. Scheming. In fact, she didn't care about comfort at all. This guy is so soft and looks like he's easy to bully. Even though he and the president are childhood sweethearts, he's still cute and weak. The person Sakuramiya Hitomi really wants to deal with is Spencer. Spencer and Anil have a good relationship. Winning over Anil is like inserting an insider next to Spencer to obtain intelligence and set traps. Yesterday, she asked Nara to find out that Spencer was on the verge of dropping out of school. There are only two possibilities for her to avoid dropping out of school. The first is the midterm exam, in which more than half of the subjects must be passed. Judging from his 66 points in the opening exam, the possibility is too small and can be ignored. If all else fails, secretly sabotage the study group she's in to completely cut off her possibility of studying. Secondly, there is the community war. Hermes arranged a trap for Spencer to join the track and field club. Everyone can see that under the leadership of the president named Owen, the track and field club is most likely to win this year. Hermes, the old man, will definitely change the rules for Spencer so that she can pick the peaches and stay. But Sakuramiya Hitomi just couldn't let the old man get what he wanted. That guy has superpowers and covets the president. He is very dangerous. For the sake of to protect the president, that Spencer must drop out of school. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Anil, who was deeply moved, smiled, and waved her hand and said, "Okay, let's go to the seminar room next door. I did this for you secretly, so it's better to hide it from other students. I'll contact the recruiters of those clubs now." "Well, thank you, Sakura. You're welcome." Sakuramiya Hitomi watched Anil walking towards the classroom in front with a red face, and the ladylike smile on her face faded little by little. She glanced at the arrogant Spencer in the classroom and silently took out her cell phone. Sakuramiya Hitomi has created a group on her mobile phone, which includes recruiters for various clubs. Among them, the one who just said, "We'll be there soon," is the head of the track and field club, Huan. That park's CO and liquor. Sakuramiya Hitomi expressionlessly at everyone in the group and sent a message. "Hitomi Sakuramiya. At everyone, club recruiters, please hurry up and gather in the L502 seminar room on the top floor of the library." Huan. "Okay, Vice President." Sakuramiya Hitomi. "Start playing your cards." End of this chapter. Chev_left. Tuesday morning. A fair-skinned girl in a black academic-style long dress walked towards the library with an expressionless face. She was tall, carrying a small bag and holding only a cell phone in her hand. Just because of her beauty, she can attract the attention of men and women passing by like a magnet. But it's just a glance, and then I'll look away because of his coldness and attitude. It was Ishiyu from Class A, Grade 2. Students who did not join any clubs were invited by Hitomi Sakuramiya to gather at L502 on the top floor of the school library in the morning to meet with recruiters from various clubs. I had just taken out my student card from my bag and swiped it to enter the library. When I was about to take the elevator, the door was about to close. There were two people standing inside, a man and a woman, talking. "Oh, this is all caused by Spencer. Look, it hurts so much. Don't worry, Shuan. If I let her join the track and field club, I'll be the loser." But doesn't the school require all students to join clubs? Will that? Oh no, the club war is about to start, and the clubs that want to compete for rankings don't plan to recruit anyone at this time. It was Pu Shuwen and Hua Xiaofeng. "I see. Thank you so much for helping me out." No. I'm an upright person. I will speak out when I see injustice." "Oh." Hua Xiaofeng was delighted by Park Shuwen's voice. He touched his head and was about to say something, but out of the corner of his eye he saw a beautiful girl walking towards the elevator. His eyes were fixed on that, and he subconsciously reached out his hand and stuck in the door, causing the elevator door that was about to close to open again. Seeing this, Yishiu nodded and said softly, "Thank you." "No thanks." Hua Xiaofeng's face turned slightly red, and he smelled the fragrance of flowers as he followed the tall girl in front of him into the elevator. But Pu Shuwen beside him secretly clicked his tongue, looked at Hua Xiaofeng with some disdain, and was secretly unhappy with Yishiu. Park Shuwen originally cared a lot about her appearance. Although she never said it, deep down, she was a little jealous of those women who were more beautiful than her, especially after Spencer punched him and left a big bump on his left cheek. Duh. Yishiyu seemed to sense Park Shuwen's vague hostility. The next second, she glanced at Park Shuwen expressionlessly. An extremely terrifying feeling of disgust and chill instantly surged into Park Shuwen's heart, scaring her so much that her face turned pale, and she quickly and carefully retracted her gaze. This feeling of fear was no less than that of Spencer, who beat her that day, and Park Shuwen had no idea why. Ding dong. They arrived at the 5th floor. Yishiyu walked out first, while Hua Zhaofeng's eyes were still following her back blankly. It was not until his arm was pinched by Park Shuwen next to him that he came to his senses and said awkwardly, "Don't worry, I will never let Spencer join the track and field club." When this was mentioned, Park Shuwen, who was feeling upset, looked better. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Okay." Holding the phone, Yishiyu soon saw Sakuramiya Hitomi standing at the door of L502. Vice President Sakuramiya. Vice President. The two people behind him passed Yishiyu, greeted the petite vice president at the door, and walked into the classroom. In the corridor outside the classroom, Yishiyu and Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at each other. The friction sound in the student union office last Friday was still ringing in her ears, and it seemed to be rekindled at this moment, causing Yishiyu to hold her phone a little tighter, and a shadow began to emanate from her body. Where's Huan? Yishiyu glanced into the classroom of L502, but did not see Huan, so she frowned. Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. "Oh, if someone hadn't told me that you and the president were siblings, I would have thought that the president was the older brother, and you were the younger sister who couldn't take care of herself and needed someone to take care of you wherever you went. This is our business. As an outsider, what qualifications do you have to comment? What a coincidence. Today is not the time to deal with family matters. This is student union business, Senior Yi. So, no matter what happens, siblings are siblings, and outsiders are outsiders." Veins popped out on Sakuramiya Hitomi's forehead, and Yishiyu's hand silently clenched the phone. Just when there was a hint of a storm brewing at the door of L502, the door of L501 next door suddenly opened. Both of them looked over there at the same time, but the one who came out was Yahashiki with a frustrated look on his face. "Ah, Vice President Sakura, I'm going to die. Hey, isn't this the president's sister?" Last Monday, all the student union members saw Yishiyu and Huan having dinner in the cafeteria. Yishiyu nodded, took out a box of dessert from her bag, and said to Yahashimu, "Hello, I came to see Huan and bring him some food. By the way, I want to take care of some official business for the club." Yahashiki smiled when he heard this and said with envy, "Ah, that's great. The president actually has such a beautiful and gentle sister who would send desserts to her brother. The president must be so happy." Yishiyu was slightly stunned when she heard this, and remembered that when she gave him cookies before, the smile on his face was still there, without any big changes. She thought that the other party didn't like these, but now after hearing what this classmate said, Huan actually likes it very much. Is that like? Thinking of Huan's warm smile when she looked at the gift she gave him privately, Yishiyu's face turned slightly red, and she was obviously very pleased with Yahashiji's words. "What is your name?" "Oh, my name is Yahashiki, the accountant of the student council." "Hello, senior. Mr. Yahashiji, you are great. Thank you for telling me these little secrets." Yishiyu Class A Year 2. "Hey, can I have a piece when the president eats later?" "No problem at all." Sakuramiya Hitomi kept smiling, but the blue veins on her forehead became more and more obvious. She smiled and said to Yahashiki, "Yahashiki-kun, we're going to have a meeting with the president soon, so why don't we wait until a more appropriate time to eat?" "Hey, this is a gift my sister made for me. It's okay to eat a little, right?" Yahashiki smiled and waved his hand, not realizing that the expression on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face was becoming more and more dangerous. In Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes, he has become like Yuan Lina. "Yahashiki-kun, as expected, you are just like you and Lina." The student union doesn't need people like you anymore. Transfer to a school somewhere like the Golden Triangle overseas. Just as Yahashiji's fate was quietly changing, Huan, also wearing a mask of pain, walked out from L501. As soon as he came out, he saw Yishiyu standing next to Sakuramiya Hitomi. Sister Shiyu. After a slight pause, he smiled. Tilda. Yishiyu blinked. Although her face was still expressionless, she looked like a person who had just cleared after a long day of ice and snow. Huan, I brought you some dessert. Ah, thank you, Sister Shiyu. Huan walked over, took the small box handed over by Yishiyu, glanced at the people around him, and asked, Thank you so much. I didn't eat anything this morning. He opened the box, revealing the neatly arranged cookies inside. He held one piece in his mouth and gave another piece to Yishiyu. She blinked, looked at the cookie in the other person's mouth, her face flushed slightly, and she reached out to take the cookie handed to her by the other person. However, the next second, Huan turned around and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi with a smile and said, Sakura? I don't need that, President. Eat something. You don't like breakfast, do you? You had a stomachache before. Thank you, President Sia. Yishiyu's slightly red face froze in an instant. She turned her head to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, whose eyes were wide open and her earlobes were turning red. Shadows suddenly appeared around her again. Huan, you know so much about Vice President Sakuramiya? And it was obvious that all his cookies were given to Huan, and at most he gave one to that sweet-talking classmate Yahashi. Now, Huan actually gave her own cookies to this woman whom she hated. This is not one of a kind. Hey, Yatsuhashi. Thank you, President. Thank you, Senior. Yishiyu took a bite of the cookie, and Sakuramiya Hitomi, who took the cookie, glanced at her proudly out of the corner of her eye. Yishiyu almost got embarrassed. Hypnosis. The screen of the phone in his hand flashed a dark purple color for a moment. But before the depression could break out, a female voice came from the classroom L501. What delicious food are you eating? Give me a piece. Just as Yahashiki was about to take a cookie, a white hand snatched a cookie away from the door like lightning. Hey, you. The president hasn't even agreed to let you eat it. It's just a broken cookie. Why eat it? It's not something precious. Why do you have to hold it in your hands and worship it? Woo. Outside the door, Yishiyu, who had made this broken cookie, and Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was holding the cookie handed to her by Huan in her hands, froze at the same time. At the same time, he looked towards the door. What caught my eye was a beautiful blonde girl wearing a short sports t-shirt and a thin windbreaker. She stood between the furious Yahashiji and the frowning Huan with an indifferent look on her face, eating cookies in big mouthfuls. The next second, she seemed to feel two gazes like knives coming at her. Slightly startled, she looked up and saw two girls standing outside the door. One is the person Huan claims to like, Sakuramiya Hitomi. One is Yishiyu, the elder sister who seems to be very close to Huan. Spencer's biting of the cookie paused slightly, but it was not because of the pressure coming from the two opponents at the same time. Instead, she just got more excited. The long golden hair on her head seemed to become brighter without being noticed, like glowing lion's hair, but also formed something like a pair of antennae and horns. An invisible wave spread out, causing Huan, who had just tried to stop her from snatching the cookies, to pause. Isn't it just a few cookies? Not to mention that it was made by Sister Shiyu. Even if it was made by some other world-class chef, it wouldn't matter if it was given to Spencer to eat, right? This thought instantly appeared in the minds of everyone present. Spencer took a few more cookies and ate them with an evil grin on his face. She silently placed one hand on Huan's shoulder and said very naturally, Thank you for the hospitality, both for the cookies and for the private study and instruction just now by President Yin. Yahashiji blinked, not realizing anything was wrong, and even seemed to not care that she had taken the cookie. He just muttered, That's not right. Didn't I teach you math just now? Yishiyu and Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at each other's hands on Huan's shoulders, and the same thought came to their minds at the same time. It turns out that I was just teaching her to study. This is normal. I just put my arm around Huan/President's shoulder to express my gratitude. Bullshit. The two of them were slightly stunned and instantly broke free from this weird idea. A feeling of nausea came over them, and then both of their faces turned cold at the same time. Sakuramiya Hitomi still maintained a decent smile, but her eyes had become completely cold. Yishiyu's reaction was much more serious and obvious. Her phone lit up instantly, and a thick, illusory shadow began to rise from her body. Roar! On Yin Huan's shoulder, the illusory black cat suddenly appeared, its fur standing on end, and it growled as it looked at Yishiyu, who was walking towards them. It's time to hunt. Yin Huan's pupil shrank. In fact, he could feel Yishiyu's unprecedented terrifying oppression without Miao Jiang reminding him. Yishiyu's hostile response to Spencer was beyond imagination. Yes, with Yishiyu's personality of writing names on everything, meeting Spencer, a modifier who wants to grab everything, is simply a bolt from the blue. If I don't stop her, I'm afraid she will really use hypnosis in public. What? Is there anyone else? The current app can only be effective for a single object? Snort. I do not care. All the Minotaur in this world must die. The complete modifier is now launched. Thinking of this, he instantly activated his ability to perfectly manage his facial expressions. His already extremely disgusted expression turned even colder, and he shook off Spencer's hand on his shoulder with a casual shake. The center of gravity she was holding on to suddenly shifted and swayed. Just as her face changed and she was about to speak, she saw Yin Huan looking at her with a frown. Who allowed you to eat it? Are we really that close? What? Spencer folded his hands nonchalantly, looked at Yin Huan, snorted, and muttered softly, It's just a few cookies. If you really can't afford it, I could just give you the money and count it as my purchase, right? Just as Ishiyu was about to step forward towards Yin Huan and Spencer, Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes flashed behind her, and she suddenly reached out and grabbed Ishiyu. This pull directly pulled Sakuramiya Hitomi horizontally for a distance. Ishiyu turned her head expressionlessly, but there was confusion in her eyes. But Sakuramiya Hitomi had no intention of starting a fight. She just glanced at Ishiyu. Then she smiled slightly, looked at Spencer, and said, She hasn't eaten anything and her brain is not very good. She is so pitiful. Let her eat a little. What? Yin Huan finally discovered that Spencer was very sensitive about people calling her stupid. It becomes famous as soon as it is mentioned. First, Yin Huan openly scolded Spencer, and then Sakuramiya Hitomi secretly ridiculed Spencer, which made Yishiyu, who had raised the butcher knife, draw the sword and look around with a confused heart. The blonde girl. It was the crazy woman I saw at the entrance of the aquarium before, who wanted to snatch the keychain for no reason. For some reason, Yishiyu almost instinctively disliked her extremely. But this Sakuramiya Hitomi. Yishiyu stopped, turned around, and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, and then they looked away tacitly. Temporary alliance. Although Hitomi Sakuramiya has already devised a vicious plan to get rid of Spencer, she still has superpowers after all, and the fact that her thoughts were affected just now has already proved this. He himself doesn't like Yishiyu, but compared to the primary problem of Spencer, it might be possible to win him over first. Therefore, the meaning conveyed by the two people's glance at each other is probably, let's get rid of this Spencer first. Make a deal. Yahashiki, who was standing next to him, didn't know what was going on. He just felt that in a short period of time, the temperature in the corridor seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. Trembling, he glanced at the ferocious red lion on his left, then at the two beautiful girls with cold faces on his right. I just want a cookie. But now that the situation has come to this, it is not easy for him to speak again. Fortunately, the door of the L502 seminar room opened at this time, and a club recruiter poked his head out and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi with a smile, Vice President Sakura, can we begin? Yeah, no problem, we'll be right in. Yes, saved. Seeing that the oppressive atmosphere was finally broken, Yahashiki walked towards L502 like a suffocating person seeking oxygen. Ha. Then I'll go into the classroom first. I think everyone will go in too, Just finish this shit and go to class, please, you great gods. The war situation eased temporarily, and the stagnant atmosphere began to flow again. Sakuromiya Hitomi walked towards the classroom with a smile and said to Yin Huan, "President, shall we go?" "Okay, you guys go in first." Yin Huan glanced at Spencer and said bluntly, "You have to participate too. Go pick up the study materials we prepared for you in L501. "Yes, it's President Yin." She nodded impatiently, turned, and walked into the classroom to pack up her things. Yin Huan handed the remaining cookies to Yi Shiyu and said to her with a smile, "Sister Shiyu, please go in first. I'm going to the bathroom." Yi Shiyu was about to say, "I'll go with you," but Sakuramiya Hitomi behind her smiled and tilted her head towards the classroom, as if she wanted to say something to her. "Okay, Xiao Huan, you go ahead." Yi Shiyu thought about it and decided to follow Sakuramiya Hitomi into the classroom to listen to what she was going to say to her. After everyone else entered classroom L502, Yin Huan turned and headed to the restroom at the other end. "It was really dangerous just now, meow." The corridor was very quiet. This was the normal state of the library before the first class in the morning. If there was nothing going on, no one would come. Yin Huan walked into the men's bathroom and washed off the grease that had gotten from handling the cookies in front of the mirror. He sighed and said to Miao-chan in his mind, "The modifier probably chose a host for a purpose, not just out of desire." Nyan, do you feel that the effects these modifiers provide for them are very consistent with their own personalities? Miao-chan made a meow sound and said cutely, "That's right, meow. These hosts are carefully selected by the modifiers before they parasitize them. They look for certain defects in them that will cause them to have desires, and sometimes the desire to satisfy these defects is contradictory." Yin Huan, this may just be a guess. Although those modifiers all come from the same place, they are not from the same group. On the contrary, it seems to me that their hostility towards each other is no less than their covetousness towards you. Listening to Miaojiang's words, Yin Huan narrowed his eyes. Is this so? He dried his hands, thinking about what Miaojiang said, and was about to leave the bathroom when a blonde figure with a smirk suddenly broke into his sight. Spencer just stood in front of him, looking at him with great oppression. Yin Huan frowned and said, "Spencer, this is a man." Boom! But the next moment, Spencer suddenly approached. Under Yin Huan's surprised gaze, she gently reached out and pressed Yin Huan's chest, squeezing him and forcing him against the wall. One hand held down one of his wrists, while the other hand clasped the wall beside his ear, completely covering his body. Hiss! You can imagine how sore the muscles were after training last night. But he just took a breath and looked at Spencer, who was close to him, with a slightly stiff face. Meow! Miaojiang was startled and looked at Spencer, who was grinning and staring at him. But she licked her lips, revealing her iconic fangs. There was a hint of pink on her fair and cool face, but she tilted her head so that the bathroom light would shine on the ends of her hair. It brightened up her beautiful golden curly hair. She let out a sigh and said to Yin Huan, "I just ate some of your cookies, so why are you so angry? Because that was a dessert your sister gave you? Don't be angry. If you didn't want to take the money after eating, I can give you some other compensation. What do you think, President Yin?" A soft touch vaguely touched the front of Yin Huan's shirt, and a scent like sports shower gel came from her slightly red neck and hair. The taste was so sharp and impressive that it seemed to pierce into Yin Huan's mind. Yin Huan quickly calmed down. The close distance made him, for the first time in his life, not consider modifiers or anything else. Instead, he took a serious look at this beautiful and dashing blonde girl for the first time. To compensate? In the silence, his throat moved, and he spoke like this. Compensate? Yin Huan's throat surged when he heard this, and he fixed his gaze on Spencer in front of him. Today, Spencer wore a thin white windbreaker with a black sports short t-shirt. She had a nice figure, and the curves in front of her body outlined an undulating shape like waves. The light scent of ocean sports shower gel mixed with her burning body temperature diffused through her long golden hair, bringing vitality like the sun. You could appreciate the beauty of movement and strength at just one glance. Her facial features are three-dimensional but not sharp. She is as beautiful as Artemis, the goddess of hunting, yet as dangerous and wild. This was the first time Yin Huan looked at Arya Spencer's appearance from such a close distance. The strange thing is that although she has an undeniable beauty, other people's disgust for her can easily overwhelm their perception of her beauty. Seeing Yin Huan's gaze fall on him, Spencer's face became more rosy, but that evil smile did not diminish at all. She just raised her head and said meaningfully, "Yes, compensation, President Yin." Hearing this, Yin Huan nodded expressionlessly and then said, "Okay, the compensation is to cancel the previous agreement, and we are even now." "Huh, that's it? No way. I just ate a few of your cookies. Why does the previous agreement become invalid? You are too stingy. So after so much time has passed, have you thought about it? What do you want from that agreement?" Spencer licked his lips, but did not reply. Instead, he smiled with his hands folded. "You want to end it so soon? What's so good about that, Sakura? Up to now, you and her haven't been together yet, and you haven't done anything yet, right? So what?" Yin Huan just looked at Spencer, wanting to see what tricks her smooth brain would come up with. A lady like Sakuramiya Hitomi, who has a flat figure and a dull personality, can't give you anything. But I'm different. I know a lot. Let me teach you the knowledge of adults. Yin Huan and Miao Jiang on his shoulder were stunned when they heard this. They didn't look at each other, but both showed an expression of "just you" at the same time. After a moment of silence, Yin Huan asked, "So, you understand it very well?" "Of course. I have a lot of experience." Spencer's face flushed slightly, but he still patted his chest confidently, like holding hands and hugging and stuff like that. "How does it feel to kiss?" Spencer, who was holding her head high, froze in expression. The blush spread a little bit, forming a crystal drop of sweat on her face. In fact, ever since she got the Oxford Dictionary on Sunday, she had been thinking about what the extremely complex behavior in it felt like. Holding hands goes without saying. You just need to ask the maid who comes to clean to hold your hand. Embrace? It was a little embarrassing to let the maid do this, so Spencer tried it while holding a pillow of the big and small dog Peppa. This is how a hug should feel, nothing special. As for the following stages, of course I understand. Don't underestimate me. Yin Huan looked at Spencer, who was looking away with his hands folded and his face slightly red, and smiled slightly, then said, "What about XX?" Spencer kept his hands folded and his head held high, but his face was getting redder and redder. Her lips trembled slightly, and the smile at the corners of her mouth seemed very forced. "Of course I will. Are you annoying? Anyway, I have already thought of the content of the agreement." Her face turned red, and she stammered for a long time, as if she wanted to show that she was experienced. But just opening my mouth made me feel my face getting very hot. My mouth felt numb, and I stuttered alarmingly. Even a fool knows that this is full of loopholes. She had only obtained the secret book at the comic convention the day before yesterday, and it was only a single fragment, and it was not yet possible to refine it in an instant. She simply avoided talking about it, smiled evilly, blushed, and held up 5 fingers. "Privately treat me as your girlfriend 5 times. Each time for 15 minutes, half an hour." She seemed to be thinking about how long it would take to complete a certain plot in the comics, but all that came to her mind was storyboards, and no one told her how much time it would take specifically. So, Spencer first set a time, then looked at Yin Huan with uncertainty in his heart, and changed the time. "How about I show you what that Sakuramiya Hitomi can't give you?" At the end of her speech, she folded her hands again and smiled confidently. When the time comes, I will definitely make you show that kind of expression." Spencer silently memorized Yin Huan's frowning and serious expression at this moment in his mind, just like repeatedly comparing the expressions of the heroine on the first page and the last page of the comic. As he thought about it, Spencer's gorgeous golden hair began to become brighter again. An invisible wave dissipated, causing Yin Huan to feel disgusted. Miao on Yin Huan's shoulder looked at him and meowed. After thinking for a moment, Yin Huan suppressed the disgust in his heart. If Spencer's ability is superficial, it is the theme of some literary work that he has read many times in his previous life. But just like Yishiyu, hidden beneath the appearance of the modifier's ability must be some special desire. Whenever Sakuramiya Hitomi is mentioned, Spencer would say, "What's so good about that guy?" Generally speaking, people who often comment on others in this way are not as disdainful and indifferent as they appear. On the contrary, it is precisely because we understand that others are superior to us that we become angry at our own shortcomings and jealous of others, until you develop the desire to plunder the good things that others have. They hope to satisfy the emptiness caused by jealousy and prove that they are superior to others. So, the way to suppress Spencer's modifier is, let her plunder end in failure. As it happened, the person she hoped to plunder was herself. Therefore, no matter what means she uses, you just need to be patient and prevent her from tasting the sweetness of successful plunder, and you will succeed. Hey, why do I feel this strange sense of déjà vu again? Besides, what strength does this idiot have? Without the help of a modifier, judging by her amazingly stupid state, all I can say is that it's very sexually aphrodisiac. Huan looked at Spencer, who was holding out 5 fingers, nodded, and added, "Okay, I promise you. But just like before, you can't let Sakuramiya know." Spencer licked his lips nonchalantly and said, "Okay, President Yin, I'll let you see it then." As she was talking, she suddenly opened her arms, and her loose jacket slid down her shoulders. Wow! It slid down from the shoulder little by little until it stopped at the elbow. She was wearing a short sports t-shirt underneath, and large areas of her fair skin were revealed on both sides of the straps. Invisible golden waves emanated from her body, encompassing Huan. In my mind, for some reason, even though I clearly hated Spencer in front of me, I couldn't help but compare him with the liked Sakuramiya Hitomi. Sakuramiya Hitomi always dresses so conservatively, and because she doesn't exercise often, her body is so slim and thin. But Spencer's was completely different. She is tall and has perfect muscle shape, which looks good. Large areas of fair skin are revealed, looking as if glowing, so gorgeous and bright. What's even more fatal is that, unlike the small and flat Sakuramiya, Spencer has enviable perfect curves. So big. Although Sakura Palace is small and cute, that body full of feminine athletic beauty slammed into Huan's mind fiercely, crushing and eroding her feelings about Sakuramiya. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom: a good bird chooses a tree to inhabit. You can tell which is good and which is bad at a glance. You always have the right to choose someone better. Even if it's Sakura, it can't stop you from running toward a better person, right? This thought made Huan's heart stagnate slightly, as if he found a reason to appreciate the beauty before his eyes. Meow. The cat on his shoulder growled angrily, and Huan was instantly pulled back from his resistance and regained his rationality. This guy's modifier has started working again. It just started once in the corridor, and it's only been a few minutes. How can start again? Really no CD? So what does she use hypnosis twice a week mean? What's even more terrible is that when Huan barely pulled himself away from the beauty in front of him, he raised his eyes and looked at Spencer in front of him. But I saw her slightly red face, her stubborn smile, and her blue eyes that looked straight at me after dodging slightly. I know, we don't have half an hour now, but didn't we just agree to give you some compensation? It's okay to give you a taste of the sweetness in advance, President Yin. She took a deep breath, feeling a little unnatural, but seemed to be stimulated by Huan's performance. So, Spencer opened his arms to Huan and said in a trembling voice, "Come on, let me teach you this." Huan's throat surged slightly, and his body stiffened as if his mouth was dry. He didn't choose the bird's reproductive capacity bonus on Sunday, but why was he so unable to restrain himself at this moment? Hiss! It must be that modifier that's causing all this trouble. Tap! Just as Huan was thinking this, there was a barely perceptible sound of footsteps outside the bathroom. Huan's eyes calmed instantly, and a strong sense of foreboding emerged in his heart. Miaojiang glanced at the door and disappeared in an instant. Just a second later, she reappeared on Huan's shoulder and said anxiously, "It's Sakuramiya Hitomi coming over here, meow!" Exclamation point. Hearing this, Huan's pupils shrank, and the next second, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Spencer's wrist. Feeling Yin Huan's big hand pulling at her, her face instantly turned red and she almost jumped out. Wait! Outside the cramped toilet, Spencer was about to say something with a red face, but Yin Huan in front of her frowned and turned around to look at her, as if warning. Sure. Looking at his serious expression that was completely unmoved by the beauty, Spencer subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief at first, but then became annoyed. Why is the plot different from the comics? Are you not moved at all? If this goes on, won't it be completely impossible to take him away, even if it's 5 times? However, Yin Huan was not aware of Spencer's emotions behind him. He just listened vigilantly to the footsteps outside and stopped outside the bathroom. Then, a voice as cold and piercing as a shadow came. President? Are you still not well? Ah, Sakura, I'm sorry my stomach hurts a little. Spencer, who was silently unhappy behind her, was slightly stunned when she heard the voice of Sakuramiya Hitomi outside, and then she once again showed an evil smile. Outside, Sakuramiya Hitomi paused for a moment, then spoke again. The club's time is almost up, and you haven't come back yet, so... I know, Sakuramiya. You go first, I'll be there soon. Duh. There was no reply from the other end, which made Yin Huan frown slightly. However, outside, Sakuramiya Hitomi had already walked into the women's restroom and started checking the cubicles one by one. After seeing that all the cubicles were empty, she narrowed her eyes slightly, with a thick shadow, and walked step by step towards the men's restroom outside. By the way, when the president came just now, I didn't see Spencer in L501, and she didn't come to L502 classroom either. President, do you know where she went? Feeling the sounds outside getting closer and closer, Yin Huan showed an expression of as expected. He thought about what to say, smiled, and was about to speak. Me neither. Boom. However, the next second, a pair of warm hands suddenly wrapped around Yin Huan's lower abdomen from behind. The 2 palms gathered at Yin Huan's lower abdomen, then suddenly closed, pinching his muscles. This sudden attack caused Yin Huan to lean against the compartment door in front of him, making a bang sound. There was no sound coming from outside, so Yin Huan turned around quickly and saw Spencer with a slightly red face and a mischievous, evil smile on his face. You guy. Hey. She smiled silently and licked her lips. The hand that was originally resting on Yin Huan's lower abdomen actually began to move downward. Yin Huan quickly reached out and held her wrist, but this guy was as strong as a bull. Not only was this press extremely difficult to stop her behavior, but it also caused Yin Huan to lean against the door panel again and make a sound. Boom! President. Sakuramiya Hitomi became clearer, and Yin Huan knew that she must be standing at the door of the men's restroom at this moment. Yin Huan glared at Spencer behind her, but she smiled evilly and made a mouth shape. What should I do? President Yin. This guy actually didn't want to go down, because with the strength she had just trained, Yin Huan definitely couldn't hold her down. This guy is not lustful. He is just pure evil. He wanted to do something naughty and distract Yin Huan by making noise to increase the possibility of being discovered by Sakuramiya Hitomi outside the door. Okay. Yin Huan's face turned dark, and he said something to Miao Jiang in his mind. Then the next second, he suddenly turned over in the cubicle. The original action of facing away from Spencer changed to facing each other. Spencer still maintained the previous action and instantly bumped into Yin Huan's arms. The first time she felt the body of the opposite sex, her brain felt like it had been hit hard and went blank. Just like the first time I opened the comic book by Jiaotan Teacher. The pig brain is overloaded. Outside the door, Sakuramiya Hitomi, with a cold expression, held the door and was about to move into the men's bathroom. Suddenly, a very lovely voice came from the side. Meow. Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned, turned her head, and saw a black cat lying on the ground licking its hind paws. It showed its big fat belly to Sakuramiya Hitomi, blinked its big and clear green eyes, and spoke to Sakuramiya Hitomi again in a very cute kitten voice. Meow. Good. Such a cute kitten. Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth and looked at the black cat lying on the ground and posing coquettishly, and stopped where she was for a moment. She likes cats the most. Me? Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes seemed to be attracted by the fat black cat. She turned her head to look behind her, then turned back to look at the cat. But at this moment, the cat actually walked towards Sakuramiya Hitomi with its tail raised. Then he jumped up on his front foot and rubbed Sakuramiya Hitomi's ankle with his body. Where did this kitten come from? So proactive. You must want me to take you home, right? That must be it, right? Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth, her body trembling as she stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to hold the fat cat in her arms. However, the next second, the black cat raised its head and looked at her cunningly, then ran away in small steps, turning back and wagging its tail to seduce Sakuramiya. Meow. Sakura, I'll be there soon. You go first. Oh, okay. Hitomi Sakuramiya turned around and looked towards the bathroom. Her sixth sense was somewhat disrupted by the sudden appearance of the cute kitten. On second thought, with such a short period of time, maybe Spencer just didn't want to participate in the event, so he ran away. It's unlikely that she would follow the president into the bathroom like a pervert. I really was worrying too much. After being disrupted by Meow-chan, an invisible golden wave came from the bathroom again, which made Sakuramiya Hitomi let down her guard very naturally. She took a deep breath and turned to look at the corridor, but only saw a black cat's tail sticking out from the stairs. Cat, don't run. Sakuramiya Hitomi pursed her lips and took a few steps towards the stairs, wanting to catch up with Meow-chan. However, as a result, I was getting further and further away from the bathroom. Of course, it cannot be seen in the bathroom at this moment, in the compartment closest to the door. Spencer lay in Yin Huan's arms with a flushed face. There was a toilet behind her. She couldn't move forward or backward. It was obvious that her brain was overloaded and she was a little at a loss. Yin Huan, who had just finished talking to Sakuramiya Hitomi and was listening to her walking away, also turned around at this moment. However, as soon as he turned his head, the thick, slightly curly golden hair touched his Adam's apple, as if it was itchy, bringing with it the pleasant smell of sports shower gel. Yin Huan was slightly stunned, lowered his head, and looked into the slightly trembling, kitten-like blue eyes that were so close to him in the cramped space. She kept hugging herself, squeezing Yin Huan's chest softly, with her nose less than 5 centimeters away from Yin Huan's nose. Of course, lips too. End of this chapter. At this moment, in the cramped cubicle of the men's bathroom, Spencer's handsome pink face was reflected in Yin Huan's eyes. Spencer's appearance is actually very dashing and aggressive, combined with her three-dimensional facial features that are completely different from those of the Dongzhou people. She naturally gives people a complex feeling of coexistence of danger and beauty. But people often say the finishing touch. Now that he was closer, Yin Huan felt that Spencer was like a ferocious dragon with a painter painting the eyes of a stupid cow. Her eyes and expression always reveal a sense of stupidity. Of course, it's just as clear. Her face was like an upside-down seascape. The white sand is her fair skin, surrounding the clear sea. Those are her eyes. The white clouds in the sky are reflected in the ocean, which are her white and neat teeth. The shy red sun hidden between the white clouds is her hidden, tempting tongue tip. Seeing this, Yin Huan's throat moved slightly. However, this movement, which seems insignificant under normal circumstances, is so obvious at this moment. So he watched Spencer's wide blue eyes move slightly up and down with his throat. Yin Huan's actions gave Spencer the feeling that a gun was loaded and aimed at her. Her expression suddenly became flustered, and her fists clenched little by little. It seemed that as long as Yin Huan had any trouble, she would let the other party taste her invincible iron fist. Her body subconsciously moved backwards, but the toilet blocked her retreat, one in front and one behind, allowing her to reconnect with Yin Huan's body. But the next second, she seemed to feel something in her lower abdomen. She looked down and was so frightened that she retracted her gaze in an instant, then raised her head to look at Yin Huan in front of her. Look up, look down, and confirm. Look up again, look down again, and confirm again. The eyes looking downward seemed to be tracing the shape of something. Then, she suddenly realized something. Her face instantly turned several shades redder, and her lips began to tremble. It looks like the soul is about to leave the body and wander around. But soon, just when her brain was going blank and she was about to faint, she suddenly felt a little excited. It was as if I inexplicably felt the joy of winning in some inexplicable place. She covered her mouth with her shaking hands, showing an expression that said, "I didn't expect you to be so weak," and actually laughed mockingly. Seeing her like this, Huan's face instantly turned dark. Boom! He raised his hand and hit Spencer on the head, causing her to cover her head and cry out, "Ouch! It hurts! You bastard!" Just as he raised his head in frustration to demand an explanation, Huan had already opened the bathroom door, straightened his clothes, and walked out. His handsome profile looked a little unnatural, but it was obvious that his expression was not good-looking. Huan looked at Spencer with a cold face and frowned, and said, "If you dare to increase the risk of involving Sakuramiya next time, our agreement will be void." Spencer was not annoyed at all when he heard this. Instead, he seemed to have discovered a new toy. With a slightly red face, she walked in front of Huan. "You talk so loudly, but your body is still not so honest, President Yin." As she spoke, she raised her head a little, looked directly at Huan, and snickered. "Trash? Question mark. It's hard, the fist is hard. This guy is actually terribly weak in this area. And he thinks that by reading a secret book, he can achieve supernatural powers and become invincible. The result is still not like a blank sheet of paper. Is this idiot shy? Admittedly shy. But Huan's reaction made her feel novel, and most importantly, it made her feel the sense of victory. It's like a furry kid who treats this as a new toy, making people want to teach her a lesson. If I couldn't beat her, although his fists were hard, the fight in the cubicle just now still made, Huan realized that the gap in strength between him and her was extremely large. Just now she could break free of her restraints at any time, and she was really harder to control than a cow. "Just wait for me. After I've trained myself for a while, I will definitely teach you how powerful I am." At this moment, Huan's desire to go to the gym to exercise reached its peak. Faced with the idiot's ridicule, Huan didn't bother to pay attention to her and just turned and left. Watching him leave, Spencer breathed in belatedly, calming the tense heartbeat in his chest. Thump. It's exactly like in the comics. Do boys really do that? Good. So amazing. Spencer swallowed and followed Huan's footsteps, heading towards room L502. Watching him slowly look at himself from the cubicle, his eyes shrinking and turning into an expressionless face, Spencer curled his lips. What a hypocrite. On the surface, he looks like a decent person, but in private, he is still being treated like a fool. Trash. Spencer curled his lips and muttered quietly. In classroom L502, Yishiyu was thinking about what Sakuramiya Hitomi had just said to her. If Spencer doesn't win the track and field club championship, she'll be expelled. Although Principal Hermes accepted money from the Golden Lion Group and wanted to pave the way for her, changing the rules is all shady tactics that are not presentable and easy to deal with. Most importantly, he specifically talked to Owen, the president of the track and field club, and squeezed out a few spots for her. But as far as I know, President Owen did not say that this position must be given to Spencer. Senior Yi, do you understand what I mean? Yishiyu, who was sitting in her seat, looked thoughtful. She turned around and looked at the classmates who had already started chatting around her. Many students who return to their hometowns either have good relationships with others or their families know each other. So even if Sakuramiya Hitomi, Huan, and others didn't come, they could join the corresponding clubs quickly. Only those who were admitted from outside, the isolated, marginalized people, sat at the edge of the classroom, at a loss. Hey, isn't this Wichuan-kun? Ah, I forgot that you are also going back to the home department. Yishiyu looked over and saw that several girls seemed to see a fat and gloomy boy sitting on the edge, so they asked, "Oh yes, that me." The boy seemed frightened when he saw these girls. "Would you like to join our club?" "Hey." The boy, who was originally nervous, showed a look of surprise on his face when he heard the girl speak like this. He showed obvious intention, his eyes lit up, and said, "Is it possible?" "Puff. Of course not. Zwichuan-kun, if you join our club, You need to buy expensive dance clothes. Yeah, Huan has been delaying the class fees for a long time. And all the people in the club are girls. And Huan is still thinking about this kind of thing. It's disgusting. Those girls found it funny about the boy named Chuan's wild imagination. His tone was so bright, but his words sounded so sarcastic. How? How is this? Yishiyu didn't look over there again, because the door was suddenly opened, revealing Sakuramiya Hitomi outside the door. The two looked at each other, and then Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled. Everyone, please take your seats. We will start recruiting new members soon. We will try to finish it before class starts. Good. Yishiyu once again looked in the direction of the fat boy. At this moment, the girls had already walked away, leaving him with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. This situation is not a common phenomenon, but there are always a few in the entire school. Click. Not long after the club's recruitment activity began, the door opened again, revealing Huan lie outside. President, President. The students next to them, regardless of their grade, greeted each other. Besides that, there were also whispers, and girls were talking and sharing with each other with laughter. Obviously, the theme was the handsome boy with a smile at the door. Yishiyu crossed her fingers unhappily, just trying to suppress this feeling. While Huan was sitting down in the student union seat, the blonde girl with her hands in her pockets who appeared behind him did not look so happy when she came in. That's her. Yes. Did you listen to Shuin just now? Yeah. Relying on your family's wealth, you actually took action. I didn't do anything excessive. It's inexplicable. The disgust was like a wave, and Huan also noticed it. But Spencer seemed to be used to it and walked in with a swagger. He first glanced at Huan meaningfully, then found Annel sitting in the last row. Sitting next to Annel, she looked over with concern. Spencer, what club are you going to join? Me? I think I'm for some track and field club. AI relayed the conversation between my mother and Principal Hermes, and it seems that this is the arrangement. Spencer didn't take it seriously, so he doesn't remember it clearly. However, looking at Annel beside her, she thought of something else. Just now, she and Huan reached the fifth agreement. If I finally succeed and turn Huan into that appearance and take her away from Sakuramiya Hitomi, I will always feel a little sorry for Annel. She likes Huan the most, although she doesn't know why she likes her. Well, but when I think about it carefully, I plan to give Huan to Enlu in the end anyway. Annel had absolutely no chance of winning against Sakuramiya Hitomi, and there was no possibility for him to get Huan. I can help her get Huan in the end, so it doesn't matter if I break something or just possess her for a short time, right? It's better than getting nothing. Thinking of this, Spencer completely let go of his psychological burden. Instead, he looked at the handsome boy with a smile and suddenly smiled evilly. Hey, Annel, I'll help you get Huan. What do you think? Help me. Annel blushed upon hearing this, and she waved her hands subconsciously, wanting to refuse. But Spencer turned around, looked at her face, and said, You guys, although not as good-looking as me, are still passable. You're too weak in character, and you don't get his ability at all. The most important thing is that your family is not very well off. This school is full of rich people. He is so popular. If he wants to date, those girls should not be stingy. Giving him anything at all would be equivalent to your annual pocket money. Annel's originally red face turned pale little by little after hearing this. She pursed her lips and didn't know what to say for a moment. This is what she felt before she met Huan. There are so many people in this school who are better and richer than me. Even if I recognize them, I won't be able to compete with them. I have always known the feelings I have for Huan. Rather than only being able to change from childhood sweethearts to friends later, it is better to indulge in the dreams of the past. That's why she kept procrastinating and didn't even have the courage to take this step. Oh my God, don't listen to her and try to shake the morale of the army. This girl has evil intentions. She deserves death. The little finger on my shoulder almost turned red when I heard what Spencer said. Our Annel finally crawled out from underground, and now he's being pushed back into the ground by just a few words from you. If you summon that coward Annel back, do you believe I will fight you? But before Littlefinger could say anything, Spencer pointed at himself with his thumb and said to Annel with a smile, But I have money. I can help you. Money matters are just small matters. Eh. Anil and Littlefinger were both stunned and looked up at Spencer in disbelief. Kakik, why are you so nice to me, Spencer? You've always been helping me. Reason? Spencer looked at Anil, who was looking down with nothing in front of him, and was about to say something, but Sakuramiya Hitomi on the stage smiled and said, based on the interests you filled out at the beginning of the semester, the student union will send the recommended clubs for you to join to you and the students in charge of recruiting for the corresponding clubs via email. But after all, the club war is imminent, and each club has its own special circumstances, so we have also received feedback from some clubs. Sakuramiya Hitomi glanced at the form and said, First Year D class, Tatsuya Sakawa, the computer club has rejected your application, so you need to find another club to join among the clubs that are here today. Below, the fat boy showed a panic expression, and he looked around helplessly. But he happened to see the smiling faces of the girls from the dance club, and he quickly turned his head away. Second Year B class, Nino-san, the animation club rejected your application. Like Sagawa-san, you will need to find another club. Below, a tall, skinny white guy with braces pursed his lips. Jiangyun, Class 2C. The dance club has also rejected your application. Below, a girl with acne on her face and wearing black round-frame glasses frowned. She looked at the girl behind her who was smiling mockingly and clenched her fists. Spencer, who was sitting in the last row, watched as each time a name was called, some of the people around him would show meaningful expressions. She squinted her eyes at those people hugging each other and sniggering, and suddenly said, because these people who have everything are the most annoying, aren't they? Mr. Spencer, what do you mean? Spencer didn't answer. She just looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was smiling on the stage. She seemed to have some kind of premonition from the looks given to her by Sakuramiya Hitomi, Park Seo-mun in front of her with gauze wrapped on her face, and some of the classmates around her. There are two last things. First, since a few new transfer students didn't fill out their interests, I can't recommend them to join any clubs. Yishiyu raised her head and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yin Huan. Another thing is, Arya Spencer, the track and field club has also rejected your application to join. Spencer sneered, and Yin Huan narrowed his eyes when he heard it. After glancing at the materials, he looked at the recruitment directors of the clubs who had rejected their applications and asked with a smile, Can I ask the reason for your refusal? President, let me tell you. Yin Huan glanced at the boy who spoke up in the front row. Yahashimu, beside him, also patted Yin Huan on the shoulder and whispered, That's Hua Zhaofeng, the recruiting director of the track and field club. The one sitting next to him is Park Shuwen, who is in the same class as Spencer. He said that he was beaten up by Spencer before. Yin Huan didn't say anything, just looked over there. Hua Zhaofeng stood up, turned around, and looked at Spencer in the back seat, pointed at her, and said, Because our track and field club cannot accept students with such problematic conduct. This girl has only been in school for a week, and she skipped classes and damaged school property, and she actually had the guts to hit someone. Park Shuwon nodded beside him, stood up, and said in a pretentious tone, Yes, this kind of person has violent tendencies, very scary. She beats people up without knowing the reason. And it's not just me. There are two innocent girls in the class who have suffered from her vicious hands. People around started whispering, and even those who didn't know Spencer seemed to have preconceived ideas about what Park Shuwen said. Even looking at Spencer with his arms folded, he felt particularly disgusted, as if he could empathize with him and felt disgusted and angry. Yan Huan noticed this and frowned in confusion. Do you believe everything they say? Yahashiki next to him also curled his lips and showed a disgusted expression. I said this guy must have violent tendencies. Even the otaku Yahashiki is like this. Yan Huan sensed something was wrong, but did not say anything. He just thought about it in his mind. Spencer, who was sitting in the back, also said nothing, but just sneered. Anil, who was standing next to her, held the hem of her skirt tightly. After a moment of silence, she stood up and said loudly to Park Shuwen, No, that's not the case. You were the ones who bullied me first. Spencer was just passing by and didn't like you guys. Park Shuwen didn't expect that Anil, who is usually a soft persimmon, would be so bold today. She was slightly stunned but quickly refuted. Oh, we bully you? We bully you again. It's so funny. A little friction can be called bullying. Besides, hitting people is wrong no matter what. No wonder I can play with this guy. Anil opened his mouth and felt aggrieved for a moment. Obviously, they were first. Hua Xiaofeng looked at the heated discussion in the classroom, turned back confidently to look at Sakuromiya Hitomi and Yin Huan, and said, President Yin, Vice President Sakura, you have seen that Spencer is a violent maniac. It is unacceptable to recruit such a student. Student Hua, Shuan. Before he could finish his words, all the students around him screamed. Even Sakuromiya Hitomi and Yahashiki on the stage widened their eyes in disbelief. What happened? Hua Xiaofeng and Pu Shuan were both stunned. On the table in front of them, a shadow seemed to be growing bigger with the sound of whistling wind. Hua Xiaofeng reacted faster and turned his head. What caught my eye was the panicked expressions of the students in the classroom. Lu covered his mouth in astonishment. Spencer, with a dark face and a blonde lion-like figure, seemed to have just made a throwing motion. And in the air, a desk was growing bigger in his field of vision, roaring towards him with great force. Fuck! Hua Xiaofeng opened his mouth and spoke this subconsciously. The next second, the desk fell heavily on him. Boom! End of this chapter. He is Hua Xiaofeng, the son of the director of Snack Factory in Linmen. From childhood to adulthood, there seemed to be nothing special about him that was worth mentioning. He was average in academics, average in sports, and average in appearance. Fortunately, my family is relatively well off, so even if I want something, my parents will do their best to satisfy me. But ever since he entered high school, there's been a problem that has been bothering Hua Xiaofeng. He is still a virgin male. Everyone around him is in a passionate relationship, but he has never even held a girl's hand. This feeling is really painful. In terms of family background, there are many people who are richer and more powerful than him. In terms of appearance, he is not as handsome as President Yin. But to be honest, it is not impossible for him to fall in love in Tatsuki Academy. The contradiction is that Hua Xiaofeng likes pretty girls very much, and he is very picky about appearance. Even if someone looks similar to him, he still looks down on them. But it was too hard to pursue those beautiful young ladies, and few people were interested in him. So Hua Xiaofeng adopted the most clumsy method. By behaving servilely in front of the young lady, he satisfies her emotional desire to be the center of attention and begs for her favor. In fact, you don't have to lick Park Shuan. Other beautiful young ladies can also do it. But for so long, Park Shuan was the only one who fell for his tricks. Hanging him gave him a little hope, allowing him to lick the other harder. It's the same this time. Shuan was beaten by that Spencer. As long as I help her out, she will definitely be very grateful to me. Wow, Xiaofeng, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Hey, you're welcome, Shuan. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Can you be my girlfriend? Park Shuan would blush upon hearing this, then touch her long black hair and nod shyly. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Then I will definitely be able to be with Shuan, and holding hands and hugging each other will be a piece of cake. Even the kiss and the base hit. At this moment, Hua Xiaofeng's mind already showed himself successfully reaching base and defeating Park Shuan. The past, from childhood scenes, emerged one by one, to the present, and then to the beautiful future, all appeared before Hua Xiaofeng's eyes. While he was happy, he also had some doubts. Why does it look so much like a revolving lantern? This is me. When Hua Xiaofeng realized this, his brain, which had been going blank for a while, suddenly came back to his senses. A sharp pain suddenly shot up into his head, waking him up as if from a dream. Only then did he realize that he was lying on the ground, pinned down by the wooden desk. Hey, what am I doing? Screams were heard all around, causing Hua Xiaofeng to look at the desk on himself with extreme fear. Could it be that I almost did that? Very scary. Hua, are you okay? Oh, wow. The classmates gathered around him and moved the desk away from him. The intense pain made Hua Xiaofeng cry spinelessly. Park Shuan, who was standing next to him, was so scared that his legs went limp that he just knelt down on the ground. She stared blankly at Spencer, who was in the last row, with one foot on the chair in front of him and a grin on his face. She pointed at Park Shuwen in front of her and Hua Xiaofeng lying on the ground and cursed. Have I given you two faces? You are so used to bullying Anil that you think no one can stop you, right? Park Shuwen, get over here. Tell me again in front of me whether you have bullied Anil or not. Oh, I'm not going there. Park Shuwen had never seen such a scene before. She thought that since there were many classmates around her and the student union was also here, Spencer would not dare to act presumptuously. Who can think of? She actually smashed the desk from the last row to the front row. Fortunately, it hit Hua Xiaofeng, who had thick skin and flesh. If it had hit me, I would be covered with bruises, right? She was in tears and was so frightened by the terrible Spencer that she dared not move. Most importantly, the way she reacted to Spencer's questioning was obvious to anyone with a brain. They would probably know whether bullying was real or not. But even so, a girl next to her frowned. He slapped the table, stood up, walked toward Spencer, and said righteously, "Spencer, you've gone too far. This is a school. Are you some kind of brainless animal? You're just starting to fight over something you don't agree with. Even if Park Shuwen and Anil have a grudge, it should be handled by the student union, discipline committee, and teachers. What right do you have to hit someone?" Park Shuwen's eyes sparkled with a little vitality, and he looked at the girl who spoke. Rita. Obviously, he has a good relationship with this girl. But Spencer glanced at the girl next to him who was speaking righteously and slapped the table with his backhand. Snap! A loud noise reached everyone's ears, causing everyone around to cover their ears, including the girl named Rita. You! If you want to take sides, then take sides. Why are you pretending to be reasonable? If the student union, discipline committee, and teachers were useful, would it be my turn to take care of this mess? If you say that again, do you believe it or not? I will slap you. Woo! Spencer raised his hand again and seemed to be walking towards the girl, which scared the girl so much that her face turned pale and she sat on the chair behind him. Next to Rita, a sturdy boy stood up with a dark face. While protecting Rita behind him, he rolled up his sleeves and said in a deep voice, "Spencer, stop accusing people. I know what kind of people Park Shuwen and Rita are, but Anil an outsider." But before he could finish his words, Spencer frowned again and slammed the wooden table in front of him. Boom! This time, under everyone's horrified gaze, the wooden table actually broke into two pieces. The boy's face turned pale, as if he was also frightened. He didn't expect that a mere girl could have such great strength. Fuck you. Of course you know who Park Seo-man is. Because you and she are the same kind of people. The sturdy boy's face turned red, and he became furious. You. But he was afraid that Spencer, who was full of brute force, would come and attack him. He thought that he could not break the wooden table with his two palms, and he also thought that he could not withstand the guy's strength. Those who wanted to step forward lost their courage after seeing the sturdy boy become scared. You must be kidding. Even Senior Fu from the Wushu Club doesn't dare to go there. Go call security. What a violent person. Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned and turned to look at Huan. But he found that he was holding his hands, just looking at Anil, who was always standing beside Spencer with an expressionless face and without saying a word. She pursed her lips, turned to the stunned Yahashiki, and said, "Yasi, go call security." Okay, I'll go right away." Huan didn't agree, but didn't stop it either. At the end of the classroom, Spencer had a dark face and his fierce eyes swept around, scaring the people around him to retreat one by one. She raised her finger, pointed at them, and sneered, "What are you guys pretending for? Do you think I will tolerate you like those people who can't hold their heads up because of your weirdness? Do you think I'm timid? Do you think I'm afraid that you will form a clique and disgust me?" Hearing this, those marginalized students who were originally rejected by various clubs couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the arrogant Spencer. The students who were smiling before turned pale. A very gentle-looking girl stood up and advised Spencer, "Spencer, calm down, please. This is for your own good. Even if Park or other students are not on good terms, we can still talk it out and solve the problem. What do you think? Yes. Why make it like this?" The previous rationalist and the good-faced man didn't work, and now they were starting to play the good face man. But the others had no idea that Spencer's brain couldn't tell the difference. Now, if anyone dares to show up, do you believe that Spencer will immediately make him fly? Sure enough, as soon as this gentle girl opened her mouth, Spencer looked over with a cold face. But she picked up the chair behind her with one hand and hooked her finger at the girl. "What's your name? Come out, come on, let's talk." Woo! This scene frightened the girl so much that she hid behind her classmates. The entire L502 classroom was a mess because of Spencer, and all the other students were like little chickens, not daring to move. "Okay, stop," until Huan's voice came from behind. All the people looked at the handsome young man sitting there, as if they had found a life-saving straw. "Chairman Yan, this guy is really too much." "Yeah, the student council is still here. How dare she do that?" Spencer pursed his lips, not putting down the desk in his hand, but he did not verbally insult the boy. Anna looked at Huan nervously, but never left Spencer's side. "That Huan is not the president. It's Spencer." Huan simply raised his hand expressionlessly, leaving in Lee's words unsaid. He glanced at the other students and said, "The security guards will be here soon. Other students should send the injured to the infirmary first. If there is nothing wrong, please go back to the classroom for class. Arya, Spencer, stay alone and don't move." Spencer curled his lips in disdain and was about to speak in great displeasure when Huan's eyes swept over him. "Since you have made the decision to hit someone, don't you dare to bear the consequences?" "Tis," Spencer tooted, but still put down the table and chair he was holding. "Right here." At this moment, Yahashiji, panting, opened the door with a whole security team. The security guard carrying the blast shield and electric baton came in, and the leader couldn't help frowning when he saw the mess on the ground. "Who hit the person?" Almost all the students present, whether they were lying on the ground or standing in the crowd, all pointed at Spencer, who was standing in the last row. "The others go first. This student, come with us." "Good, good." Ding, ding. The bell rang for class, and the teaching building, which had been very noisy in the morning, finally became quiet. But directly opposite the teaching building, in the student affairs building, the student discipline office, the police and lawyers from the Lion Group came in droves, making the place extremely lively. Yishiyu, who had just finished her statement, walked out of the room and happened to see Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was smiling and comforting her crying female classmate. Yishiyu thought for a second and walked over there. "Well, you guys go back quickly. I believe the school will handle this matter properly." Sakuramiya Hitomi waved goodbye to those classmates and turned around just in time to see Yishiyu walking towards her. She smiled and greeted him. "Senior Yi, is this part of your plan?" Yishiyu had no expression on her face and just got straight to the point. "That Park Shumin is obviously not from the track and field club and shouldn't be participating in this event, but she was brought here anyway by that guy named Hua Zhaofeng." Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly startled, glanced around, and after making sure that no one was around, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect she would dare to hit someone in public, but isn't this better? Not only is she unable to join the track club now, she's most likely to be kicked out right now." Originally, Sakuramiya Hitomi hoped that Yishiyu would compete with her for a spot in any club Spencer joined. Sakuramiya Hitomi blocked her way to joining the track and field club, and then Yishiyu intercepted her on the sidelines. Now, she blocked the road by herself without even having to do anything. "It seems that you don't need my help." Yishiyu nodded and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly thought of something. Turning back to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, she asked expressionlessly, "So, that Park Seomon really did bully other students, right?" "Duh." Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth but didn't explain. But obviously, she knew the answer all along. In other words, this phenomenon is already very obvious in schools. Humans are social animals, and the school is a small society. There are always people who cannot integrate into the group due to objective or subjective conditions, and are thus excluded and isolated. This kind of thing is difficult to define. Even the Linmin Education Department doesn't have a good solution, let alone our student union. Sakuramiya Hitomi sighed and could only speak this way. But Yishiyu stopped, turned around, and reminded, But the student who was bullied was called Anil. He knew Huan before, right? Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned and speechless. In the student affairs office, Spencer was holding his cell phone and playing Angry Piggy. Her fingers placed the green pig on the slingshot and launched it to hit the nasty little birds hiding in various buildings. In another office behind him, lawyers from the Lion Group were arguing fiercely with the parents. In front of her, a handsome boy was reading the electronic version of Advanced Mathematics textbook on his mobile phone. He dragged the screen to scroll past a page, glanced at Spencer, who was humming a song in front of him, and asked, "Aren't you worried at all?" "Worry about what?" Huan locked the phone screen and asked, "You are so reckless because you have the Lion Group behind you. Aren't you afraid that they won't be able to protect you one day? If you are beaten to death, you will probably end up working on a sewing machine in prison. Don't worry, I have experience in this matter. I won't hurt him if I hold back. At most, it will make him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something, hey." Huan was silent for a moment, then said, "So, you don't care about losing money at all?" "I don't care." Spencer fiddled with the slingshot with his fingers, but no matter how hard he fired, he couldn't hit the dead bird hidden at the back. She pouted, changed different types of pigs again and again, tried different launch angles again and again, but she couldn't hit the dead bird. She almost smashed her phone, but finally she was so angry that she threw the phone on the coffee table in front of her and folded her hands. "So, what about dropping out of school?" The angry Spencer's expression froze, and she subconsciously showed a guilty expression. But soon, the guilty conscience turned into sadness. "It would be better if I dropped out of school. Anyway, I don't want to stay in Linmin at all. But even if I can't stay here, my mother will probably let me go to another school in Linmin." Huan looked at her and silently reached out to take the phone she had placed on the table. Spencer turned around angrily and asked, "What are you doing? Come on, I haven't finished the game yet." Huan looked at the game on his phone, changing the pig and adjusting the trajectory, and said, "Golden Lion Group is a large company. The people you beat up will most likely accept compensation and a settlement. But even so, you will still be punished by a short suspension of school, at least a week." "What happened?" "The most important thing is that your bad reputation will spread throughout the school today." "What happened?" Huan looked up speechlessly at Spencer, who looked confused, wondering how she could be so stupid. "That's right. Anyway, with your current performance in school, if you can't win a club war, you will definitely be expelled. In that case, the agreement between you and me will be void." That's good, that's good." Spencer didn't understand anything else. When she heard this, she folded her hands in displeasure. "No, you don't keep your word. You are so shameless. You're the only one who can grow up like this, ugh." "What happened?" "What?" I answered her with the exact same words, but she got anxious. She folded her hands and was about to stand up, but Huan looked at her expressionlessly and asked, "You're going to drop out of school anyway. Then there is no other way to avoid dropping out?" Huan narrowed her eyes, looked at the fat pig on the phone that was adjusted to a certain trajectory, and suddenly said to her, "Come here and hold it." Press what?" Spencer didn't understand what was going on, but he still came over stupidly and held Huan down and held the slingshot down. Huan let go of her phone, then looked at her and said, "Let go and try." "Ow!" Spencer let go of his hand, and the golden fat pig in the phone flew out with a whoosh. It rushed into the fortress where the group of bright and beautiful dead birds lived at a tricky angle, and then grew bigger little by little in the panic-stricken gaze of all the birds. Boom! The next second, the golden fat pig gave a wicked smile and suddenly exploded. The building exploded all of a sudden, and the debris fell like dominoes, crushing the annoying dead birds one by one, including the dead bird inside, which she had never been able to hit no matter how hard she tried to launch it. "Congratulations on passing the level." Spencer's eyes lit up and he laughed excitedly. I passed it. This level has been holding me back for a long time." "Ha ha ha." Huan held his chin, looked at her stupid look, and suddenly said, "You have to participate in the club war and win, but no club wants you now. Instead of waiting to die like this, it's better to give it a try and have a chance of survival." Spencer held the phone, Her fang-revealing smile softened a little, and she asked, "What's with all the talk of life and literary nonsense? Can't you just speak human language?" Huh. Huan clenched his fists little by little and finally let go. "What I mean is, you create a club and participate in the club war." "Huh? You can still be like this." Spencer looked puzzled and obviously interested. Huan nodded, supporting his handsome face, and said, "It's hard to say that establishing a club at Tatsuki Academy is difficult, but it's also not difficult." As he said this, he raised 2 fingers. "The first condition is that there must be at least 4 people and the club funds must reach the bottom line." "Is it difficult to apply for funding?" "About that. The total amount of funding approved each semester is limited, and most of it goes to sports clubs that represent the school in competitions." Huan nodded and explained, "So this is why there are not many small clubs in our school, because we can't apply for funding at all. Without funding, there will be no classrooms and places, and it will be too much to pay for it ourselves." Spencer folded his hands and muttered, "It's okay. I have money. Funding is a piece of cake. What's your second request?" "The second requirement is that you need to get approval from the school committee, the academic affairs office, and the student affairs office. You also need a club advisor." Spencer opened his mouth and asked, What? "You don't need to worry about the previous approval. Principal Hermes will approve it for the sake of money. Instructor, since you have money, this is not a big deal." Spencer listened and nodded again, laughing. "So, well, that means I have no requirements, right? Good. I'm going to create a book club and have everyone give me comics like that." Snap! Huan looked at Spencer with an unprecedented look of disdain. After a moment of silence, he said, "There are 2 most important things for you. The first is to gather 4 members, and the second is that you can win the club war." As he was speaking, Huan twisted his neck, stood up expressionlessly, and prepared to leave. "Go and do it yourself. It's best to finish it before you come back from your leave of absence. Otherwise, if the registration period is over, there will be no way for you to be saved." Spencer touched his chin and nodded, but suddenly remembered something and looked at Huan. "By the way, didn't you join the club? If you count it, there will be 2 of us. If we find 2 more." Huan, who had already walked to the door, turned around and looked at the excited Spencer, smiling, and said, "Who said I want to join your club? Now you're the only one in this empty club. Okay. Huh, you're not going to help me. When did I say I would help you? Then why did you tell me so much?" Huan opened the door, and the illusory black cat appeared on his shoulder, and he looked at Spencer at the same time. He rubbed his brows and pointed at Spencer and said, "Don't get me wrong. I don't have any good feelings towards you. Not only do I doubt your intelligence, I also can't stand your behavior. Of course, I can't say I'm helping you. How dare you call me stupid? As for telling you this, it's not for you." Huan's expression faded, and he said word by word, "I am reminding you and showing you a way because you helped Anil before. As for the future, whether you succeed and stay or fail and get expelled, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, our agreement will be written off at that time." Spencer opened his mouth, but the next moment, Huan had already closed the door and left the office. Spencer turned back angrily, picked up his phone, and continued playing Angry Piggy. "TSK, what are you doing so arrogantly? You are such a disgusting fellow, pretending to be like this. I have already reacted to you before. Hey, how do we get through this level? How come these dead birds are hiding so deep? How can we blow them up? Just wait. Once I figure out a way to pass this level, I will definitely let you fly." End of this chapter.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.